Chapter 183. Who? The Yuanyang saber stabbed into the ceiling of the mine. Xiaoqin could vaguely see a blurry figure entering the hole in the wall. Spirit-swallowing worm. Xiaoqin immediately understood what was going on. His eyes were not playing tricks on him. Those green eyes were the eyes of a spirit-swallowing worm. When Xiaoqin entered, it craftily entered the hole. When Xiaoqin turned around, it suddenly appeared, wanting to attack him. Coincidentally, when Mu Xinya saw this, she did not have time to explain and immediately attacked. She wanted to save the unaware Xiaoqin. Mu Xinya held the other Yuanyang saber in her right hand and pulled it gently. There was an invisible ripple in the air. The Yuanyang saber stabbed into the ceiling, trembled and flew into Mu Xinya's hand. "Senior brother Yi, are you alright?" Mu Xinya asked Xiaoqin worriedly. Xiaoqin checked his body and discovered that there was some green liquid on his left arm. It seeped through his clothes and entered his body through the pores of his skin. After that, it quickly merged with his blood. The blood mixed with the green poison flowed quickly in his body. Not long later, Xiaoqin felt dizzy. This was the effect of being poisoned. Xiaoqin quickly took out the detoxification pill from the universe ring and swallowed it. He sat down cross-legged and circulated the essence in his body, quickly spreading out the medicinal energy of the pill. The detoxification pill that Xiaoqin bought by chance was unexpectedly useful here. The pill quickly dissolved and separated the green liquid from his blood. After a while, Xiaoqin felt something sweet in his throat. He spat out the green liquid. Xiaoqin opened his eyes and immediately felt much better. The dizziness had already disappeared. The poison of the spirit-swallowing worm was really tyrannical. Just a little bit of it and there were such serious consequences. If he had not prepared the detoxification pill, he might have died here. He got up and looked at the worried Mu Xinya. Xiaoqin smiled and said, "I'm fine, the poison has already been forced out." "Thank you." When Mu Xinya heard this, she smiled, "It's fine. Let's go then. We still don't know when that bug will come out." Xiaoqin shook his head and said, "This is 5 merit points. Furthermore, it injured me. How could I let it run away so easily?" Since Xiaoqin knew of the existence of the spirit-swallowing worm, there was naturally no reason for him to let it go. As long as he was careful and did not get ambushed, there would be no problems. The spirit-swallowing worm was only as strong as a martial grandmaster. He spread out his divine sense and extended it into the soil in the mine. He followed the aura left by the spirit-swallowing worm and traced it all the way. My goodness, he actually didn't go far. His divine sense circled around and came back. Xiaoqin looked at the mine above his head and could not help but exclaim in surprise. The spirit-swallowing worm was actually hiding above their heads. Thud. Xiaoqin pushed off the ground and drew the lunar shadow saber. Countless arcs of electricity revolved around the blade of the saber, illuminating the dark mine. Pu Ci. The resplendent lunar shadow saber stabbed in with a schwa sound. There was a zzz sound coming from the soil. A green liquid flowed down the blade of the saber and flowed down to the hilt. Xiaoqin knew how powerful it was. He circulated the essence in his body to the saber and shook it off. He immediately shook off the poisonous liquid and felt something twisting around the saber. Trying to run. It's too late. Xiaoqin smiled coldly and his essence exploded. The cave above his head instantly exploded and the spirit-swallowing worm fell down together with the rocks. There was a rumbling sound in the mine as rocks fell continuously. The two of them dodged to the side and waited for everything to calm down. Then, they started to chase after the spirit-swallowing worm that was dragging its broken body. When it fell to the ground, this spirit-swallowing worm had lost half of its combat prowess. Furthermore, there was the damage that Xiaoqin inflicted on it earlier. Not long after, this spirit-swallowing worm was dismembered by the two of them. After Xiao Chen obtained 5 contribution points, Mu Xinya asked in confusion, "Senior brother Yi, how did you find it?" Naturally, Xiao Chen could not tell Mu Xinya the real reason. He made up a random reason and dug out the spirit core of the spirit-swallowing worm. Because it had been consuming spirit stone raw ores for a long time, the surface of the spirit-swallowing worm's spirit core was very smooth. The spiritual energy it contained was comparable to that of a rank 5 spirit beast. Xiao Chen put away the spirit-swallowing worm's spirit core and smiled, "I have obtained 5 contribution points. We will split it equally." Mu Xinya smiled gently, "You take 30 and I take 20. Contribution points are useless to me." "Contribution points are useless to you." Xiao Chen looked at Mu Xinya with some doubt. "If contribution points are useless, then why did you accept this mission?" Mu Xinya seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. She smiled, "Don't misunderstand. I was saying that a few contribution points are useless to me. You were the one who discovered the spirit-swallowing worm. I will just take 2 contribution points. So that's how it is." Xiao Chen smiled and did not pursue this topic. The two of them left the mine and started to patrol the area according to the map. After that, everything was calm, nothing big happened. Along the way, they discovered a few spirit-swallowing worms. Unfortunately, they were too smart, they burrowed into the ground and ran far away. When it was late at night, the miners started to rest. Xiao Chen and Mu Xinya's work came to an end. Xiao Chen made a trip to Yiwen's place to inform him of what happened today. After handing over the spirit-swallowing worm's spirit core to Yiwen and recording it down, he could go to the Hall of Contributions to collect contribution points. Nothing happened along the way. Xiao Chen thought for a while and was not in a rush to return to the stone room to rest. In a dead tunnel, he found a rather spacious area. Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber and started to practice his saber techniques. Although he could not absorb spiritual energy to cultivate here, he could not neglect his saber techniques. Xiao Chen first practiced the 8 movements of the saber for 2 hours. He stabilized the basic saber techniques that he had reached small perfection. Then, he started to practice the rushing thunder saber technique and the 3 flowing cloud images that he had already learned. After 4 hours, he finished warming up. Xiao Chen rested for a while before he started to practice the clear wind chop. He had already memorized the circulation path of the clear wind chop the night before. At this moment, he slowly executed it. The saber danced in the air, instantly creating a cool breeze. The saber danced up and down in the cool breeze. Xiao Chen practiced tirelessly. He executed the clear wind chop hundreds of times, completely exhausting the essence in his body. However, he could not figure out the trick to it. Not to mention being like Lu Riyue and Yiwen, who were able to hide their sabers in the cool breeze, he could not even hide his killing chi. He could only create a cool breeze. He was far from reaching the state where he could only see the cool breeze and not the saber. Where did I go wrong? Xiao Chen sat on the ground and thought hard about the logic behind it. There was a saying, the master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the individual. Lu Riyue could only tell him some of the essence of the clear wind chop to prevent him from taking the wrong path. As for how to comprehend it, that would depend on Xiao Chen's own hard work. Even if others told him and allowed him to reach small perfection, he would not be able to comprehend it himself. He would not be able to master the martial technique and would never be able to cultivate it to great perfection. Xiao Chen did not dare to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. He took out an inferior grade spirit stone from the universe ring and absorbed the energy in the spirit stone. Xiao Chen's body was instantly filled with essence. Xiao Chen got up and continued practicing the clear wind chop. Immediately, a cool breeze blew in the mine. As Xiao Chen increased his speed, the wind became even faster. Within this strong wind, Xiao Chen's mind was calm. Suddenly, he had an idea. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art in his body. Amidst the roaring wind, he soared up like a flood dragon. The clear wind chop was originally a secret technique. It did not have a movement technique to complement it. When it was used, it depended on the user's coordination. It could not be used while moving at high speeds. However, this blue dragon cloud soaring art was surprisingly compatible with the clear wind chop. It was only the first time they worked together and Xiao Chen successfully executed the clear wind chop in midair. Xiao Chen's face lit up with joy. It was as though he had discovered a new continent. He executed the clear wind chop as he retreated quickly. He executed the clear wind chop as he somersaulted. He executed the clear wind chop as he spun. Instantly, he executed the clear wind chop from different angles. Using a secret technique and a heaven-ranked movement technique at the same time exhausted more essence than Xiao Chen had imagined. This time, Xiao Chen only managed to execute about 20 strikes before his essence was completely exhausted. Although the clear wind chop had not reached small perfection and was still unable to hide his killing chi, Xiao Chen discovered that it could be used with the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Thus, he was not too disappointed. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen did not continue practicing. If he just practiced bitterly without thinking, even if he practiced for 100 years, there would not be any improvement. Furthermore, the environment in the mine was not suitable for bitter cultivation. If he relied on spirit stones to replenish his essence, it would weaken his sensitivity to the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Hiding his killing chi was the first step to succeeding in the clear wind chop. Xiao Chen was currently thinking about this problem. How could he hide his killing chi in the unfathomable cool breeze? When Xiao Chen returned to the stone room, he was surprised to discover that Mu Xinya was not on the stone bed. Could it be that she went to practice the saber like me? Why is she not back yet? Xiao Chen thought doubtfully. Never mind, I should not care about this. I should just take care of my own matters. Xiao Chen entered the bathroom and soaked comfortably in the pool for a long time before he came out. The next morning, Xiao Chen woke up from his deep sleep. He discovered that Mu Xinya had already finished washing up and was waiting for him to go out on patrol. Senior brother Yi, where did you go last night? It has been a long time since you came back, Mu Xinya said to Xiao Chen with a smile as the two of them went out. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was stunned. He did not expect Mu Xinya to take the initiative to ask this question. He smiled and said, I am not used to sleeping so early, so I went out to practice the saber. Mu Xinya smiled and said, let's go. Since I fought alongside you today, I can take a look at the martial techniques you have been practicing bitterly. Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. The boring and dry patrol began once again. The two of them had already patrolled the area once yesterday. When they went out again today, they were very familiar with the place. They were not as unfamiliar as yesterday. The first batch of miners they met was still the group led by Supervisor Li. When Supervisor Li saw the two of them, he wanted to come over and greet them. Xiao Chen waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. Chapter 184. After staying here for a long time and seeing that nothing had happened, the two of them headed to another mining area. They did not dare to be careless along the way. If anything happened and the spirit-swallowing worm sprayed them, they would suffer. The morning passed just like that. The mine was frighteningly quiet. The eighth layer of the mine was much smaller than Xiao Chen had imagined. The densely packed paths on the map looked scary, but most of them were dead ends. There were not many places to patrol. This was probably why only 2 people were needed to patrol this area. Actually, in Xiao Chen's opinion, even if the 2 of them were not here, there would not be any problems. Out of the 10 martial saints guarding the headquarters, 2 of them would be able to do their job easily. In just one morning, the 2 of them had already patrolled the entire mine. They took out the dry rations they brought with them and started to rest. Mushinya's chatterbox did not stop for even a moment. The moment she sat down, she asked, "Senior Brother Yi, do you think there is a pattern to the appearance of these spirit-swallowing worms?" When the two of them were patrolling earlier, they discovered some spirit-swallowing worms. However, before they could make a move, they had already fled. They could not do anything about it. Xiao Qin had not noticed the pattern. He could not help but ask, "What did you see?" Mu Shinya laughed, "This lady has the magic eye. Of course, I can see it. Where do you think the spirit-swallowing worms are usually found? Are they places with miners or places without miners?" Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He seemed to have made a connection in his mind. It seemed like there were no spirit-swallowing worms at places with miners. The spirit-swallowing worms were not like corpses. When they came out, they moved slowly, giving the miners time to call for help. Then, they would spit out a few mouthfuls of poison, easily killing the miners. However, such a thing had never happened before. There was no precedent of the spirit-swallowing worms attacking the miners. However, what did this have to do with the pattern of the spirit-swallowing worms appearing? Mu Shinya had a pleased smile on her face. "Did you think of something? Looking at your doubtful expression, you must not be able to figure out what is going on. Let me tell you. The spirit-swallowing worm naturally relies on swallowing spirit stone raw ores to survive. You didn't see it, so it can only mean that your work and rest schedule are different from theirs." Xiao Qin was suddenly enlightened. He immediately understood the key points and said, "The two of us started to rest after the miners, which means that the spirit-swallowing worms would only come out when we were resting." Mu Shinya nodded. "Actually, you can look at it from another angle. After the spirit-swallowing worms rest, the miners and us will start working. When the spirit-swallowing worms come out, we will start resting." Mu Shinya's words were just the reverse of Xiao Chen's words. On the surface, the meaning was the same. However, if one thought about it carefully, they would discover that the meaning was completely different. Xiao Chen was not stupid, and he soon figured out the key points. The miners and their working hours were not set randomly, but according to the activity patterns of the spirit-swallowing worms. It was to avoid the activities of the spirit-swallowing worm, but why? The spirit-swallowing worms were not very strong. If they could gather them together and catch them all in one fell swoop, wouldn't that be better? Yuan had once said that the greatest enemy in the mine was not the corpses, but the spirit-swallowing worms that ate spirit stone raw ores to survive. Could it be that Yuan did not speak the truth? Xiao Chen thought to himself, "These insignificant spirit-swallowing worms can't be hiding something, right?" Mu Shinya leaned over and said in a cheeky manner, "Senior Brother Yi, do you think we should go out and earn some contribution points tonight? I guarantee that we can earn at least 100 points. All we need is one night." This should be the reason why Mu Shinya came back so late last night. When Xiao Chen heard her suggestion, he thought of something. However, he immediately rejected this idea. "These are just your guesses. There is no evidence, so don't say it in the future." "But I..." Seeing that Xiao Chen did not believe her, Mu Shinya's adorable face could not help but turn anxious. Xiao Chen interrupted her, "No buts. Let's spend this month in peace. I feel that it is not safe to stay here. It is best not to complicate matters." Hoo-chee! An ear-piercing alarm rang out in the mine. The expressions of the two of them changed as they quickly stopped talking and rushed towards the source of the sound. Before they arrived, they ran into the escaping miners. The miners were staggering as they ran in a panic. It was very strange. Xiao Chen was startled. Low-grade corpses should not have such a strong deterrent force. To think that these miners would be so frightened. He quickly went to the supervisor and asked him about it. The supervisor's complexion was pale as he said, "My two lords, let's run quickly. We do not know what we dug up this time, but two mutated corpses appeared. Half of our brothers died. 2 mutated corpses. Xiaochen frowned and sank into deep thought. The so-called mutated corpses were the ones that Yuan had spent a lot of effort to kill. 2 mutated corpses. What did they dig up to attract 2 mutated corpses? Could it be a superior grade spirit stone? No matter what, I have to check out the situation first. I cannot just listen to the words of these people. Let's not bother about these miners first. After such a big thing happened, it was unrealistic for them to continue mining. After he took out the map and asked the supervisor for the location of the incident, Xiaochen immediately brought Mu Xinya to the location of the incident. He quickly rushed over and extended his spiritual sense to a radius of 200 meters around him. Stop! Xiaochen, who was rushing forward quickly, suddenly stretched out his hand and signaled for Mu Xinya to stop. He looked at the map and found that they were only about 600 meters away from the location of the incident. To a martial saint, 600 meters would only take a few breaths of time. A conservative estimate of the mutated corpse's strength was that of an inferior grade martial saint. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless. If he were to charge in recklessly, he might lose his life if he was not careful. He turned his divine sense into a thin thread and slowly slithered into it. After a while, Xiaochen saw the scene of the incident. The ground was a mess, and the corpses of the miners were everywhere. The hearts of the corpses had all been dug out. The ground was stained with blood. Xiaochen scanned the area with his spiritual sense, but to his surprise, he did not find any corpses. Strange, where did these man-eating corpses run off to? Xiaochen thought suspiciously. He used his spiritual sense to search the surroundings carefully, but he still did not find any corpses. After double-checking, Xiaochen brought Mu Xinya to the location of the incident. They started to search for the thing that the miners said they found. This was the first time she saw so many miners die. Mu Xinya's expression was somewhat unsightly. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he patted her shoulder and consoled her. Don't think too much, this kind of thing is unavoidable. Before they came, they all signed a life and death contract. If they died, their families would receive a large sum of compensation. To them, there is no regret. From the moment they signed the life and death contract, they had already thought of this. Mu Xinya's expression was still somewhat unsightly. She forced a smile and said, I know. Let's quickly search for the thing that they were talking about. The two of them started to search everywhere. Before they came, Xiaochen had already used his spiritual sense to scan the area many times. However, he did not find anything. Now that they were here personally, they started to search. However, they still could not find the thing that the supervisor was talking about. Could it be that the supervisor was lying? Or could it be that after the 2 corpses killed the miners, they took away the thing that they dug out? Compared to the latter, Xiaochen was more willing to believe the former. This was because if the latter was the case, it would mean that these 2 mutated corpses already had a simple level of intelligence. If that was the case, then it would be an extremely horrifying matter. A corpse with intelligence would be much harder to deal with than a corpse that only relied on its instincts to fight. If these 2 corpses continued to hide and cultivate in this mine for a long time, their cultivation might increase at a horrifying rate, becoming something like a corpse king. Just thinking about it made Xiaochen tremble in fear. Stop searching. It is already very obvious that the 2 corpses took away the thing. Xiaochen said slowly. Although he did not hope for this answer, the truth was already laid out in front of him. It was impossible for the supervisor to lie to him. This was because he had no way of walking out of this layer of the mine. If he lied to Xiaochen, he would be immediately punished after it was discovered, unless he was tired of living. After Xiaochen spoke, he quickly brought Mu Xinya back to the headquarters. After such a big matter happened, it was not something that the 2 of them could deal with. When he saw Yuan at the headquarters, Xiaochen told him everything in detail. Yuan frowned tightly and said, "Where are the miners that survived?" Xiaochen replied, "After such a big matter happened, I let them rest. Go to the dormitory and get the supervisor to see me." Yuan turned around and instructed a person. Then he said to Xiaochen and Mu Xinya, "Accompany me to the location of the incident." After running back and forth, anyone would feel dissatisfied. However, Xiaochen could only endure it. He brought Yuan back to the location of the incident. After they arrived, Yuan started to inspect them carefully without saying a word. After a while, the person who Yuan had instructed to bring the supervisor ran over with an anxious expression. "Elder Yi, we did not discover this group of people in the dormitory. Furthermore, the miners that were on break today, as well as the miners from other places, said that they did not see this group of people. I also looked around for them, but I could not find them. It was like this group of people disappeared." Xiaochen's heart trembled as he said hoarsely, "How can this be? How can they disappear? I and Mu Xinya clearly saw them." Furthermore, it was a large group of miners, Xiaochen thought suspiciously in his heart. Mu Xinya, who was at the side, also felt it was strange. She said, "That is not possible. We saw at least 20 miners along the way. Furthermore, the supervisor even spoke to us. How could they disappear?" Yuan muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Don't bother with this matter. I will send someone to investigate. You all continue patrolling." Chapter 185. For the entire afternoon, Xiaochen was distracted. He could not understand how that group of miners disappeared. How could a group of living people just disappear like that? Furthermore, these people all had alarms in their hands. If they met with danger, they would sound the alarm immediately. That ear-piercing sound could be heard anywhere in the mine. Mu Xinya was also puzzled. "Senior brother Yi, what do you think is going on? This is too strange." Xiaochen smiled faintly. "Even someone as smart as you cannot figure it out. How would I know?" When she heard Xiaochen's words, Mu Xinya revealed a smile. "Actually, I have an idea as well. It is impossible for these people to disappear. There are so many dead ends in the mine, you cannot even see your fingers if you stretch them out. If they just randomly chose a dead end to hide in, it would be very difficult to find them." Xiaochen shook his head and retorted, "That's impossible. Why would these people hide? They are all ordinary people. Without our protection, there is no way for them to survive in the dead ends. Even if there is no danger, they would starve to death without food." Mu Xinya said, "Then tell me, where did they go? Could it be that they are all hiding underground?" If there was something he could not figure out, he would put it aside for now. This was Xiaochen's usual way of doing things. Since he could not figure it out, he would not bother thinking about it. Let's not bother about it. Just leave it to Marshal Uncle Yi and the others to investigate. We should be careful and leave this place within a month. Xiaochen now regretted accepting this mission. The mine became increasingly strange. The uneasy feeling in his heart also became stronger. Xiaochen only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The following week was rather peaceful. There was no conclusion to what happened that day. The people that Yuan sent out searched the mine for a long time, but they could not find the missing miners. During the day, Xiaochen and Mu Xinya continued to patrol. Occasionally, they would run into corpses, but the two of them could easily deal with them. The two of them also became more coordinated. That night, Xiaochen continued to practice in a wide tunnel. He took out a few night illumination pearls from his universe ring and placed them around the tunnel. The dark tunnel immediately lit up. The night pearl was something that Xiaochen had obtained from the Jiang clan's hidden treasure pavilion in the past. When he was tidying up the universe ring the day before yesterday, he had discovered it by accident. It was a good time to place it here. A bright space was much better than pitch-black darkness. Xiaochen first practiced the 8 basic saber techniques. He could not fall behind in his comprehension of the basic saber techniques. After that, Xiaochen executed all the martial techniques he knew one by one. Rushing Thunder Saber Technique, Dragon Seizing Hand, Flight on Wings, Astral Swordplay. Regardless of whether he learned them himself or imitated them with the Battle Sage origin, he practiced them all. Only when he had exhausted all of his primal chi did he stop and rest for a while. Xiaochen took out an inferior-grade spirit stone from the universe ring and absorbed it. His essence instantly recovered. Xiaochen got up and started to practice the clear wind chop. He had spent most of his time practicing the clear wind chop in the past few days. The coordination between the blue dragon cloud soaring art and the clear wind chop was getting better and better. Xiaochen was like a swimming dragon. When he flew in the air, the clear wind chop could be released from any angle. However, no matter how practiced he was, Xiaochen could not hide his killing chi. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, the killing chi would automatically leak out. There was no way to control it. Xiaochen leaned against the wall of the tunnel helplessly. He was thinking about the problem of killing chi. The so-called killing chi referred to the tyrannical aura that would automatically form after a cultivator killed a certain number of people. Normally, these people would just need to exchange glances with others and their killing chi would automatically leak out, causing others to feel fear. When fighting, they would not be able to concentrate. Furthermore, there were some horrifying people who could control their killing chi freely. The killing chi that filled the air would condense into a line and turn into a spear or saber, piercing into a person's mind and injuring their spiritual sense, causing them to lose their combat prowess. However, such a state could only be achieved by those who used killing to prove their Tao. Lu Ryue and Yuan were obviously not people who used killing to prove their Tao. How did they do it? Xiaochen slowly got up and placed the lunar shadow saber to the side. Then, he used his bare hands to gesture in the air. At this moment, his killing chi automatically hit itself, not leaking out at all. Suddenly, Xiaochen understood. He knew why his killing chi appeared. When he held the lunar shadow saber, killing chi would unconsciously appear in his heart. After all, the ultimate purpose of this clear wind chop was to kill. Without killing chi, how could he execute it? When killing chi appeared, it would automatically come out. However, when he punched earlier, there was killing chi in his heart, but it did not come out. This was because he had simply separated his fists and legs into simple movements. Holding the lunar shadow saber in his hand, Xiaochen drew it with a huang dang sound. He kept thinking to himself, this is just an action. What I am doing now is just a mechanical action. I am just picking up the saber and drawing it. It is just like how I usually walk or eat. It is just a simple action. Don't think too much about it. Just like this, Xiaochen hypnotized himself and slowly executed the clear wind chop. The saber sliced through the air and the blue dragon cloud soaring art was executed at the same time. A cool breeze blew in the mine. Xiaochen's mind was clear and calm. Shwa! A sharp cold light flashed in the air. Xiaochen's figure paused in the air. He continued to execute the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His feet did not touch the ground. It was like he was riding the cool breeze as he sent out another 3 clear wind chop. In the cool breeze, the black lunar shadow saber was like a leaf dancing in the wind. It did not contain any killing chi, causing people to not feel any pressure. I finally succeeded. After Xiaochen landed on the ground, he said joyfully. He had executed a total of 4 clear wind chops earlier. All the killing chi was successfully hidden. So that was how it was. This was the so-called sudden inspiration. Usually, he could not figure out a problem. Suddenly, he had an epiphany, and everything became clear. Xiaochen thought in this manner. However, he did not know that if he did not have his usual accumulation and bitter training, how could he have this sudden inspiration? As long as he hypnotized himself, he could hide his killing chi. If even he was fooled, how could the enemy not be fooled? Xiao Qin was very excited. Xiao Qin continued to train bitterly. A cool breeze blew in the cave. Occasionally, the saber would spit out a cold light. It worked together with the blue dragon cloud soaring art. As it spun, it moved about unpredictably. Xiao Qin practiced until his essence was exhausted. Only then did he stop. He sat on the ground and thought about what he had just learned. After a while, he put away the night pearl and headed back to the stone room. When Xiao Qin passed by a spot where the miners were digging during the day, he slowly stopped. There were close to 10 spirit-swallowing bugs moving about at the spot. A zzz sound rang out incessantly. This was the sound of them chewing on the spirit stone raw ore. The spirit-swallowing bugs ate the spirit stone raw ore and lived underground. Logically speaking, they should be a great enemy of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, looking at the scene today, it seemed like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was purposely raising these spirit-swallowing bugs. Xiao Qin passed by this place every day. There were a few times when he could not help but kill them. This was a large pile of contribution points. After he killed all of them, he would have 50 contribution points. Whoo! Suddenly, a strong wind blew behind Xiao Qin. A figure appeared behind him at lightning speed and gently patted his shoulder with his right hand. Xiao Qin focused and drew the lunar shadow saber. Essence gathered on it and a blazing saber light formed. Chi! Just as the saber light was about to form, the figure flicked the lunar shadow saber with his finger. There was a ripple in the air and the saber was knocked back. Your reaction is not bad. You can draw your saber in a breath of time. Your basic saber technique should have reached the medial perfection. Yuan's figure slowly appeared as he smiled gently at Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin saw that the person who came was Yuan, he slowly let down his guard. He sheathed his saber and cupped his hands. Martial Uncle Yi, thank you for your kindness. Yuan smiled gently and looked at the spirit-swallowing bugs in front of him. He said to Xiao Qin, do you find it strange? There are so many spirit-swallowing bugs, but I do not kill them all. Xiao Qin nodded his head. This was indeed the doubt in his heart. If Yuan could tell him, that would be for the best. Let's go, I will bring you to a place. It is not a big deal, I will tell you later. After Yuan spoke, he led Xiao Qin through the tunnels. They made many turns, and along the way, they even triggered some traps. Often, just as he thought it was a dead end, it would suddenly become clear again. Where is he bringing me? Xiao Qin thought curiously. He originally thought that Yuan would bring him to the headquarters of this layer of the tunnels. He did not expect that to be the case. Hua la la. Suddenly, the melodious sound of flowing water came from the front. It was unknown what Yuan had triggered, but the wall in front of them moved aside. Whoo! An extremely cool breeze blew. A huge cave appeared in front of Xiao Qin. It was more than 100 meters tall and a few thousand meters wide. This could no longer be described as a cave. It was like someone had used a mighty force to carve out a space. There was a surging underground river flowing violently. The sound of flowing water came from here. Suddenly, his field of vision became so wide that it caused his heart to tremble. He felt incomparably comfortable. What surprised Xiao Qin even more was that it was not just Xiao Qin and Yuan here. There were many other people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion present. These people were all wearing black light armor. There was an indistinct light flowing through them. Every one of them had a monstrous killing chi spreading out. Even though Xiao Qin was far away, he could feel this sharp killing chi. Even though he knew that this killing chi was not directed at him, it still made him feel like he was being stared at by an evil spirit. However, he still felt like he was being stared at by an evil spirit, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. As Xiao Chen grasped his saber hilt, the killing intent in his heart was unconsciously drawn out. He wanted to draw his saber and kill the owner of this killing chi, leaving nothing behind. Relax, don't act rashly. These are the people from the Divine Saber camp. They will not make a move on you. Just as Xiao Chen could not endure it any longer, Yuan suddenly spoke. He placed his right hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder and sent in strands of gentle essence. After Yuan sent in strands of gentle essence, the tyranny in Xiao Chen's heart slowly calmed down. His body stopped trembling. However, Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. What happened earlier? Why did I release so much killing chi for no reason? Chapter 186. Yuan said indifferently, this is a baleful aura that is even more horrifying than killing chi. It can evoke the killing intent in your heart, causing you to sink into chaos. Xiao Chen looked at the Divine Saber camp members across the river in horror. He muttered to himself, how many lives did they take to form such a horrifying baleful aura? The Divine Saber camp was the most elite force of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. What were they doing here? Was there something they wanted to protect? Why did Yuan bring me here? Xiao Chen's mind was filled with doubts. There is no need to care about them. Nothing will happen to the river. I brought you here to get some fresh air. Don't overthink, let's go. Yuan dispelled Xiao Chen's doubts. Yuan brought Xiao Chen to a stone table by the river and stopped. Then, he took out a bottle of wine and 2 wine cups and placed them on the stone table. Goliolo. Yuan filled the 2 wine cups and handed one to Xiao Chen. Then, he took a sip and said, let's sit. Let me ask you something. When did you join Qingyun Peak? How is Qingyun Peak's situation now? Xiao Chen picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. A cool breeze blew over the river, making him feel very cool. Xiao Chen had guessed long ago that Yuan should be someone from Qingyun Peak. He was not surprised by his question. I have been here for almost 3 months. When I arrived, everyone from Qingyun Peak had already left. Only Lu Ryue and her brother were left. Xiao Chen did not hide anything and answered honestly. Don't you know all this? When Yuan heard this, he revealed a bitter smile. He said, I have not gone out for 10 years already. I have only heard a little about them. So when I saw someone from Qingyun Peak coming to do a caretaker mission, I asked you to come to me. Not going out for 10 years. Could it be that Yuan had been staying underground for 10 years? This was too inconceivable. Xiao Chen had only stayed here for a week and he could not take it anymore. It was hard to imagine what it would be like if he stayed here for 10 years. A surprised look appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he asked, was it your idea for us to come to the 8th level of the mine? Yuan smiled faintly, that's right. Actually, you should thank me. If it were not for me, you would have been sent to the 20-odd floors. The terrain there is even lower. The environment there is much worse than mine. No wonder. Xiao Chen had always felt that their missions were too easy. Usually, they were just going through the motions, and there was basically nothing to do. So this was the reason. By the way, have you found the 2 mutated corpses? Xiao Chen suddenly thought of this matter. This was a good opportunity, he could ask Yuan about it. I already have some clues, but it's best if you don't ask. Yuan did not directly answer Xiao Chen's question. He continued from where he left off, according to what you said, your master should be Lu Ryue, right? Seeing Xiao Chen nod his head, Yuan smiled gently and muttered, she has not given up yet. Rumble. Just at this moment, there was a loud rumbling sound on the empty ground on the other side of the river. Xiao Chen looked in that direction and discovered a huge rock shaking non-stop in the center of the empty ground on the other side of the river. The huge force caused the entire mountain wall to shake, and countless rocks fell from the top of their heads. Xiao Chen had seen this huge rock earlier. However, he did not pay much attention to it at that time. He thought it was just an ordinary rock. After all, it was not strange to see rocks underground. However, at this moment, thick chains suddenly appeared on the huge rock. There was a saber stabbed into the ground in 8 different directions around the huge rock. The thick chains moved from the huge rock to the sabers. The huge rock shook non-stop, as though it would be lifted off the ground at any moment. However, the 8 sabers did not move at all. Occasionally, there would be a flash of light on the sabers. The light traveled along the chains to the huge rock. The huge rock that was lifted off the ground was instantly pressed down again. Rumble. After the huge rock was pressed down, it immediately flew up again. The chains shook non-stop. The huge rock seemed to be suppressing some kind of demon or monster. A berserk roar came from inside. The roar reverberated in the vast cave. Xiaochen stared at the 8 sabers and the chains. He was sure that he did not see the 8 sabers and chains earlier. Otherwise, he would not have ignored the huge rock. Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense. However, he could not feel the existence of any objects. Aside from the huge rock, he could not see any chains or sabers. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Xiaochen thought suspiciously. I can clearly see them. Why can't I sense them with my spiritual sense? That's not right. These 8 sabers are indeed not objects. They are the soul chains and soul holy weapons formed by the powerhouses before they died. Xiaochen thought in astonishment. Xiaochen finally understood what was going on. In some ancient books, it was recorded that before a sage died, they could merge their cultivation with their soul, turning it into a soul holy weapon and soul chain. What kind of enemy could cause 8 sages to turn into soul holy weapons and soul chains at the same time? What kind of person was so horrifying? What exactly is in there? Xiaochen asked Yuan. Yuan took a look and said, 1,000 years ago, a fiend king came to our heavenly saber pavilion to steal the spirit vein's origin. In the end, it was suppressed by the 8 supreme elders. The fiend king was actually suppressed by a fiend king. Xiaochen thought in astonishment, so there really are fiends in this world. The fiend race was different from the demons underground. They had existed in the Tianwu continent since the ancient era. According to rumors, in the immemorial era before the ancient era, there were tens of thousands of races. Humans were one of the weaker races. Due to some unknown reason, they obtained the final victory in the 100-race war of the immemorial era. In the following ancient era, the human race completely dominated the Tianwu continent. The other races either got wiped out or ran away. The human race spread throughout the Tianwu continent. After that, the few demonic calamities caused these races, which were already severely injured, to vanish from the long river of history. However, the fiend race was a rather special existence. They had existed for tens of thousands of years and had avoided a few demonic calamities without being wiped out. There had always been rumors that there was a large number of fiend race in the ancient desolate land of the Tianwu continent. From the looks of it now, the rumors should be true. Boom! A loud explosion, louder than any of the previous sounds, resounded in the spacious cave. A huge hairy hand stretched out from the bottom of the huge rock. A surging aura surged out from the ground and spread throughout the entire cave. It caused everyone to tremble in fear. Before this boundless aura, they felt like they were as insignificant as ants. The sharp fingertips of the huge hand flickered with a cold light. It stretched towards a saber on the ground and instantly grasped the saber hilt. Xiaochen's expression changed. The blue dragon in his body felt threatened. It emitted a faint pressure and easily neutralized this surging aura. Xiaochen muttered, "What is it trying to do? It has already been more than 1,000 years. How can it still have such a horrifying aura? Every month, during these few days, it will be more manic. There is no need to worry." The soul holy weapons and soul chains are not just for show. Furthermore, the divine saber camp is here. It will not be able to cause any trouble. Yuan saw that something was wrong with Xiao Chen's expression and quickly explained. Pu ci. Indeed, it was as Yuan said. The instant the huge claw touched the saber hilt, the soul chains crackled with electricity. The 8 soul holy weapons also lit up with resplendent electricity. Ah! A miserable shriek came from the bottom of the huge rock. The soul holy weapons and the soul chains were weapons that directly attacked the soul. No matter how strong the physical body was, it was impossible to dodge. Descend. One of the divine saber camp cultivators snorted coldly. His figure flashed in the air and he leaped onto the huge rock. He stomped heavily on it and immediately pushed the Fiend King underground back. Who? The 8 soul holy weapons started to spin rapidly. The soul chains wrapped around the blade started to contract. Endless miserable cries came from the ground. After a long time, the miserable shriek stopped. The 8 soul holy weapons and the soul chains disappeared and the cave returned to peace. Yuan got up and smiled at Xiao Qin. Let's go. We have watched the show and gotten some fresh air. It should not be too boring. Xiao Qin nodded his head. However, he felt like he had forgotten something. Suddenly, he was startled and said, "Wait a moment. You have not told me why we cannot kill those spirit-swallowing worms." Yuan smiled casually. It is not that we cannot kill them. It is just that we cannot kill them too ruthlessly. If it were not for these spirit-swallowing worms, this Lingyun Mountain spirit vein would have been dug dry in the past 10,000 years. After the spirit-swallowing worms consume the spirit stone raw ore, the spirit core that they produce is the best nourishment for the spirit vein's origin. If we kill them all, the spirit vein's origin will dry up. The spirit vein's origin was the source of the spirit stone raw ore. If the spirit vein's origin dried up, the spirit vein would no longer produce spirit stones. Xiao Qin understood this principle. However, he did not expect that the nourishment for the spirit vein's origin would be the spirit-swallowing worm's inner cores. That's not right. Why did you say that the spirit-swallowing worms are the greatest enemy of the spirit vein? Yuan explained, we cannot have too many of them. If they consume all the spirit stone raw ore, what are we going to dig for? Hence, we have to maintain a balance. We have to kill a batch every now and then. I said this to give you a reason to kill the spirit-swallowing worms. After all, you cannot kill that many spirit-swallowing worms by yourself. The two of them started to walk back. Along the way, Yuan asked about the current situation of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Qin told him everything he knew in detail. When Yuan heard about the Qingyun Peak that had declined beyond recognition, he occasionally sighed. He seemed extremely sorrowful. When they returned to the stone room, it was the same as the previous few nights. Mu Xinyo was nowhere to be found. Xiao Qin was already used to it and did not pay much attention to it. Hey! After Xiao Qin finished bathing, he passed by Mu Xinya's stone bed. From the corner of his eye, he saw Mu Xinya's Gongyu Peak identity token and the Hall of Contributions mission token under her pillow. The identity token and the mission token were not taken away. Xiao Qin walked forward and flipped them out. It was indeed Mu Xinya's Gongyu Peak identity token. The front had the words Gongyu written on it and the back had the words Mu Xinya written on it. Chapter 187. What is she trying to do? By placing the identity token here, she would be able to hide her position on the map. Could it be that she has some ulterior motive? For the past week, Xiao Qin had not seen Mu Xinya's figure every night when he returned. Although he felt it was strange, he did not pay it much attention. Everyone had their own secrets, he could not be bothered to pry. It was just like him, he would go out to practice his saber for a long time every night before returning. However, if the identity token and the mission token were placed here, the nature of the matter would change. It was clear that she was trying to hide something from others. Xiao Chen's mind worked very quickly. I have to figure this out since I will be staying with her for a long time. Otherwise, if she has some ulterior motive and implicates me, I will be done for. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and searched for Mu Xinya's figure within the mine. After scanning the cave a few times with his spiritual sense, he did not find anything. Xiao Chen expanded the range of his spiritual sense. After a while, he finally found Mu Xinya in a dead end. In front of Mu Xinya, there was a tall and stout man. He was close to 2 meters tall. Xiao Chen controlled his spiritual sense and carefully circled around. When he saw this person's appearance, he could not help but say, supervisorly, how did Mu Xinya meet him? The two of them spoke very quickly. However, Xiao Chen had never heard this language before. He could not understand what they were discussing. In the end, the two of them seemed to be arguing. Mu Xinya's expression became very impatient. Although Xiao Chen could not understand what the two of them were saying, from their expressions, Xiao Chen could vaguely deduce their relationship. They did not have a master-servant relationship, they seemed to be bargaining. Supervisor Li was not satisfied with the price that Mu Xinya offered, he thought it was too low. Mu Xinya was very dissatisfied with this. From her expression, it seemed like she was scolding him for going back on his word. After a while, Mu Xinya and Supervisor Li separated and rushed towards the stone room. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his spiritual sense and placed Mu Xinya's identity token back in its original place. Then, he lay down on his bed and pretended to sleep. The next day, in the mine, boom! Xiao Chen stabbed his saber into the heart of one of the corpses. Mu Xinya quickly dodged to the back. Her 2 sabers crisscrossed in the air and chopped off the head of the corpse. Who? Xiao Chen drew his saber and retreated, continuing to attract the attention of the corpse. Mu Xinya followed up from behind, and with a flash of saber light, she chopped off the arms of the corpse. Not long after, the low-level dried corpse died at the hands of the two of them. It was cut into 8 pieces, and it couldn't be more dead. Senior Brother Yi, this battle only took 5 minutes. Our cooperation is getting better, Mu Xinya smiled as she looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. What happened last night had left a shadow in his heart. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen could only secretly be vigilant and pretend that nothing had happened. He was afraid of alerting the enemy. Be careful. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. He rushed forward and punched at Mu Xinya. The wind from his fist brushed past Mu Xinya's face and struck a corpse behind her. It was unknown when this corpse had come out of the ground. It took advantage of the moment when the two of them were distracted to pounce at Mu Xinya. From the time Xiao Chen said, "Be careful," to the time he punched the head of the corpse, only a breath of time had passed. Xiao Chen's physical body was incredibly hard. In a moment of desperation, he punched with all his might and smashed the head of the corpse into mush. Mu Xinya's reaction was extremely fast. She immediately turned around and 2 saber lights appeared on her 2 sabers, chopping off half of the corpse. It was originally a low-level corpse. After the two of them reacted, they quickly destroyed it. With the precedent set, no one dared to be careless. They started to check carefully and only relaxed after they confirmed it was safe. Mu Xinya looked at Xiao Chen and smiled gratefully. "Senior Brother Yi, you saved me again. I really don't know what to say." Xiao Chen waved his hand. "I'll say it again. There is still a long way to go. Who knows? Who knows, I might be saved by you in the next moment." Mu Xinya smiled. "Senior Brother Yi, I like what you said. In that case, I will work harder and find an opportunity to return this favor to Senior Brother Yi." At this moment, Mu Xinya's expression was innocent and romantic. She was like a cute girl next door. Xiao Chen was unable to connect her with the girl who had been spying with Supervisor Li the day before. The two of them continued their patrol. When they arrived at where Supervisor Li was, Xiao Chen purposely lingered there for a while. Supervisor Li acted as usual. He got up and put down his work. He said to the two of them, "Greetings to the two little lords." Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to scan Supervisor Li's body. He still could not feel any martial spirit in his body. He was completely an ordinary person. Xiao Chen could not help but feel disappointed. There was clearly something wrong with this Supervisor Li. The color of his eyes was much brighter than that of a regular miner. If it was in the past, Xiao Chen could have thought that he was more optimistic, unlike the other miners who were numb. However, after seeing what happened yesterday, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, he could not find anything wrong with Supervisor Li. No matter how he looked at it, he was just an ordinary person who did manual labor. This little one is going to work. The two little lords, please continue with your work. Supervisor Li bowed and took his leave. In the instant that Mu Xinya was not paying attention, Xiao Chen suddenly used his dexterity and struck one of the people pushing the mining cart. That person instantly lost his balance and the mining cart suddenly flipped over, pressing down on Supervisor Li. Rumble. The spirit stone raw ore on the cart all rolled out. The cart floated up and pressed down on Supervisor Li's body. The surrounding miners quickly went over to pull Supervisor Li out. What's going on? Mu Xinya turned around and asked suspiciously. Nothing, it's just an ordinary accident. Let's go. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Supervisor Li's performance was like that of an ordinary person. When faced with a sudden attack, he did not show any extraordinary side to him. In the headquarters of the 8th layer of the mine, a cultivator investigating the missing miners said to Yi Wen, "Elder Yi, we still have not found that group of miners. Furthermore, a few miners from this layer have been disappearing every day. However, because it is not a large-scale disappearance, there is no panic." Yi Wen said indifferently, "Continue investigating. Tally up the total number of people disappearing and report it to me every day." The days in the mine passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Xiao Chen had already been here for half a month. Xiao Chen's daily activities also became more regular. During the day, he would patrol. At night, he would consolidate his saber techniques and practice the clear wind chop. The clear wind chop had already stabilized at the small perfection. When Xiao Chen drew his saber, he could perfectly hide his killing chi in the cool breeze. It would not leak out at all. He was steadily advancing towards the middle perfection. Aside from being a little boring, the days were rather peaceful. The only flaw was that he could not cultivate. Before he came here, his Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had already reached the consummation of the 3rd layer. Originally, Xiao Chen was prepared to break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 4th layer this month, raising the might of his Purple Thunder True Fire by another layer. After that, he could truly refine his own magic treasure. From the looks of it, he could only give up on that and wait until he got out of here. On this particular day, Xiao Chen and Mu Xinya were preparing to patrol as per usual. However, they did not expect Yi Wen to bring an unexpected person over. "This is Ma Qin, you should have met him before. Something unexpected happened to him during his mission. He is here to continue his mission," Yi Wen said as he pointed at the person behind him. Ma Qin cupped his hands towards the two of them and said, "We meet again." Back then, before the group entered the heaven viewing platform, Ma Qin had told them about his experiences in carrying out missions. Thus, Xiao Chen had a rather deep impression of him. However, what exactly happened to him? Why was he sent here from the heaven viewing platform? Where are the others? Why is he here alone? Xiao Chen's heart was filled with doubts. After Yuan left, before Xiaochen could say anything, Mu Xinya asked impatiently, "Senior brother Ma, what exactly happened to you? Where are the other senior brothers?" Ma Qin revealed an expression of lingering fear as he said, "They are all dead. They dug out a superior grade spirit stone in the 28th layer, and a corpse king appeared. The few of us happened to pass by that place. That corpse king had been beside the superior grade spirit stone for an unknown number of years. Unexpectedly, it still knows the martial techniques it used when it was alive. Furthermore, its spiritual intelligence is very high. Superior grade spirit stone." Xiao Chen and Mu Xinya were astonished. A superior grade spirit stone appeared in the Great Chu Nation's spirit vein's origin. This was very surprising. After the ancient era, the spiritual energy in the Tianwu continent became increasingly sparse. Even the Great Jin Nation, which had the densest spiritual energy, was a far cry from that era. As for the other four nations, their spiritual energy was even more sparse. It was already a pleasant surprise for a medial grade spirit stone to appear in a spirit vein. They did not expect to find a superior grade spirit stone raw or in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion spirit vein. The value of a superior grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. However, if one really wanted to exchange for it, no one would be willing to do so. This was because superior grade spirit stones were too rare. The vast and pure essence it contained was very attractive even to martial kings and martial monarchs. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, if he could find a suitable cultivation technique and absorb a superior grade spirit stone, he could immediately advance to martial saint. Furthermore, there would not be any side effects. He would not have to worry about it affecting his future cultivation. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen continued to ask, "What happened after that? Did you manage to snatch the superior grade spirit stone raw or from the corpse king? Did you kill the corpse king?" Ma Qin replied, "The corpse king's cultivation was close to that of a martial monarch. Furthermore, its body was as tough as steel. Regular sabers and swords would not be able to injure it at all. We sent out 10 peak bladesmen from the divine saber camp, but it still managed to escape in the end. However, we managed to obtain the superior grade spirit stone raw ore." Xiao Qin and Ma Qin did not notice a strange expression flash on Mu Xinya's face when she heard that the corpse king was not dead. Ma Qin continued, "I'm really envious of the two of you. The tunnels of the 8th level are famous for being peaceful, and there have never been any major incidents. I don't know how you two ended up here, but something like this has never happened before." Chapter 188. Xiao Chen was now truly thankful to Yuan. If it were not for Yuan, he would have been one of the cultivators who met the corpse king. Who knows, he might have already become a corpse. Nothing much changed in the following days. Xiao Chen continued to patrol during the day and practice his saber at night. However, now that the two of them had become three, the days were not as boring as usual, and the three of them talked a lot more. Mu Xinya still went out for a long period of time every day. Every now and then, she would meet with Supervisor Li. However, Xiao Chen still could not understand what the two of them were saying. He could only keep his guard up, there was nothing he could do. Schwa. In a dead passage, Xiao Chen was in the air. Before he drew his saber, a cool breeze blew in the air. After the lunar shadow saber was drawn, a faint saber light flashed in the cool breeze. After Xiao Chen landed on the ground, a happy expression appeared on his face. He had finally mastered the second stage of the clear wind chop. The clear wind chop had a total of 3 stages. The first stage was to hide one's killing chi, eliminating one's killing intent so that others would not be able to quickly sense the timing of the move. Clear wind chop, which came first, the clear wind or the chop? If the clear wind came first and the saber came after, then it should definitely be the clear wind before the chop. However, if Xiao Chen did not draw his saber and create the air currents, how could there be a cool breeze? Therefore, the second stage of the clear wind chop was to practice until there was a clear wind before there was a chop. After working hard for more than half a month, Xiaochen finally completed the second stage. Xiaochen was about to break through to the third stage of the clear wind chop, which was the breakthrough to the great success realm. Only the clear wind could be seen, but not the saber. If Xiaochen could practice it to the point where he could completely hide the saber in the cool wind, preventing the enemy from discovering the direction of the saber, then he would have reached great perfection in the clear wind chop. I have finally mastered it. It seems my talent is quite good. In just half a month's time, I was able to master the clear wind chop to the middle stage. Who knows, I might be able to master it before the end of the month, Xiaochen said happily. He continued to practice for a while. As usual, Xiaochen practiced until his primordial qi was exhausted. Only then did he start to walk towards the stone room. Young Lord Yi. A faintly discernible voice sounded. This voice was very familiar to Xiaochen. Usually, when the miners and supervisors saw Xiaochen, they would greet him like this. He turned around and saw that it was indeed one of the supervisors he had seen before. After standing guard in the pitch-black tunnel for a long time, Xiaochen stopped and asked, "Supervisor Zhao, how did you find me?" Supervisor Zhao said weakly, "I have been wanting to look for Little Sir for some time now. My miners heard that Little Sir often goes out to practice his saber at night, so I waited here." Xiaochen nodded. It was no secret that he came out to practice at night. "Why are you looking for me? Did you run into a mummy?" Supervisor Zhao's face had not seen the sun for a long time. After he washed it, it was very pale. Coupled with his numb eyes, he looked very miserable. "No, recently, there have been brothers disappearing mysteriously. At first, I did not pay much attention to it. This is because it is normal for people to disappear from time to time in the mine. However, after I asked the other supervisors, I discovered that there were people disappearing from their places as well. They really disappeared. In the past, even if they disappeared, we could still find their corpses. However, this time, we could not even find their corpses." Xiaochen frowned slightly. From Supervisor Zhao's words, it was clear that the disappearances were premeditated. Someone was behind all this. Every supervisor had one or two people disappearing. The number did not seem large. However, when added together, it was quite horrifying. There were a total of 20 supervisors in the mine. Each supervisor led more than 100 miners. Every now and then, one or two would disappear. In total, there were probably more than 100 people. Who was it that made these miners disappear without a trace? Xiaochen collected his thoughts and said to Supervisor Zhao, "I understand the situation now. I will speak to Elder Yi tomorrow." Supervisor Zhao hesitated for a while. His expression seemed like he was struggling with something. Finally, he made up his mind and said, "Little Lord Yi, we have a few brothers who will be reaching the end of their 5-year term at the end of this month. Now that something like this happened, they are all anxious. If they want to leave early, they can take less money." When Xiaochen heard this, he revealed a difficult expression. He said, "There has never been such a precedent before. Furthermore, this matter is not under my jurisdiction. My words do not have any effect." Supervisor Zhao said anxiously, "Little Lord Yi, you are a good person. We all know that. In the past, the caretakers did not treat us miners as humans. Not only did they mock us coldly, sometimes, they even moved us. You have been here for so long, but you have never given us a meaningful glance. Everyone knows this." Xiaochen had heard Ma Chen mention this before. In the past, when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples took on this mission, many of them could not stand the boring life in the mine. They would vent their anger on the miners. This was a very common thing. Xiaochen revealed a bitter smile. If he did not do anything, he would be considered a good person. However, the good people in this world were too cheap. Little Lord Yi, I kneel before you. You have to help me with this. Those people will be reaching the end of their 5-year term at the end of this month. If anything happens to them, it would not be worth it. Seeing Xiao Qin remain silent, Supervisor Zhao immediately knelt before Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin was startled and quickly helped Supervisor Zhao up. He said, I can speak on behalf of Martial Uncle Yi. However, I cannot guarantee that it will work. Supervisor Zhao said gratefully, it is good that you can speak. I thank Little Lord Yi in advance. I will take my leave first. As Xiao Qin watched Supervisor Zhao leave, he sank into deep thought. He had been watching Mu Xinya's matter coldly from the sidelines. However, from the looks of it now, things seemed to be getting worse. The next day, Xiao Qin started to secretly visit the other supervisors, asking them about the situation. He had always been cautious when he did things. The matter that Supervisor Zhao spoke of was rather serious. Regardless of whether he was lying or not, he would never be able to understand the truth with just a one-sided story. Within a day, Xiao Qin finished asking all the 20-odd supervisors. It was as Supervisor Zhao said, all the supervisors had minors who mysteriously disappeared. There were at most 5 or 6, and at least 1 or 2. After Xiao Qin thought for a long time, he went behind Mu Xinya and Ma Chen's back to find Supervisor Li and his group of miners. Hey, Little Lord Yi, why are you alone? Where are the other 2 little lords? As usual, when Supervisor Li saw Xiao Qin, he greeted him warmly. Xiao Qin nodded his head in acknowledgement. He said, Supervisor Li, did any of the miners under you mysteriously disappear recently? Supervisor Li thought for a while before replying, I have not heard of it. None of my people are missing. What's wrong? Did something happen to Little Lord? The instant Supervisor Li spoke, Xiao Qin carefully observed his expression. However, he did not discover anything. Xiao Qin said indifferently, nothing much, I was just casually asking. I'll take my leave first. Xiao Qin walked to a corner and stopped. He turned his spiritual sense into a thin thread and continued to observe. I don't believe that you can hide it so well. Supervisor, what did the caretaker ask earlier? A few miners ran over and asked. Supervisor Li waved his hand and said, just do your work. Don't ask too much. After observing for a long time, Supervisor Li was still the same as before. He led the group of miners to mine seriously. His expression did not change at all. He did not show any strange expression because of Xiao Qin's question. Could it be that the person who met up with Mu Xinya was not Supervisor Li? Xiao Qin withdrew his spiritual sense and thought suspiciously. How could a normal person hide so deeply? Xiao Qin withdrew his spiritual sense and shook his head. He could not figure out what was going on. After Xiao Qin left, Supervisor Li tossed away the oar in his hand. His gaze seemed to penetrate the wall as he watched Xiao Qin leave. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes. When Xiao Qin arrived at the headquarters of this lair, he coincidentally met Yuan. Xiao Qin quickly went forward and told Yuan everything that he found out today. After that, he also mentioned Supervisor Zhao's request. After Yuan heard it, he said indifferently, I got it. You can go back first. When Xiao Qin saw that Yuan did not seem to mind, he said worriedly, Martial Uncle Yi, those people's 5-year term is almost up anyway. Reducing their pay and letting those miners go should not be a problem. Yuan seemed to be very busy and was already preparing to leave. When he heard what Xiao Qin said, he stopped and said, you are only looking at the problem from your point of view. There is nothing wrong with 50 miners leaving. After all, their term is almost up. However, have you thought about it? There are more than 2,000 miners in the tunnels. At this moment, they are already starting to feel uneasy. If a large number of miners were to leave at this moment, have you thought about what would happen? If a large number of miners were to leave at this moment, it would definitely incite the other miners to panic. When that happened, it would be impossible to resolve the situation. Xiaochen instantly thought of what would happen. Although this was logical, Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. You can go. I know what you are talking about. I will deal with it in 2 days, Yuan consoled Xiaochen when he saw him remain silent. Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, Marshal Uncle Yi, don't go yet. I still have something to report. After thinking for a long time, although there was no evidence, Xiaochen still decided to tell Yuan about Mu Xinya and Supervisor Li's strange behavior. After Yuan heard it, his expression did not change. He said, we are all from the same sect. If you do not have any evidence, don't make a report. Xiaochen was unconvinced. Marshal Uncle Yi, Yuan interrupted him, there is no need for you to say anything else. Go back quickly. If you do not have any evidence and make such a report again, I will not be polite. That night, in a dead tunnel on the 8th layer of the tunnels, Supervisor Li said to Mu Xinya, the fellow who came down with you seems to have sensed something. He came to test me again today. Mu Xinya was not surprised. It's fine, he will not be able to find any evidence. Furthermore, he is not a busybody. Supervisor Li was still a little worried. Should we silence him? I am not ready yet. If this fellow spoils our plans, it will be troublesome. Mu Xinya shook her head, there is no need. We can make a move tomorrow. When Supervisor Li heard this, his expression changed. He said in astonishment, make a move tomorrow. That is too rushed. The longer I refine that thing, the stronger it will be. It should be safer at the end of the month. Chapter 189. Mu Xinya said indifferently, in addition to the 2 mutated Corpse Kings from before and the newly discovered Corpse King, there are 3 Corpse Kings. Each Corpse King has the strength of a martial monarch. We should be able to succeed. According to the agreement, you have to increase my remuneration by half. I have lived here for 10 years, living a life that is neither human nor ghost. I have had enough. Supervisor Li revealed an expression of resentment as he spoke. Mu Xinya frowned slightly. My race has prepared this plan for over 100 years. What is your 10 years' worth of effort? At the last moment, you are going back on your word. You are too untrustworthy. Supervisor Li chuckled, whatever you say, I will definitely eat you up. At most, we will just break up. A cold killing intent flashed in Mu Xinya's eyes. Her aura suddenly soared, as though she was going to make a move at any moment. Supervisor Li smiled faintly and welcomed her without fear. Finally, Mu Xinya compromised. She snorted coldly, as you wish. I will increase your medial grade spirit stones to 3,000. In another tunnel, Xiaochen felt uneasy as he practiced his saber randomly. The night pearls lit up the tunnel like it was daytime. A strong wind blew and saber lights flickered. Occasionally, there would be explosive shouts coming from the air. Xiaochen casually practiced a set of saber techniques. When his aura reached its peak, he shouted and swung the lunar shadow saber. The saber blade gave off a glow as it stabbed into the stone wall. Shwa! Shwa! Black rocks fell off the wall continuously. The entire blade of the lunar shadow saber, including the hilt, was completely embedded into the wall. It was clear how angry he was. He had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain this information. He had not thought of receiving any rewards, he only hoped that the other party would take note of it. Who knew that Yuan would accuse him of snitching? This made him very depressed. Xiaochen took a few deep breaths before he slowly calmed down. It looks like there is no hope for Supervisor Zhao. I do not know how to face him tomorrow. Never mind, things will eventually sort themselves out, Xiaochen sighed to himself. I just have to guarantee that nothing big will happen before the end of the month. He's just a little girl and an ordinary miner. If I'm careful, I don't believe that he can cause any big waves. The next day, early in the morning, Xiaochen acted as usual, acting as though nothing had happened. He went out to patrol with Ma Qing and Mu Xinya. The morning passed just like that. It was so peaceful that there were no waves, which made people feel uncomfortable. Not to mention the dried corpses, even the spirit-swallowing worms that could be seen occasionally had disappeared without a trace. The mine was eerily quiet. Just when Xiaochen thought he was imagining things, Ma Qing suddenly said, "What's going on today? I feel like something is wrong." Xiaochen looked at him and said in surprise, "Do you have this feeling too? I thought I was the only one who felt that way." Ma Qing had completed many missions in this tunnel. His intuition should be trustworthy. Xiaochen couldn't help but feel nervous. During the patrol in the afternoon, Xiaochen paid 120% of his attention. Aside from paying attention to his surroundings, he also placed most of his attention on Mu Xinya. If there were any accidents, it would definitely be related to Mu Xinya. When the time came, he just had to keep an eye on her. If anything happened, he would be able to salvage the situation. Xiaochen came to a fork that he passed frequently. He ignored the two dead ends and headed for the left tunnel with the miner's lamp. "Little Lord Yi, is that you?" Xiaochen had not gone far when he heard a weak voice coming from the dead-end tunnel behind him. He quickly stopped and looked towards one of the tunnels. He sent out his spiritual sense and saw the appearance of the person who spoke. Xiaochen was startled. It was the supervisor who had been missing for close to half a month. "Who is inside?" Ma Qing asked cautiously. Xiaochen replied, "It is the supervisor Wang that I mentioned to you previously. He has been missing for half a month already. I did not expect him to suddenly appear here." "Little Lord Yi, is that you?" That weak voice drifted over once again. It sounded like it was squeezed out from between clenched teeth. It caused one's scalp to go numb and felt very uncomfortable. Ma Qing had already drawn his saber. His entire body was tense and he was on high alert. He said to Xiaochen, "Junior brother Yi, do you want to go over and take a look?" Xiaochen muttered to himself for a while, pretending to be thinking. In reality, he was using his spiritual sense to observe the supervisor. He discovered that aside from the fact that the supervisor's life force was very weak, there was nothing wrong with him. Even so, this person had been missing for close to half a month. Now that he suddenly appeared, it was hard to avoid feeling suspicious. He did not dare to be careless. "Let's go over and take a look." "Just stay alert." Xiaochen placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber and led Ma Qing towards the dead-end tunnel. When they got close, they discovered that Supervisor Wang was lying on the ground. He was leaning weakly against the wall, groaning weakly. Seeing such a situation, Xiaochen relaxed his guard. Xiaochen took out a bottle of water and handed it to this person. Supervisor Wang revealed an expression of joy as he stretched his hand out to receive the bottle. "Hu Qi. King Chang." However, Supervisor Wang had only extended his hand halfway. Before Xiaochen felt anything was wrong, Ma Qing, who was beside him, hacked down with his saber. This saber tore through the air. It was very fast, there was no way to dodge. When the sharp blade struck Supervisor Wang's hand, something strange happened. Supervisor Wang's hand was not chopped off. Instead, it emitted a clanging sound that sounded like metal colliding with metal. Xiaochen's expression changed and he quickly retreated far away. Supervisor Wang bounced up from the ground and quickly stood up. He completely tore off his disguise and a rotten smell came from his body. His clothes were torn apart, revealing the hard black skin underneath. "How did you discover that something was wrong?" Xiaochen asked as he stood together with Ma Qing. Ma Qing quickly replied, his 5 fingers were completely black, they had lost the luster of a human. So that's how it is. Xiaochen looked at Supervisor Wang in astonishment. He did not expect that after not seeing him for half a month, Supervisor Wang had actually turned into a dried corpse. G.A. 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 A strange laughter came from Supervisor Wang's mouth. He said clearly, I originally wanted to give you a surprise. Who knew that you would discover it in advance? Ma Chang's complexion was somewhat pale as he said in a soft voice, something is wrong. Why does he still have his own thoughts? After he was infected with the corpse poison, he should have turned into a walking corpse. Xiaochen frowned, he could not guess what was going on. It was not like it had never happened before for a living person to turn into a dried corpse. When an ordinary person was infected with the corpse poison, they would turn into a dried corpse. However, those were just walking corpses, they did not have much combat prowess. Even an ordinary person could easily dodge them. Supervisor Wang laughed strangely again. Do you think I am someone that those walking corpses can compare to? I am the corpse monarch, someone who uses corpses to prove my Tao. I am the monarch of the ancient corpses. Who? Supervisor Wang waved his hands in the air and a golden cloak appeared from nowhere. Then, he tied it around his body. Then, he took out a golden crown and wore it on his head. For a corpse that was as thin as firewood to be wearing such a set of clothing, it was incomparably strange. Who cares what you are? I will chop you to death with one strike. Mountain-splitting chop. Ma Ching snorted coldly and leaped into the air. His figure flashed into the air. He had already practiced this mountain-splitting chop to great perfection. An indistinct image of a lonely mountain appeared above his head. It seemed like it had the force of 10,000 kilograms as it descended with a majestic aura. Supervisor Wang, or rather, the corpse sovereign. The corpse sovereign laughed coldly and pointed at the ground. The ground exploded with a bang, and a mummy burst out from the ground, leaping towards Ma Ching. Chop! When Ma Ching saw the corpse bearing its fangs and claws in the air, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Ma Ching shouted and swung his saber, infused with the force of 10,000 kilograms, at the corpse. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the corpse in the air. A purple light flashed in his eyes and he saw the situation of the corpse clearly. Countless streams of black light flowed through the meridians of the corpse's body. In the dantian, there was a black spiral of qi that spun like a gale. Xiaochen was astonished. This corpse was clearly a ticking time bomb. The flowing black qi was the fuse. As long as it was broken, it would explode immediately. Furthermore, the might of this attack was not small. If Ma Ching was caught off guard, he would definitely suffer. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiaochen shouted, and a boundless amount of essence flowed to his right foot. His right foot pushed off the ground, and the ground started to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a blue dragon image wrapped around Xiaochen's body. It was as though he had turned into a dragon. The dragon tail whipped in the air, creating an intense ripple and space started to tremble. In the next instant, Xiaochen's figure moved in an arc in the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ma Ching. The three flowing cloud images made the first move. The scabbard of the saber struck the corpse's body gently, creating an intense wave on the surface of the sea. The corpse was thrown towards the corpse monarch on the ground. This was the first time Xiaochen used the high-level technique of the blue dragon cloud soaring art. This was the true might of a heaven-ranked movement technique. After he used it, his speed instantly reached its peak. Not only did Ma Ching not react, but the corpse monarch on the ground also did not react. Only when the corpse flew into the air did the corpse monarch on the ground react. A strange smile appeared on his skinny face as he flicked his finger. Boom! The corpse directly exploded in the air with a loud bang. It immediately shattered into pieces. The corpse turned into a black chi flow and spread out in all directions. When the energy condensed from Ma Cheng's mountain-splitting chop met with this chi flow, it was actually evenly matched. Ma Cheng somersaulted backwards and landed firmly on the ground. Traceless flowing water. Xiao Chen was in the air. He had a relaxed expression as he executed the 3 flowing cloud images. The scabbard of the saber streaked across in front of him. It carried a gentle energy like flowing water, sweeping away the black chi flow without a trace. When the black chi flow scattered, Xiao Chen and Ma Cheng stood together. They looked at the corpse monarch in front of them cautiously. Although it called itself a monarch, it did not have the strength of a martial monarch. It was equivalent to a human martial king. Even so, a martial king was not something the two of them could deal with. Furthermore, this corpse monster was extremely strange. It was much stronger than a regular martial king. Chapter 190. Since you are able to receive one move from me and not die, I will let you off. G.A. 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 The corpse monarch laughed strangely. He waved his right hand and corpses poured out of the ground. When one looked carefully, these corpses were the missing miners. Someone had used a special method to refine these corpses. They were much stronger than regular corpses. The corpse monarch laughed strangely. Take your time, I still have things to do. G.A. 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 The corpse monarch's body slowly merged into the ground and soon disappeared without a trace. However, the ground was still as flat as before. There were no cracks at all. Earth evasion technique. Seeing the method the corpse monarch used to escape, Xiao Chen immediately thought of the earth evasion technique recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. The scene in front of him was exactly the same as the earth evasion technique. However, there was no time for him to think about it. The surrounding corpses were already rushing over. The narrow tunnel was filled with hundreds of corpses. Pooh! 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 Xiao Chen brandished the scabbard in his hand, making it airtight. His figure turned into flowing water, blocking all the corpses rushing at him. Occasionally, he would even help Ma Qin. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. He turned to Ma Qin and asked, "Senior brother Ma, did you see junior sister Mu?" Ma Chen was stunned. Then, he asked in a strange tone, "That's right, where did junior sister Mu go? When did she leave?" Damn it, Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. After guarding her for so long, in the end, she still managed to leave this place silently. Mu Xinya must have taken the opportunity to leave when the two of them were distracted by Supervisor Wang. Ma Qing kicked one of the dried corpses away and dodged the attack of the other dried corpse. Then, he slashed his saber at the other dried corpse's body, creating a clanging sound. It sounded like metal clashing against metal. The dried corpse was pushed back but was unable to be split into two. "Junior brother Yi, what should we do? These corpses seem to be invulnerable. Furthermore, there are too many of them. I'm afraid we cannot think of a solution. The situation is not good," Ma Chen said anxiously. Xiao Chen muttered to himself in silence, carefully thinking of countermeasures. The speed and strength of these corpses were only that of an ordinary human martial grand master. If that was all, with Ma Cheng's cultivation, he would be able to easily kill his way out. In addition, Xiao Chen would definitely be able to wipe out this group of corpses. However, the most troublesome thing was that the skin of these dried corpses was as tough as steel. When the blade struck them, it could only leave a shallow mark. What was even more troublesome was that these dried corpses did not feel any pain at all. If you can't repel him, he will ignore the wounds on his body and continue to attack you. It's very troublesome. Xiao Chen could easily leave by himself. However, he did not want to expose too many of his trump cards in front of Ma Qing. After all, he had not interacted much with Ma Qing. It was better to be on guard. Let's rush out, Senior Brother Ma. Don't hide anymore. Xiao Chen said calmly. He did not believe that Ma Qing, who had completed so many missions in the tunnels and escaped unscathed, did not have any trump cards. There was only one reason why Ma Qing did not want to use his trump cards. He wanted to preserve his strength and force Xiao Chen to make a move. Ma Qing revealed an embarrassed expression. He smiled bitterly and said, I am really not hiding anything. It is just that I am not confident. I will need Senior Brother Yi to help me later. Otherwise, all my efforts will be wasted. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen held his saber in his left hand and punched 3 times with his right hand. He easily knocked back 3 corpses that pounced at him. His body had been tempered by the 7-leaf flower and cultivated bitterly. Even if he did not use his essence and just relied on the strength of his physical body, he would have more than 1,000 kilograms of force. When these corpses were struck by his punch, a slight crack appeared on their bronze-like skin. When they were knocked back, they knocked the corpses behind them to the ground. When Ma Qing, who was at the side, saw this scene, he was astonished. He could not tell that an inferior-grade martial grand master like Xiao Chen actually had such strength. I wonder if Senior Brother Ma has any good moves to break out of this encirclement. If you need me to make a move, I will not hesitate to do so, Xiao Chen said. Ma Qing split apart 2 corpses and said, I have a large area of effect martial technique. I think I can open a path. However, it takes a long time to activate. I will need Junior Brother Yi to protect me. That is not a problem, Xiao Chen said. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. It was like a blue dragon was swimming around Ma Qing. He used the scabbard in his hand like a wooden stick. When the corpses that pounced over were struck by Xiao Chen, they would immediately fly back. With Xiao Chen's protection, no corpses could come within 10 meters of Ma Qing. Ma Qing took a deep breath and a light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he took 2 steps forward and shouted. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed into his saber like flowing water. Flowing water breaking peak. There was the sound of gushing water in the tunnel. An otherworldly river gathered on Ma Chang's saber. Ma Chang's right wrist, which was holding the saber, trembled slightly. A visible wave spread out in all directions. The mountain-splitting saber technique was a very common saber technique in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, there were very few people who could practice the 9th move, flowing water breaking peak. This Ma Ching was indeed outstanding. Rumble. The corpses that were flying over from all directions were immediately blasted away. The river water swept away all the corpses that were in front of it as if they were dried twigs. It's not over yet. Condense. The saber in Ma Chang's hand suddenly spun and the scattered river water gathered back together. In an instant, it shot out. All the corpses in a straight line were pierced through their chests. In the next instant, they fell apart and shattered into pieces. They could not be more dead than this. Flowing water breaking peak, so that's how it is. The flowing water is just the prelude. The final breaking peak is the true killing move, Xiao Chen thought to himself. The 2 of them took advantage of this opportunity and leaped out of the encirclement of the corpses. The space around them widened. The 2 of them executed their movement techniques and quickly shook off the corpses behind them. Let's go, let's quickly inform Marshal Uncle Yi. Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen ran towards the headquarters of the 8th layer of the tunnel. However, before they got far, they discovered something inconceivable. All the miners they met along the way had turned into corpses. This made it difficult for the 2 of them to move forward. Every step forward was incomparably difficult. Fortunately, these corpses did not have as strong a physical body as the corpses from earlier. With the strength of the 2 of them, they could easily chop these corpses into pieces. Another corpse charged at Xiao Chen without any regard for its life. Xiao Chen punched at its face. The wind from the punch caused the corpse's hair to flutter, revealing a pale face. Xiao Chen's expression changed and he could not help but stop. How could it be him? This corpse was actually the supervisor who pleaded with Xiao Chen last night. In just one night, his premonition had come true. Including him, all the miners who had reached the end of their 5-year term at the end of the month had turned into corpses. Shwa! In the instant that Xiao Chen was stunned, a saber light flew over and chopped the corpse in half. Ma Chen said anxiously, "What are you thinking about? Be careful not to get poisoned by the corpse poison. Otherwise, you will turn into a corpse as well." Who? Xiao Chen sent out 2 palm winds and blew the black liquid from the corpse to the side. Xiao Chen's expression did not change, but his heart felt like it had been stabbed by something. It was incomparably painful. "Let's go, stop staring blankly," Ma Chen quickly called out when he saw Xiao Chen standing there without moving. Xiao Chen grunted and did his best to calm his heart. He braced himself and followed behind Ma Chen, rushing quickly to the headquarters. All the 2,000 miners in the tunnel had turned into corpses. The 2 of them did not hesitate to make a move. They rushed forward as though they were breaking dry weeds. Normally, it would only take 10 minutes. However, this time, it took them more than an hour to reach the headquarters. However, something unexpected happened. The 10-odd martial saints who usually guarded the headquarters had all disappeared. The place was empty, not a single person could be seen. Piles upon piles of inferior-grade spirit stones filled the huge stone room. They shone brightly, almost blinding everyone's eyes. There was an indistinct barrier of light in front of the stone room. The 2 of them knew that this was a special barrier. Without proof, they would not be able to enter. Hence, they could only look at so many spirit stones. The 2 of them had not expected such an outcome after spending so much effort to rush over. After discussing for a while, they decided to find a place to rest first. They definitely could not go back. The place was already filled with corpses. The 2 of them were already tired of killing these corpses. They did not want to make another move. They took out the map and chose a rather desolate dead end. They were prepared to rest there before doing anything else. After rushing to the place indicated on the map, the 2 of them traveled a long distance before they relaxed. Ma Chen sat down on the ground and panted, "I have been here for so long, but this is the first time I encountered such a thing. This time, we might have really reached the end of the road." Xiao Chen's emotions had already slowly calmed down. He asked, "Senior brother Ma, you are very knowledgeable. Turning so many people into dried corpses is such a deranged action. Is there any way to do such a thing?" Ma Chen thought for a while before saying, "Aside from the already extinct running corpse sect in the Tianwu continent, I cannot think of any other reason. However, this running corpse sect has already disappeared for close to 1,000 years. The running corpse sect was an extremely evil sect. It rose up before the Tianwu dynasty. That was the most chaotic period of the human race and also the most glorious period of the running corpse sect. The running corpse sect was split into 2 factions. One faction focused on driving and controlling corpses. If they could obtain a strong corpse, their combat prowess would immediately increase greatly. This faction was the most criticized. For the sake of finding strong corpses, these people would often dig up the graves of people, opening coffins and digging up corpses. The corpses of ordinary people were not worthy of their attention. They only dug up the graves of the noble clans and large sections. These powers all had strong ancestors and were their first targets. Before the Tianwu dynasty, these people even dug up the corpse of a great emperor. The great emperor who had turned into a corpse was even more horrifying than when he was alive. No one in the continent could defeat him. However, in the end, they incurred the wrath of the public. The Tianwu emperor personally made a move and killed all the experts of this faction. From then on, this faction fell into decline. After the Tianwu dynasty, it completely disappeared from the world. Aside from this faction, there was another faction in the Running Corpse sect. This faction used corpses to prove their Tao. They used a special cultivation technique to refine themselves into corpses that were neither human nor ghost. Chapter 191. Compared to the other faction of the Running Corpse sect, they were much more low-profile and even stranger. For the sake of proving their Tao, some of them even slept underground for thousands of years. Back then, when the Tianwu Emperor killed his way into the Running Corpse sect, he killed all the experts of this faction. However, some of the old monsters hiding underground managed to escape. Although this faction survived, their cultivation technique was too strange. No one was willing to learn the Tao of corpses. Hence, the Running Corpse sect completely disappeared. After Xiaochen heard Ma Chen introduce the Running Corpse sect, he felt suspicious and asked, "According to what you said, the corpses of the miners in the mine clearly do not have any combat prowess. Why did they turn them into corpses?" Ma Chen smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, they do not have any combat prowess. If the bodies are not strong enough, there would not be any qualitative changes after turning them into corpses. The truly strong ones should be the first batch of corpses that we met. Only after they were refined using a special method would they have combat prowess. As for those miners, it should have been done in passing. After all, it is not difficult for them." Xiaochen revealed a furious expression. He clenched his left fist tightly and said, "Are these people so inhumane? They do not even let off ordinary people who have no grudges with them." Ma Chen smiled and said, "Humane? These things that are neither human nor ghost, how can they be humane? They are no longer humans. Otherwise, they would not have incited public anger in the first place." After thinking for a while, Ma Chen said, "I wonder where Elder Yi and the others went. We are trapped here, unable to advance or retreat. If we do not get out, we might be trapped here until we die." The exit of the mine was a secret. It was impossible for these inner sect disciples who were here on a contribution mission to know about it. There were specialized people who used secret treasures to trap them before bringing them out. If anything happened to Yi Wen and the others, Xiao Chen and Ma Chen might not be able to get out of here. If they died here, their corpses might even be refined into corpses. Xiao Chen trembled at the thought of it. However, when he thought about it, he felt that nothing would happen to Yi Wen. Back then, when Xiao Chen told Yi Wen about Mu Xinya and Supervisor Li, Yi Wen's expression was very calm. He even warned Xiao Chen not to be nosy. Now that Xiao Chen thought about it, Yi Wen was hinting to him that he already knew about this matter. He was warning him not to alert them. Bang! Xiao Chen ferociously punched the wall to the side. The force of the punch was more than 1,000 jin. When the punch landed on the wall, a hole the size of a bowl immediately appeared. Stone chips fell down. If Yi Wen had known about this long ago, the lives of these miners could have been spared. However, for the sake of his own plan, Yi Wen did not move these miners away to avoid alerting the enemy. When Xiao Chen thought about the miners, he felt that it was not worth it. That night, Supervisor Zhao knelt before him and begged him to help the miners whose contracts were due at the end of the month. At the end of the month, those people could have safely left this never-ending hell-like mine tunnel to meet their wives and children and reunite with their families. But now, all of this was for naught. He thought that he had tried his best to take care of them and let them leave safely, but in the end, he had personally killed these miners who had turned into dried corpses. Yi Wen, you are too ruthless. Ma Qing said in astonishment, Junior Marshal Brother Yi, what are you trying to do? Don't think too hard. There will always be a way out. Elder Yi and the others will definitely deal with these dried corpses. At that time, there will naturally be a way out. Who? Before Ma Qing finished speaking, Xiao Chen suddenly made a move. He chopped at Ma Chang's neck with his hand. Before Ma Chang's astonished gaze, Xiao Chen knocked him out. Xiao Chen looked at the slowly collapsing Ma Qing and said, "I'm sorry, I have to find that person and ask him for an explanation. Senior Marshal Brother Ma, I can only wrong you for now." After Xiao Chen said that, he dug a shallow hole in the ground and slowly placed Ma Chang's body in. Then, he used the soft soil to bury Ma Chang's body. With Ma Chang's cultivation, breathing under such soft soil was not a problem. This way, those dried corpses would not be able to find him. While he was unconscious, he would be safe. After doing all this, Xiao Chen walked forward with a determined expression. Yuan was definitely in that place, in the cave that suppressed the Demon King. Xiao Chen had been there once before. He basically remembered the route. As long as he found the mechanism, he would be able to rush there. After walking for a while, a petite figure slowly walked out from the corner in front. In the pitch-black tunnel, he could not see her appearance clearly. However, Xiao Chen was very familiar with this person. After interacting with her for half a month, Xiao Chen could easily recognize her from her silhouette, Mu Xinya. Mu Xinya looked at Xiao Chen and smiled faintly. "Senior Marshal Brother Yi." Xiao Chen could not be bothered to speak any nonsense. He drew the lunar shadow saber with a huang dang sound. When the saber left the scabbard, there was a resplendent electric light. The instant the electric light flickered, the pitch-black tunnel was incomparably bright. The expressions of the two of them froze under the electric light. Xiao Chen's expression was cold, there was no expression on his face. Mu Xinya's cute face revealed a faint trace of grief. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Roaming Dragon's 9 Transformations, Qingyun Peak Secret Technique, Clear Wind Chop. Xiao Chen executed the high-level technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, the Roaming Dragon's 9 Transformations. The instant the electric light disappeared, Xiao Chen left behind 9 afterimages in the air. His feet did not touch the ground. Every afterimage changed directions in the air. 9 cool breezes blew in the tunnel. In an instant, Xiao Chen executed 9 clear wind chops in a row. The saber was hidden in the wind, there was no killing chi. It was like a gentle lover whispering sweet nothings in the cool breeze. It was tender and sweet, like a spring breeze warming one's face. Shwa! The 9 afterimages merged together. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood quietly behind Mu Xinya. His delicate and ordinary face was expressionless, filled with frost. Pu Qi. Blood spurted out of the 9 death acupoints on Mu Xinya's chest. Bai Hui, Qingming, Jiwei, Juk, Shinkei, Qihai, Guanyuan, Zhongji, and Xiugu. She fell to the ground with a bang. If the 9 death acupoints on Mu Xinya's chest were struck by a saber at the same time, even if one was as strong as a martial saint, they would die immediately. There was no medicine that could cure them, no one could save them. Mu Xinya's complexion turned pale. She smiled bitterly. "I thought that after working together for half a month, even if you wanted to kill me, you would let me finish speaking first. I did not expect Senior Brother Yi to be so heartless." Xiao Chen said in a cold voice, "I did not expect that under your innocent appearance, there was such a cruel heart. I thought that even if you had some ulterior motive, you would not implicate so many innocent people." Xiao Chen knew that he was not a good person. However, he would not do such a heartless thing. However, this girl in front of him had subverted some of the bottom lines he held in his heart. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak and the survival of the fittest, there was already a lack of morals. People respected martial arts, the bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. From the first day he arrived in this world, the moment he was humiliated by the Shao clan, he had already thoroughly understood this principle. However, there were some things that no matter how the world changed, there was a bottom line that he had to hold on to. Killing the innocent for no reason was a bottom line that he had to hold on to. Mu Xinya had already crossed Xiao Chen's bottom line. She deserved to die. If Yuan did not have a reasonable explanation, he would seek justice for those miners who had died. Pooh! Pooh! Just as Xiao Qin was preparing to leave, Mu Xinya's corpse started to move. Xiao Qin quickly stopped and looked over. A corpse transformation. Under Xiao Qin's suspicious gaze, Mu Xinya's skin looked like it had been sliced open with a knife. It split open with a schwa sound. A human figure slowly came out of the skin. She was completely naked, she was not wearing any clothes. Her silver hair flowed behind her. In the dark tunnel, the silver hair gave off a faint glow, making the girl in front of him look like a fairy. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible in the dark night. It was extremely alluring. Xiao Qin's gaze pierced through the darkness. However, he did not pay attention to the part that would make people vomit blood. Instead, he stared at the person's ears. It was a pair of pointed ears, like the fairy in the movies. They were extremely beautiful. However, there were no fairies in this world. This pair of ears were obviously not human. It was clear who this girl was. She was a demonic woman, a fiend race woman. Mu Xinya waved her hand and a long white robe appeared on her body. She quickly put it on in front of Xiao Qin, covering up all her body parts. Mu Xinya looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Senior brother Yi, it is not convenient for me to tell you the reason for this. The entire spirit mine is in chaos now. Stay here and don't move. After I settle this, I will bring you out. I said it before, I will do my best to find an opportunity to save you and return the favor." Who? Who? After Mu Xinya spoke, her figure flashed and turned into a silver bolt of lightning. She quickly disappeared from Xiao Qin's sight. Her speed was actually faster than Xiao Qin's small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Qin was stunned for a while. In the instant he was stunned, Mu Xinya's figure had already disappeared. Chase! Xiao Qin followed the path that Mu Xinya had taken and chased after her. He discovered that the path that Mu Xinya took was to the place where the Fiend King was being suppressed. It was the same route that Xiao Qin remembered. All the traps along the way were activated. Xiao Qin followed without any obstructions. After a while, he finally arrived at the huge underground cave. Chi! 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 Before Xiao Qin got close, he could hear the sounds of intense fighting. The sounds of killing shook the sky and angry roars resounded. Xiao Qin hid himself and extended out his spiritual sense. He carefully observed the situation in the cave. Within the cave, the underground river acted as a boundary. The Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen who were suppressing the Fiend King all stood there with their sabers in their hands, not making a move. On the other side of the river was a large army of corpses. They were all the corpses that had been refined using a special method. A rough count gave at least 1,000 corpses. Furthermore, new corpses continued to pour out from the underground. They filled up the huge underground cave. With one glance, it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. A large group of Heavenly Saber Pavilion martial saints were guarding the river, engaging in an intense battle with the corpses that wanted to cross. The scene of the intense battle far surpassed Xiao Qin's expectations. The clear river water was already dyed red. The strength of these corpses also surpassed Xiao Qin's original estimation. Even a martial saint expert would not be able to kill these specially refined corpses in one strike. Chapter 192. There were only 200 martial saints in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was far less than the number of corpses. They were in a very passive position, they were having a hard time defending. However, the main forces of both sides had not made a move yet. The Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen stood in front of the Fiend's sealing stone. They withdrew their killing chi and held their sabers tightly. They had no intention of making a move. Xiao Qin looked for a long time, but he did not discover any martial monarch experts in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. There were only 10 martial king elders standing in the distance, expressionlessly observing the situation on the battlefield. Among this group of martial kings, Xiaochen found Yuan. Yuan was the same as before, his expression did not reveal what he was thinking. He was very calm, as though everything was under his control. On the side of the running corpse sect, there were no strong corpses. There were only 3 huge corpses standing in the middle of the battlefield. These 3 corpses were 5 meters tall. They had dark skin and a thick black qi flowed out of their bodies. The corpses roared continuously. Xiaochen only took a glance from afar and felt a huge pressure. It made him feel fear. Are these 3 corpse kings? Xiaochen thought in horror. For a corpse to become a corpse king, it had to be at least a martial monarch when it was alive. After it died and was refined into a corpse, it had to retain the martial techniques and combat experience it had when it was alive. Under the special control of the running corpse sect, it was much stronger than a regular martial monarch. This was because they had an undying body, they did not fear pain. They had muscles of copper and bones of steel, impenetrable by weapons, impervious to fire and water. Beside the 3 corpse kings, there were hundreds of 2-meter-tall corpses. They were covered in black qi and were tall and sturdy. Their aura was different from the other corpses. These should be the mutated corpses that were second only to the corpse kings. In terms of strength, they would be able to hold their own against a martial king. Behind the corpse kings, there were 10 people dressed in black. They stood quietly in the shadows of the corpse kings. Xiaochen discovered Supervisor Li among them. Further back, Xiaochen's spiritual sense discovered more than 10 corpse monarchs standing there, not making a move. These were the successors of the running corpse sect, who cultivated the Tao of corpses. They had turned themselves into something that was neither human nor ghost. Compared to regular corpses, they had the thoughts of a normal person. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Regular martial kings would not be a match for them. Xiaochen was suspicious. With such a strong lineup of the running corpse sect, why are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people so calm? There are only 10 martial kings. Although the Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen had a horrifying baleful aura, they were only peak martial saints and medial-grade martial saints. No matter how experienced they would not be a match for the corpse king. The battle in the river was leaning more and more towards the running corpse sect's side. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's martial saints' formation slowly crumbled. Many of the corpses rushed to the other side. However, before these corpses could get far, a few powerful forces flew over and smashed them into pieces. Their skin, which was harder than metal, was as soft as tofu in front of this force. Xiaochen took a closer look and discovered that the energy came from the martial kings. The strength of a martial king was indeed different from that of a martial saint. With just one strike, Xiaochen could easily shatter these mysteriously refined corpses. After King Wu made his move, the situation that was already leaning towards the running corpse sect slowly became balanced again. Who? Suddenly, a silver figure flew over from the sky. That person's silver hair was extremely dazzling. His agile body landed firmly beside the 3 corpse kings. Supervisor Li frowned and walked forward. Princess Mu, why are you only here now? Mu Xinya looked at the situation and said indifferently, I am dealing with some private matters. There is no need to worry about it. What is the situation now? Supervisor Li said, for some reason, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Supreme Elder has not come out yet. I am unable to grasp the situation, so I did not attack. Mu Xinya thought for a while before saying, there is no need to worry about it. Let's just attack. Once the demonic ancestor comes out, no matter how many Supreme Elders the Heavenly Saber Pavilion sends, it will be pointless. Supervisor Li asked, are you confident? If you fail, then the 100 years of hard work of the running corpse sect will all be for naught. Mu Xinya took out a black arrow flickering with light. She said, this is my race's ancient forbidden weapon. It has been passed down since the ancient era. Furthermore, it has been refined by our descendants for thousands of years. As long as I can enter the 9 subduing saber demon formation, I am confident of shattering the fiend's sealing stone. At that time, all the realms in the spirit mine will be destroyed. The spirit stones inside will be ownerless. There is a large number of spirit stones in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It will be sufficient for you to revive the running corpse sect. After Supervisor Lee heard this, he thought for a while and discussed with the people behind him. Finally, he made up his mind and said, "Attack." The 10 black-clothed men controlling the corpses kept changing their hand gestures. The corpses on the ground all flew up with a bang and flew over. Within the cave, there was a caw-caw-caw sound coming from the walls in all directions. It was like a flower was blooming. Corpses jumped out one by one. These corpses seemed to have gone berserk. Their strength increased significantly in an instant. The situation tilted in the running corpse sect's favor. Before the remaining 100 martial saints in the river could retreat, they were torn to shreds by these corpses. The 10 martial kings of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion exchanged glances. They executed their movement techniques and quickly rushed to the back of the cave, allowing the berserk corpses to charge at them. Kill! Just at this moment, the 100 Blades men of the Divine Saber camp finally made their move. They shouted at the same time, their voices shaking the ground. The entire cave trembled slightly. A surging killing chi was released without holding anything back. It linked together and formed a vast sea. A formless baleful aura enveloped the entire cave. The baleful aura penetrated into the bones. Even though these were corpses that had died long ago, the instinct that came from their flesh and blood caused them to tremble continuously. Bang! 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 The sabers were drawn. The sound of hundreds of sabers being drawn resounded throughout the cave. The sabers were 1 meter long and 2 centimeters wide. There was a scarlet glow on the body of the saber. With one look, one could tell that this was not an ordinary saber. This saber was called the Bloodsucker Saber. When the saber was inserted into a living person's body, with a special cultivation technique, it could instantly suck the blood of a living person dry. There was once a powerhouse of the Divine Saber camp who sucked his opponent dry with one saber strike. The forging method of the saber had been lost long ago. There were only 1,000 of them left in the Divine Saber camp. Those who were not disciples of the Divine Saber camp, even core disciples, could not obtain this saber. After the 100 Blades men of the Divine Saber camp made their move, the situation immediately turned around. Those refined corpses that even martial saints found hard to deal with were refined corpses. In front of the Divine Saber camp disciples, they only used one saber strike to suck the corpses dry. After the corpses died, they turned into strands of black resentment and flew into the saber. The more corpses they killed, the more horrifying the resentment absorbed by the Bloodsucker Saber became. These Divine Saber camp disciples were like demons from hell. Their expressions were extremely malevolent. They looked very ferocious, even more horrifying than the corpses. The more resentment there was, the denser the baleful aura on their bodies. The speed and strength of their sabers increased explosively. Using killing to prove the Tao, Xiaochen thought to himself in astonishment. No wonder when he first saw the Divine Saber camp disciples, he had a horrifying killing intent in his heart. He did not expect the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to have such an evil cultivation technique. Using killing to prove the Tao, using the joy of killing to comprehend one's own martial Tao. All martial techniques had killing as their first goal. This kind of cultivation technique was even more horrifying than using corpses to prove the Tao. Every cultivator who used killing to prove the Tao would have to kill at least 1,000 cultivators in their lifetime. Furthermore, the people they killed could not be of a lower cultivation. Otherwise, it would not be of any help to their cultivation. They could collect the resentment of their enemies after they died and use it to raise their own cultivation. It was very horrifying. A cultivator who used killing to prove the Tao would be able to hold his own against an opponent one realm higher than him. If the opponent was careless, he could even kill them easily. The most important thing was that these people were not afraid of death. The closer they were to the edge of life and death, the more excited they would be. Their strength would even increase exponentially. There were only 100 divine saber camp bladesmen, but they were able to defend the 9 subduing saber demonic formation like an iron bucket. It was airtight and watertight. Any corpses that got close were instantly killed. Under the control of the black-clothed men, the corpses continued to charge forward. In an instant, the sounds of killing shook the sky. They were like thunder. The entire underground cave was like hell on earth. It was a tragic sight. Blood flowed like a river. Not long after, the divine saber camp's bladesmen killed more than 1,000 of the most ordinary refined corpses. However, the divine saber camp had 0 casualties. A boundless black resentment lingered on the bloodsucker saber. If one looked closely, there were countless aggrieved spirits crying out in pain within the resentment. The divine saber camp's people were not fatigued. Instead, under the stimulation of the resentment, they became even stronger. Supervisor Lee was astonished. Although he knew that the divine saber camp was very strong, he did not expect them to be so horrifying. Killing these refined corpses was as easy as chopping vegetables. Mu Shinya said indifferently, "Don't be frightened. They are only using a special secret technique to increase their strength. These corpses without any intelligence cannot harm them. Conserve your strength and use the mutated corpses." Supervisor Lee nodded and waved his hand. The 100 or so mutated corpses surrounded by black corpse chi all jumped over with a "so" sound. The mutated corpses already had a basic level of intelligence. Most of the combat instincts they had when they were alive had been preserved. With just one command, they would automatically attack. Furthermore, he was very strong. When he was alive, he was at least a martial king. After he received the order, he moved like an arrow and instantly flew across the 100-meter-wide underground river, arriving in front of the divine saber camp's bladesmen. Kill. The number of mutated corpses was equal to the number of divine saber camp's bladesmen. The moment both sides came into contact, they immediately started fighting. The mutated corpses were much stronger than the corpses refined from the corpses of ordinary miners. Even the strong divine saber camp's bladesmen could not kill them instantly. The bloodsucker saber in their hands chopped at the mutated corpses, giving off a metallic sound. There were no wounds on the mutated corpses. They gave off a strange laughter and used all sorts of martial techniques they knew when they were alive. Chapter 193. Relying on the strength of their physical bodies, these mutated corpses held a significant advantage over the divine saber camp's bladesmen. As time went by, this advantage slowly grew. Solitary eagle claw. The right hand of a corpse suddenly enlarged. Its 5 black fingers were as sharp as a beast's claw. There was a sonic boom in the air as it stabbed into the body of a divine saber camp's bladesman. That divine saber camp's bladesman revealed an expression of pain. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes as the bloodsucker saber chopped at the neck of this mutated corpse. The skinny corpse revealed a strange smile. It ignored the bloodsucker saber on its body and used its right claw to pull out the heart of the divine saber camp's bladesman. Pu Ci. The bloodsucker saber lit up with a scarlet glow. This final strike sucked out all the bones and flesh from the mutated corpse. Similar scenes were happening in other places. Occasionally, there would be divine saber camp's bladesmen being killed. However, the instant they died, these divine saber camp's bladesmen would kill a mutated corpse with their final strike. The battle was very miserable. It was a scene of mutual destruction. It was very bloody and unbearable to watch. On the other side of the river, Mu Shinya looked at the scene opposite her. She fiddled with the arrow in her hand and said in a deep voice, "They are going to make their move." Cover me. When the two corpse monarchs heard this, they walked out and quickly followed Mushinya. The divine saber camp's bladesmen in front wanted to block Mushinya's footsteps. Before they could get close, they were slapped away by the two corpse monarchs. The wind from their palms contained a huge force. With a schwa sound, they sent the divine saber camp's bladesmen flying. The 10 martial kings of the heavenly saber pavilion watched the situation from afar. They watched as Mushinya led the two corpse monarchs towards the 9 concealed saber demon formation, step by step. Mushinya had a bad premonition. Why does it feel easier than I imagined? The defenses of the heavenly saber pavilion should not be so weak. Whatever, as long as the fiend ancestor comes out, with the sage energy of the fiend ancestor, no one in the heavenly saber pavilion would be able to block him. At that time, all schemes would be useless in front of absolute strength. Go, demon-slaying arrow. The so-called forbidden artifacts mostly referred to artifacts that could only be used once or twice or thrice. They were refined by artifact refiners in ancient times, and because of the limited number of times they could be used, most of them possessed peerless power that could shake heaven and earth. Under Mushinya's control, the black arrow gave off a dazzling black light. A destructive aura came from the arrow. A gust of wind appeared around Mushinya. A strong wind came from Mushinya's surroundings and spread out in all directions, except for the two corpse monarchs. The mutated corpses and the divine saber camp's bladesmen were instantly blown away by the strong wind. Within 100 meters, there was a huge empty space. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow tearing through the air could be heard. A ray of light flashed by and the arrow collided with the suppressing demon stone, causing a huge explosion. The huge stone shattered into countless pieces. Rumble! The instant the demon-suppressing stone shattered, the entire cavern began to shake. Even Xiao Qin, who was standing far away, began to sway left and right because of the sudden shaking. Roar! There was a loud roar coming from below the demon-suppressing stone. It sounded like it came from ancient times. Suddenly, a huge beast claw stretched out and smashed the ground violently. This attack did not differentiate friend from foe. The divine saber camp's bladesmen and corpses that could not dodge in time were smashed into mush. Bang! The ground shook again. Another huge beast claw smashed out. Another large number of mutated corpses and divine saber camp's bladesmen were smashed to death. When the 10 heavenly saber pavilion martial kings hidden in the depths of the cavern saw the fiend king coming out, their expression started to change. Yuan said, "The fiend king is coming out. It is time to inform the 7 peak masters and supreme elders." The other 9 people nodded and waved their sleeves. A jade strip shot out from each of their hands. The jade strips gave off a faint spiritual light and formed a strange formation in the air. Mysterious talisman scripts floated out from the jade strips and turned into motes of starlight. It was incomparably resplendent. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense did not notice this. Instead, he was looking at the demon-suppressing stone in astonishment. The peerless fiend king slowly walked out. At this moment, the fiend king's figure was completely revealed. It was a 50-meter-tall huge wolf. Its white fur was very dazzling in the dark tunnel. It had 2 huge fangs that flickered with a cold light. Its scarlet eyes flickered with a faint red light. The aura of the peerless fiend king spread out. The surrounding divine saber camp's bladesmen and the corpses that had been dead for a long time all trembled. They could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground. It was like there was a huge pressure on their shoulders. They could not breathe or get up. Ah! The fiend king roared angrily. There was an unending string of explosions in the air. It was deafening, causing one's scalp to go numb. The fiend king grabbed the soul chains and with a pu sound, the 9 soul holy weapons stuck in the ground shook non-stop. Finally, they could not withstand the Fiend King's horrifying strength and were all pulled up and tossed far away. Hoo-chee! A huge claw grabbed a divine saber camp bladesman like it was grabbing a mouse. That bladesman struggled violently in the Fiend King's grasp, but he did not fear anything. Poo-ci! The huge claw clenched ferociously and crushed the divine saber camp bladesman's bones. He bled from his 7 orifices and died. The Fiend King tossed the divine saber camp bladesman's corpse into the air. When it fell, it tore it in half, causing a large amount of blood to fall. The huge wolf opened its mouth and blood poured into it like a fountain. Bang! It punched the wall and the entire cave started shaking violently again. Rocks fell continuously from above, shaking the cave. This was the strength of the peerless Fiend King. Just a casual wave of its hand could cause the ground to shake. When the group of black-clothed men from the running corpse sect in the distance saw the boundless might of the Fiend King, they revealed an excited expression. It has been more than 100 years. I finally see hope. Who in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion can block such a strong force? My running corpse sect is destined to rise in this era. Mu Xinya's petite body knelt respectfully on the ground. She said in a deep voice, "The Heavenly Wolf Race's 180th successor of the Wang clan greets the sage ancestor. It has been 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. This king is finally out. Ha 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 ha. I want to wash the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in blood, to take revenge for being trapped here for 1,000 years." The peerless Fiend King laughed maniacally. After a while, he stopped. He looked at Mu Xinya on the ground and said, "Rise, my descendant. I can feel the pure heavenly wolf bloodline in your body. I will bestow upon you supreme glory." Mu Xinya stood up and said, "It is Mu Xinya's glory to be able to rescue the sage ancestor. Now, the heavenly wolf race is in a dangerous situation in the ancient desolate land. Wind and rain are everywhere. Sage ancestor, please consider the bigger picture and leave this place quickly." The Fiend King muttered, "There is no problem. I have already recovered 1/5 of my strength. If I want to leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, no one will be able to stop me. When I take away the spirit vein's origin and advance to Fiend Emperor, the entire world will submit to the feet of the Heavenly Wolf race. 1/5 of my strength is already so strong. If I recover all my strength, how strong would I be?" Xiao Chen thought in horror. Who? A figure quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. When he felt the wind, Xiao Chen's heart tightened. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly retreated. However, just as Xiao Chen stabilized himself, a skinny claw suddenly came out of the ground and grabbed hold of his right foot. The skinny claw pulled gently and an irresistible force was transmitted. Xiao Chen's body was like a sandbag as he crashed into the wall. After that, he landed heavily on the ground. "I did not expect an ant-like person like you to be able to dodge the attacks of hundreds of refined corpses." After struggling to stand up, Xiao Chen clearly saw the appearance of this person. He discovered it was the corpse monarch that knew the earth evasion technique. He wore golden robes and had a dazzling golden crown on his head. The strength of the corpse monarch was unfathomable, it was at least a martial king. Compared to Xiao Chen, who was an inferior grade martial grand master, it was a realm higher. Xiao Chen would not even have a chance to escape. Boom! As Xiao Chen was thinking, the corpse monarch's hard black fist was already flying over. It was a straightforward punch without any fancy moves. It carried a huge force as it smashed towards Xiao Chen's face. This was the corpse monarch relying on his speed and strength. It was an ordinary punch, not a martial technique. However, when the corpse monarch executed it, it was very imposing. The wind whistled. Before Xiao Chen could think, the black fist was already in front of him. Relying on his instincts, Xiao Chen clenched his right fist and punched out. Bang! The fists collided. The two of them relied on the strength of their physical bodies. The huge force created a spiral ripple in the air. It did not dissipate for a long time. The other party's strength was much stronger than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen was sent flying like a sandbag by this punch, crashing into the wall behind him again. The force from the corpse's fist jolted Xiao Chen's internal organs, causing them to churn. Blood leaked out of the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He had sustained significant internal injuries. This was the first time Xiao Chen was at a disadvantage in a competition of physical strength. Xiao Chen had cultivated his physical body for more than 10 years when he was young. Then, he tempered it with the 7 seven-leaf flowers. His entire body could be said to have been reborn. The force of a punch could reach more than 1,500 kilograms of force. It could easily shatter rocks. However, that corpse monarch specialized in cultivating his physical body. His entire body had already turned into a corpse. After cultivating for more than 100 years, a casual punch of his could reach 5,000 kilograms of force. 5,000 kilograms of force versus 1,500 kilograms of force. It went without saying who was stronger. The corpse monarch looked at Xiao Chen, who was struggling to stand up again. There was a surprised expression in his eyes. His punch looked casual, but the force contained within it was enough to cripple a martial saint's right hand. Even a martial saint would be able to cripple his right hand easily. His opponent was only a martial grand master. This punch should have shattered his heart and lungs. Who? The corpse monarch's figure flashed and his skinny claws grabbed Xiao Chen's neck. He easily lifted him up and placed his other hand on Xiao Chen's chest. Chapter 194. G.A. G.A. Interesting, there are actually cultivators who specialize in tempering the physical body. Such a good physical body is sufficient to refine a golden ancient corpse. After I hand you over to my senior brother, he will refine you into an undefeatable corpse. At that time, being undefeatable will be your glory. Seeing that the corpse monarch wanted to refine him into a corpse, Xiao Chen was startled. However, his throat was being grabbed by the corpse monarch. The corpse monarch was like a clamp. No matter how Xiao Chen struggled, he did not fear it. He could not bring out the essence in his body. All his techniques were crippled, there was nothing he could do. The corpse monarch smiled coldly and punched Xiao Chen's dantian with his left hand. After that, he retracted his hand and tapped a few times. Strands of black qi leaked out and slowly entered Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen felt a black qi appear in his dantian. It turned into a horrifying cage, imprisoning his martial spirit. All the essence in his body disappeared. Xiao Chen was horrified to discover that he had lost his connection with the blue dragon martial spirit. He could not feel the abundant essence in his body at all. He was no different from an ordinary person. Don't think about it anymore. This corpse king imprint of mine can be used for both offense and defense. It is more than enough to deal with an inferior grade martial grand master like you. With just a thought, I can make you explode and die. After the corpse monarch spoke, he carried Xiao Chen's body back into the cave. Then, he tossed Xiao Chen's body to Supervisorly. Supervisorly received Xiao Chen's body suspiciously. After he saw his appearance, he smiled and said, "So, it is little Lord Yi. Why are you in such a sorry state?" Xiao Chen remained expressionless and remained silent. He focused his spiritual sense on his dantian and carefully observed the corpse king imprint, trying to find a way to break it. A black cage stopped in that empty space. Strands of black qi spread out from it. A charred corpse sat cross-legged on top of the cage. One could vaguely see a surging river in the cage. The small blue dragon kept bombarding the black cage. Before Xiao Chen's soul sense could get close, the corpse king sitting on top of the cage suddenly opened its eyes. A bright light swept over and destroyed most of the soul sense that Xiao Chen's soul sense had sent over. Xiao Chen's spiritual awareness could actually be extinguished. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. This Corpse King seal was really incredible. Senior Brotherly, take a look at this kid's body. It might even be possible to refine him into a golden ancient corpse. When Supervisor Li heard this, he revealed an astonished expression. He quickly checked Xiao Chen's body. After a while, he revealed an expression of joy, but it quickly dimmed. This is not an innate divine body. It was tempered in the later stages. It is still not good enough to refine an ancient golden corpse. I will keep it for now. After I water it with the lunar water, it should not be a problem to refine it into an ancient bronze corpse. Rumble. As these people spoke, a few beams of divine light descended from the 9 hidden saber demon formation on the other side of the river. Aside from Qingyun Peak, the peak masters of the other 6 peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had all arrived. Behind the 6 of them, there were 6 old men standing quietly. Xiao Chen saw Shen Manjun among them. These 10 people were the supreme elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They were all martial monarchs. When the Fiend King saw the crowd, he revealed a mocking expression. It has only been 1,000 years, and the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has fallen to such a level. They do not even have a sage. Watch how I flatten the Heavenly Saber Pavilion today. A person walked out from the crowd. It was the strongest peak master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Tianyue Peak's peak master, Ling Tianjing. He looked at the 50-meter-tall Fiend King and smiled faintly. You can still smile even at death's door. We have been waiting for this day for more than 100 years. Do you think that without our permission, the Fiend's sealing stone would be broken so easily by this girl? Mu Xinya's expression changed slightly. Could I have fallen for a trap? If that was the case, I would have become a sinner of the clan. Hu Qi. There was a flash of light on the Heavenly Wolf King's body. All the bones in his body gave off a pai li pa lot sound. With a xiao sound, he turned into a 2-meter-tall stout man. His silver hair casually flowed behind him, and his muscles bulged. It was an explosive sight to behold. He looked at the crowd and smiled. No matter what plan you have, it is useless in the face of absolute power. Die. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tianjing and the Celestial Wolf King's fists collided. A powerful shock wave caused the space around them to shatter, forming a black crack. The crack extended continuously, like a black tentacle. The surrounding divine saber camps, bladesmen and corpses that did not dodge in time were instantly devoured by the spatial crack. Rise! A gentle but strong energy wrapped around Mu Xinya and easily flung her to the other side of the underground river. Ling Tianjing's body somersaulted in the air and landed firmly on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "Form the 9 saber demon punishing formation and kill this fiend. Snatch the fiend core and aid us in advancing to martial sage." The 9 soul holy weapons on the ground shattered. The remaining 3 people held onto the soul chains and sealed the surrounding space. A small world materialized in that space. The crowd could only see the blurry chains encircling the space. 9 saber demon punishing formation, kill. Within the space sealed by the soul chains, the sounds of killing filled the air. Light flickered and 9 indistinct figures could be seen, each holding a soul holy weapon. He kept changing his position, conjuring the various formations of the 9 saber demon punishing formation, trapping the Heavenly Wolf King inside. Furious roars rang out from within the formation. It was clear that the Heavenly Wolf King was completely suppressed in this formation. He was at a disadvantage. Mu Xinya got up and walked anxiously to Supervisor Li. Sect Head Li, I will increase the reward I promised you by half. Quickly go and help. Otherwise, there will be nothing left. The 9 saber demon punishing formation, the 9 saber demon subduing formation, and the 9 saber heavenly exterminating formation were the 3 great formations of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They were executed by 9 people at the same time. The demon-subduing formation was specially used to suppress enemies. Together with the fiend-suppressing stone, it could even suppress someone as strong as a martial emperor. As long as the fiend-suppressing stone was not destroyed, the people imprisoned in it would never be able to leave. The nine-saber demon punishing formation was specially used to kill enemies. Together with the formation, it could combine the strength of 9 people, allowing them to kill enemies 2 cultivation realms above them. The final 9-saber heavenly exterminating formation was the strongest of the 3 great formations. However, it required 9 martial sages to execute it at the same time. Legend had it that after the 9-saber formation was executed, it could destroy the heavens and the earth, kill gods, and exterminate demons. However, the requirements of the formation were too high for the cultivator. In the history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, there had never been a time when 9 martial sages appeared at the same time. Hence, this formation had never appeared. Whether this 9-saber heavenly exterminating formation existed or not, there had always been many different opinions. No one dared to say for sure. Supervisor Lee had also heard of the might of the 9-saber demon punishing formation. When he saw that the situation was dire, he did not dare to be careless. Senior brothers, whether our running corpse sect can regain its glory or not will depend on today's battle. If we win, we live. If we lose, we die. After Supervisor Lee spoke, he led the black-clothed man to control 3 5-meter-tall corpse kings and another 10 corpse monarchs. They quickly crossed the river. They wanted to destroy the 9-saber demon punishing formation from the outside. In the depths of the cave in the distance, the thing that Yi Wen and the 10 heavenly saber pavilion martial kings summoned with the jade strip finally appeared. It was an ordinary wooden box. It was 1 meter long and 2 centimeters wide. Its black exterior made it look very plain. The words, like the Emperor descending personally, were written on the front of the wooden box in bold calligraphy. Yi Wen grabbed the wooden box and took the lead. He led the 10 martial kings over the 9-saber demon punishing formation and blocked Supervisor Lee and the others. Supervisor Lee smiled coldly and said, "You want to block us with just 10 martial kings?" Supervisor Lee did indeed have such confidence. The 3 corpse kings had the strength of a martial monarch. Furthermore, there were 10 corpse monarchs who cultivated the Tao of corpses. Even if there were 10 peak martial kings, they would not be sufficient in front of him. Yi Wen smiled faintly and flipped his palm. The wooden box landed heavily on the ground. He looked at the crowd in a carefree manner. He did not care about Supervisor Lee and the others at all. Supervisor Lee looked at the words, like the Emperor descending personally, on the wooden box. He was stunned for a while before he laughed loudly. "It is just a wooden token. Do you really think that just because it says, like the Emperor descending personally, you are a martial emperor? Even if a martial emperor came personally, I would refine him into a corpse. A bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost, they are boasting shamelessly." Yi Wen revealed a mocking expression. Then, he read softly, like the Emperor, descending personally. Every time he read a word appeared on the wooden box. It gave off a resplendent and dazzling golden light. His aura rose continuously. After he finished reading the 4 words, the golden light covered Yi Wen's entire body. Every strand of his hair and every inch of his body turned into a pure golden light. He was like a deity descending to the mortal world. His aura rose to the peak. It was like a real martial emperor had descended. Kill! A golden figure of light flew out from the wooden box. It was holding a saber in its hand. In that instant, the light was resplendent and dazzling. The entire underground cave was filled with the golden light. It was so piercing that people could not open their eyes. They felt an incomparable pain. As the light flashed past, the 3 corpse monarchs were split in half. Their black blood splattered across the sky. Mu Xinya's exquisite face revealed a pained expression when she saw that resplendent golden light. She muttered, "It's over. That is a divine weapon." The hope of the heavenly wolf race for hundreds of years is gone, just like that. Divine weapon. Xiao Qin was shocked. This was not the first time he saw this wooden box. Back when he was in the shop outside Saber City and in front of Qingyun Peak, he had seen the same wooden box. In the entire world, there were only 10 divine weapons. However, no one knew where these 10 divine weapons were. Whether the divine weapon was a saber, a spear, a sword, a halberd, or a broadaxe, most people could not tell for sure. However, the strength of a divine weapon was undeniable. It could split mountains, overturn rivers and seas, destroy space, and chop apart the heavens and the earth. None of these were sufficient to describe the might of a divine weapon. Back then, the Thunder King traveled the world in search of all sorts of natural treasures. However, he only managed to forge the substandard divine weapon, the Thunderwood Sword. For the sake of gathering all the battle sage origins, he traveled the world to form a divine weapon. Unfortunately, he did not manage to do so before he died. However, if this wooden box really contained a divine weapon, then it would be too shocking. Back then, outside Saber City, the person who held this item was an old man without a martial spirit. If he had the heart, he might have been able to obtain this wooden box back then. Chapter 195. At this moment, when Xiao Qin saw Mu Xinya's expression, he had very complicated feelings. He hated this woman for being vicious and merciless, but he also sympathized with her. From the very start, she had fallen into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's trap. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion only wanted to use her to break the Fiend's sealing stone and release the Fiend King. Then, they would kill the Fiend King and take its 1,000 years of cultivation. The Fiend's sealing stone was a strange stone of heaven and earth. It absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It formed naturally and contained a huge amount of energy. Aside from an ancient forbidden weapon, nothing could break it. At this moment, Xiao Qin understood that there was no such thing as absolute good or evil in this world. In terms of ruthlessness, the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were even more ruthless than Mu Xinya. In order to not alert the enemy, they abandoned all the miners in the tunnels. Xiao Qin could roughly understand why the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did this. The calamity from 20 years ago had greatly weakened the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. All the sage cultivators had probably died in that calamity. As a result, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, had a huge gap in its strength. The huge Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not even have a single sage. In order to make up for this huge gap, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had no choice but to use this Fiend King that had been locked up for 1,000 years. Be it its spirit core, skin, flesh, bones, or blood, they were all very valuable. As for Mu Xinya, she was completely clueless about all this. In the end, not only did she end up benefiting others, she even lost her life. No, the fate of the Heavenly Wolf race cannot end like this. Mu Xinya revealed a resolute expression. She did her best to gather her aura, preparing to fight to the death. Xiao Qin pulled her back. Although he could not use his essence, he still had his strength. Mu Xinya could not struggle free immediately. Sending yourself to death. You should leave quickly. The people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion noticed your plan long ago. The ending was decided from the start. Mu Xinya looked at Xiao Qin in astonishment. She did not expect Xiao Qin, who wanted to kill her earlier, to pull her back at this moment. Mu Xinya used some force and shook off Xiao Qin's hand. She smiled and said, "Senior brother Yi, I told you before. My parents told me to come here. Actually, I was not willing. Everyone is afraid of death, but since we're already here, there's no way out. The Celestial Wolf clan also has no way out." Her smile was as bright and beautiful as ever. With a light tap of his feet, his figure swayed on the surface of the river, and he immediately arrived at the other side of the river, joining the battle. On the opposite bank, Yuan's entire body was emitting a golden light. He placed his hand on the wooden box and did not move at all. There were figures of light flying out of the wooden box continuously. The 9 martial kings behind him did not even make a move. With just a ray of light from the divine weapon in the wooden box, the people from the running corpse sect could not advance at all. The first saber light that was released directly split the 3 corpse kings that the running corpse sect entrusted with heavy responsibilities into 2 halves. After that, the light shadow carried a peerless blade edge and swept through the air. The light shadow was dazzling, and the blade light shot out in all directions. The people of Running Corpse sect reacted and were no longer instantly killed by the saber light. However, they could only dodge in all directions and could not find a chance to counterattack. As Supervisor Lee dodged the wanton saber light in the air, he continuously made hand gestures, trying to reassemble the 3 corpse kings on the ground. The corpse kings already possessed an undying body. If one could not instantly shatter them, it would be very difficult to truly destroy them. As long as the controller was not dead, one could use a secret technique to revive them. If the 3 corpse kings could revive, they might be able to turn the situation around. Supervisor Lee could already tell that Yuan could not completely control that divine weapon. The saber light in the air no longer had its initial sharp aura. This was a clear indication of the problem. It was not that the 9 people behind Supervisor Lee did not want to make a move, but that they could not. They used the ground under their feet to transfer their essence to Yuan, allowing him to hold on. Even so, Supervisor Lee felt extremely anxious. Due to the lack of physical strength, the black-clothed men controlling the corpse kings had all been killed. Only Supervisor Lee could barely hold on. Normally, because the strength of this corpse king was too horrifying, it required 3 people to control it. Now that he was the only one left, it would be very difficult to revive it. Hoo-chee! A silver figure in the air flew past everyone's heads at lightning speed, heading for Yuan. A huge silver wolf appeared behind her. This was the totem of the heavenly wolf race. It possessed a horrifying might. The huge wolf roared ferociously, creating a heavy sound wave. Shao Chen shattered all the light figures attacking Mu Xinya. Then, he quickly descended. Mu Xinya's right hand pulled back in the air, creating 5 sharp claw marks as she attacked Yuan. The 5 claw marks were as sharp as sabers. They gave off a chi-chi sound in the air. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 5 streams of scarlet energy. As the wind blew, they grew to more than 10 meters in an instant. Yuan did not dare to be careless. He pointed with his other hand and a golden humanoid figure quickly appeared from his body. Clone Chop. This was the secret technique of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Jade Maiden Peak. Yuan learned it after he left Qingyun Peak. Now that he had the might of the divine weapon, its might was much more horrifying than usual. The figure of light was like a real person. After Mu Xinya dodged an attack, it immediately turned around nimbly and continued attacking. Mu Xinya changed her position 3 times in the air, but she still could not shake off the attack of the figure of light. Mu Xinya slowly calmed down and did her best to remain calm. She released her perception in the air with all her might. After a while, her face lit up with joy. She said indifferently, "Found it." Mu Xinya spun around in the air and swung her hands. A few invisible lights were instantly severed. Yuan used the clone chop and the figure he controlled immediately fell. It turned out that the secret of the clone chop's agility lay in these invisible lights. As long as the lights were severed, the figure of light could no longer be controlled. Ha! Just as Mu Xinya was about to fall, she shouted and leaped into the air like a ferocious wolf. She flew over Yuan's head and landed on the 9 martial kings behind him. Not good, Yuan cried out in his heart. Although Mu Xinya's cultivation realm was not high, if she were to fall, the 9 people behind her would suffer a calamity. These people had to pass their essence to him, there was no way for them to make a move. Right now, any one of them could easily kill these martial kings, who were usually insufferably arrogant. If one of the 9 were killed, the divine weapon that Yuan could barely control would immediately crumble, it would be countered by the divine weapon. Bang! Thinking of this, Yuan's expression turned grave. He took a deep breath and smacked the wooden box with his right hand. A ripple immediately spread out and bounced Mu Xinya back with a boom. Mu Xinya vomited a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Yuan, who had executed this move, had an unsightly expression. The speed of the light that flew out of the wooden box also slowed down. The people of the Running Corpse sect, who had been exhausted from dealing with the attacks, finally had a chance to catch their breath. Supervisor Li took advantage of this opportunity and quickly formed hand seals. The 2 halves of the Corpse King's body slowly merged together. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, there was an unending chain of explosions within the 9 saber demon punishing formation. Cracks appeared in the space sealed by the soul chains before it shattered. The 9 saber demon punishing formation was broken. Everyone stared at this scene in astonishment. Soon after, they came to their senses and immediately retreated, fleeing from this region. The destruction of a small world had created such a destructive power. Even a martial king would not dare to face it head-on. Bang! A deafening sound rang out and the void shattered. The entire underground cavern shook incessantly. The water in the underground river surged and huge rocks fell from the top of the cavern. Xiaochen carefully dodged the huge rocks above him. He did his best to balance his body. At this moment, he could not use his essence. If he fell, he might be smashed by the huge rocks before he could get back up. Hu-chi! Hu-chi! 12 figures flew out of the 9 saber demon punishing formation. The soul holy weapons and soul chains in their hands had already shattered. All of their faces were incomparably pale. Ha ha ha! The 9 saber demon punishing formation is only a so-so. A desolate laughter came from within the surging dust. When the dust settled, the heavenly wolf king's stout figure slowly appeared. There were no other injuries on his body. His silver hair fluttered in the wind and his aura was as ferocious as before. The soul holy weapon specialized in attacking the soul. If a soul was destroyed, leaving behind an empty shell, naturally, it would not be able to exist alone in the world. The reason why Ling Tianjing and the others chose to use the soul holy weapons to attack the heavenly wolf king was because his physical body was much stronger than a regular person's. If they used a physical weapon, it would not have much of an effect. However, they did not expect that even though the heavenly wolf king had only recovered a fifth of his strength, his soul energy was much stronger than his physical body. The 9 saber demon punishing formation materialized a total of 81 formations and 9,999 killing moves. Even with the soul holy weapons, they still could not do anything to the heavenly wolf king. After attacking for a long time, the heavenly wolf king actually found the weak point of the 9 saber demon punishing formation. He attacked with all his might and shattered this small space. The heavenly wolf king's aura flourished and filled the sky. His gaze was like a torch as he scanned the surroundings. Everywhere his gaze passed, it caused the hearts of everyone to tremble. Hey! The heavenly saber pavilion's divine weapon? The heavenly wolf king's gaze landed on the wooden box in Yuan's hand. His face lit up in joy as he said, "With this divine weapon, our chances of obtaining the spirit vein's origin will be higher." Withdraw. The heavenly wolf king spread his fingers and sent out a huge force, traveling a distance of several dozen meters. Yuan felt his grip loosen and the wooden box was already in the heavenly wolf king's hands. The situation of the entire place turned around in an instant. Xiaochen watched all this in astonishment. He originally thought that the 12 supreme elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would work together to execute the 9 Saber Demon punishing formation against the Heavenly Wolf King, who had lost his sharpness after being imprisoned for 1,000 years. It would be easy. There were no surprises. Xiaochen did not expect the 9 Saber Demon punishing formation to break so easily. Although the Heavenly Wolf King's soul energy was significantly weakened, the 12 Supreme Elders suffered from the backlash of the formation. They were even more injured. They could not do anything to the Heavenly Wolf King. They could only watch as he obtained the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's divine weapon. Actually, if the 9 Saber Demon punishing formation had been laid with a physical weapon, there might have been a different effect. The Heavenly Wolf King's body hadn't moved much in the past 1,000 years, so its bodily functions had definitely been weakened. Chapter 196. However, soul strength was different. In the past 1,000 years, the Heavenly Wolf King had been cultivating his soul strength when he was bored. Xiaochen could not be bothered with all this. He was currently doing his best to break the Corpse King imprint in his body. His spiritual sense turned into tens of thousands of arrows, shooting at the cage in his dantian. As long as a strand of spiritual sense could enter and contact the blue dragon martial spirit, he was confident of working together to destroy the Corpse King imprint. The black cage slowly spun. The Corpse King, who had been sitting on it the whole time, swept its gaze across. The arrows formed by the spiritual sense were all destroyed. Xiaochen did not give up. He looked for an opportunity to play hide-and-seek with the Corpse King with his spiritual sense. When Supervisor Li saw the situation turn around, he revealed a sinister smile. He controlled the Corpse King and the 10 Corpse Monarchs to charge at Yuan and the others. The commotion was very vast. All the Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen who were still able to fight rushed over and started a chaotic battle. Sand and rocks flew and a strong wind blew. The scene became intense once again. On the other side, of the 12 Heavenly Saber Pavilion Supreme Elders, the one with the highest cultivation, Shen Manjun, said sullenly, "There is no need to worry. The divine weapon cannot bring out its full strength in his hands. The damage to his soul is also greater than we imagined." An old man at the side added, "That's right. If we continue to attack, there is still a chance." The Heavenly Wolf King smiled coldly and used some force to knock open the wooden box in his hand. He said, "Let me take out this divine weapon that no one can wield. Let's see who can stop me then." The wooden box shattered into pieces and an ancient saber appeared. The saber was about 1 meter and 2 centimeters long. There were all sorts of ancient talisman scripts carved on the scabbard. The saber gave off a reserved glow and spiritual energy spread out. The Heavenly Wolf King's expression turned cold. He grabbed the saber hilt with his right hand and used a huge force to pull it out. Cassier. Before the astonished gazes of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people, the Heavenly Wolf King managed to pull the saber out by 1 centimeter. The Heavenly Wolf King's face lit up in joy. If he could pull out this divine weapon, even if his soul energy was injured, he would only be able to bring out 1/5 of his strength. Even if he had to face the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he would not fear it. "Stop him, we can't let him pull out the Tianyu blade, otherwise the entire spirit mine will be destroyed." Ling Tianjing roared. 12 figures executed their best moves as they flew at the Heavenly Wolf King with lightning speed. Boom! Before the Heavenly Wolf King's smile faded, the saber revealed 2 centimeters. Suddenly, it released an intense, piercing, and dazzling light. A destructive energy came from the saber. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone in the cavern was frozen in place. Their hearts were as clear as a mirror, and yet, they couldn't move their bodies. A faint blue energy ripple spread out in the air, and in the face of this irresistible power, the Celestial Wolf King bore the brunt of the attack. Despite how powerful he was instantly sent flying. Xiaochen spat out a mouthful of blood. After he landed on the ground, the energy in the divine saber entered his body, giving off a crackling sound. His body kept rolling on the ground, and after a while, he turned back into a giant silver wolf that was more than 50 meters tall. No one had expected such a result. The insufferably arrogant heavenly wolf king was actually knocked back to his original form by a ripple from the divine saber. If all the divine weapons were drawn, how strong would they be? After the heavenly universe saber released an intense light, the saber immediately returned to its scabbard and floated quietly in the air. The horrifying energy instantly vanished. Dang! 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 The broken wooden box on the ground quickly flew into the air and reformed, storing the divine weapon heavenly universe saber inside. Instantly, the aura of the divine weapon vanished. Everyone's bodies returned to normal. Shen Manjun stretched out her hand, and the wooden box flew back into her grasp. She glanced at the heavenly wolf king and said expressionlessly, "I forgot. These 10 divine weapons were forged in the ancient era for the purpose of fighting against the fiend race. As a member of the fiend race, without the strength of a fiend emperor, he actually dares to pull out the divine weapons of humans. He overestimates himself. There is no need to care about him. He suffered a backlash from the divine weapon and will not be able to use his strength for a period of time." Ling Tianjing nodded and said, "Go and deal with the remnants of the running corpse sect first. Then, we will discuss how to deal with this beast." With the addition of the 12 heavenly saber pavilion supreme elders, the running corpse sect no longer had the strength to resist. They could not retaliate and were forced into a retreat. A corpse monarch tried to use the earth evasion technique to escape. However, Ling Tianjing discovered it. He snorted coldly and stomped on the ground. The ground trembled like water and the corpse monarch was knocked out. Mu Xinya took advantage of the chaos and sneaked over to the heavenly wolf king's side. With the heavenly wolf king's huge body as a cover, the people of the heavenly saber pavilion did not discover the petite Mu Xinya. "Sage ancestor. Sage ancestor. Are you all right?" Mu Xinya whispered anxiously into the heavenly wolf king's ear. Blood flowed out of the heavenly wolf king's mouth continuously. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He was just one step away from obtaining the spirit vein's origin and advancing to flying fiend emperor. He would become the first person in thousands of years. Under his leadership, the heavenly wolf race would rule the world. The entire fiend race would rise once again. However, in the end, all his efforts would be for naught. One wrong step and he would fall into a bottomless abyss, losing everything. The heavenly wolf king turned its huge head slightly and looked at Mu Xinya in front of it. It slowly raised its left claw and used its sharp claws to make a crescent wound on Mu Xinya's forehead. Blood immediately spurted out from Mu Xinya's forehead. She was startled. She knew what the heavenly wolf king was going to do. She said, "Sage ancestor, you can't." On the other side of the battlefield, the people of the running corpse sect had already been mostly wiped out. Only a few corpse monarchs were still resisting tenaciously. The corpse king controlled by Supervisor Li had been crushed into dust by the 3 martial monarch supreme elders. There was no way for him to revive. Suddenly, boundless black qi came out from Xiao Chen's pores. When the black qi dissipated, the corpse king imprint in his body instantly vanished. It turned out that the corpse monarch that had used the corpse king imprint had already been killed by one of the supreme elders. Naturally, the corpse king imprint that he had set up had dissipated. When the essence returned to Xiao Chen's meridians, his face lit up in joy. His body had completely recovered. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "Since I no longer have anything to worry about, I should leave this place." Who? Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to leave, a figure tore through the air and arrived before Xiao Chen at lightning speed. Without saying anything, he attacked. That figure was the Bien Peak's peak master, Song Quebec. He had accidentally seen Xiao Chen's figure earlier. A killing intent instantly surged out. He immediately stopped fighting and flew towards Xiao Qin at lightning speed. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation realm, he could not even see the trajectory of a peak martial king's movement technique and the speed of his attack. He could not react in time. Xiao Qin immediately received a punch to his dantian. Song Kei's new and old grudges merged together. He did not hold back in this punch at all. Bang! Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with shock. His body flew into the air like a kite with its string cut. The blue dragon, which had just regained its freedom, was smashed into pieces by this peak martial king's punch. It turned into balls of azure light and dissipated within his body. Spiritual energy flowed out of his body like flowing water. Xiao Qin thought in horror, "It's over, my martial spirit is destroyed. I am crippled for life." This was Xiao Chen's last thought. Before he had the time to think further, he had already fainted. With a pu-tong sound, he sank into the underground river. The rapid current of the river immediately washed Xiao Chen's body downstream. Yi Chen. Yuan sent a corpse flying with a palm strike. He was completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. He looked angrily at Song Kei and revealed a sinister expression. He said, "How dare you kill my Qingyun Peak's disciple? I want your life." Yuan pushed his feet off the ground and he had already crossed the river and arrived beside Song Quebec. The small saber in his hand created a cool breeze. The saber was hidden in the cool breeze as it chopped towards Song Kei's chest. The two of them were both martial kings. Song Kei's cultivation was originally much higher than Yuan's. However, he had suffered from the backlash of the 9 saber demon punishing formation earlier. Furthermore, he had used his full power in that earlier attack. At this moment, his essence was insufficient. When the Great Perfection Clear Wind Chop was executed, the saber could not be seen at all. It was impossible to defend against. Song Kei dodged in a sorry state. He could not even catch his breath. He was actually beaten up in such a manner. "Go to hell!" Yuan suddenly roared. The saber hidden in the cool breeze suddenly moved closer to Song Quebec. It spun very quickly. This was another secret technique of Qingyun Peak, mysterious wind chop. Song Kei originally thought this attack was still the clear wind chop. He was caught off guard. The spinning saber created countless air currents. It was very fast. At such a close distance, it was impossible to dodge. Damn it, I was too careless. I actually allowed him to execute the mysterious wind chop at such a close distance, Song Kei thought vexedly. Actually, he had not expected that Yuan would actually kill him, a peak master, for the sake of an insignificant Xiao Qin. Even though Song Kei had already retreated quickly to the side, the speed of the mysterious wind chop was simply too fast. Song Kei had no way of dodging it. Pu Ci. One of Song Kei's arms was chopped off. The mysterious wind formed by the saber instantly tore his arm into pieces. A large amount of blood and flesh scattered in the air. "Ah!" Song Kei cried out in pain. He looked at his left arm, which had been smashed into pieces. His face revealed a horrified expression. He could not believe what had happened. "Die!" Yuan turned around and kicked the distracted Song Quebec. He waved the small saber in his hand in the air. The saber left a few afterimages in the air, piercing towards Song Kei's heart. When it was only an inch away from Song Kei's chest, a few Supreme Elders saw the situation and rushed over. A martial monarch Supreme Elder made his move at lightning speed. He stretched out his fingers and caught the saber that Yuan was thrusting at him with. He shouted angrily, "Yuan, what are you trying to do? You are going against your superiors. Are you tired of living?" Yuan used some force and twisted his wrist, freeing the small saber from the old man's fingers. He said indifferently, "Killing a fellow disciple for no reason. Even if he is a peak master, he has to die. Is the matter of a peak master something for an insignificant elder like you to speak? The Law Enforcement Hall will investigate the matter and give justice to your Qingyun peak disciple, a supreme elder at the side said. Chapter 197. Yuan smiled coldly and said, Law Enforcement Hall. What a joke. You are already so old, yet you still dare to speak of the Tao of the Law Enforcement Hall. Impudent. Seeing that Yuan did not care about them, one of the supreme elders could not help but feel embarrassed. He could not help but send a palm strike at Yuan. Martial monarchs could already comprehend the laws of space. Although the old man's palm strike was an ordinary one, after it was infused with the laws of space, it was clearly extraordinary and unfathomable. The palm wind was clearly heading for Yuan's chest. In the end, just as Yuan was about to receive it, the palm wind suddenly disappeared and attacked his side. Boom! The difference in cultivation was too great. Yuan was a medial-grade martial king. However, this ordinary palm strike knocked him back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Who? Shen Manjun, who had finally killed all the running sex corpse monarchs, leaped into the air. Her footsteps were light, as though she was taking a stroll in the park. In an instant, she arrived beside the crowd. Before everyone's surprised gazes, Shen Manjuan's lily-white hands flew towards Song Ke, who was being supported by two supreme elders. There was a loud bang and a formless palm landed on Song Ke's body. Song Ke immediately struggled free from the support of the two supreme elders. Huang huang huang. Song Ke tumbled back continuously until he reached the side of the underground river before he stopped. Song Ke's expression was extremely miserable. He got up and asked, Martial Aunt Shin, why? The two supreme elders, who were in front of Yuan earlier, did not dare to say anything when Shen Manjun made a move. There was no other reason than Shen Manjuan's seniority was the highest. She was also the strongest. Looking at her appearance, it was clear that she was very angry. No matter how good her relationship with Song Ke was, she did not dare to say anything at this moment. She could only think that Song Ke was unlucky. Shen Manjun snorted coldly. Her expression was as cold as frost, she could not be bothered with him. She slowly walked to the side of the underground river and looked at the rushing water. She frowned slightly. Suddenly, Shen Manjun shouted, and all the essence in her body surged. Her clothes fluttered non-stop, and her aura rose rapidly. A strong wind blew, whistling non-stop. She ferociously sent a palm strike towards the riverbank. Hua! In the hundreds of meters of river that ran through the entire underground cave, the rushing river water immediately churned. In the river, there was not a single drop of water left, and all kinds of fish in the water fell continuously. Shen Manjun quickly glanced at the river, but she did not see Xiao Chen's figure. The turbulent underground river had already washed Xiao Chen's body to God knows where. Sighing, he waved his hand, and the river water that was a few meters in the air fell back down with a loud boom. This was the strength of a peak martial monarch. With a flip of their palm, they could cause the rivers to flow in reverse and surge. Shen Manjun stood by the river and pondered for a long time before leaving the shore. Puff! Seeing that Shen Manjuan's anger seemed to have subsided, everyone thought that they were about to heave a sigh of relief. However, the Heavenly Wolf King's gigantic body suddenly let out a crisp sound that resounded throughout the cave. Everyone looked over and saw Mu Xinya's body floating quietly in the air. She closed her eyes, her clothes fluttering, and her silver hair dancing in the wind. There was a silver crescent moon between her eyebrows, and it rippled as smooth as a mirror. Not good, the Heavenly Wolf King passed down his strength to this girl, Ling Tianjing said loudly. A supreme elder at the side cried out hoarsely, earlier, we were all distracted by what happened here. We did not notice the Heavenly Wolf King at all. After this supreme elder spoke, everyone looked at the one-armed Song Ke with resentment. If he had not killed Xiao Qin, there would not be so many problems. Otherwise, how could the Heavenly Wolf King have the opportunity to pass down his strength to Mu Xinye under their noses? Once he passed down his strength, it would be impossible to snatch it back from Mu Xinye. This was because Mu Xinye's current cultivation had not reached the stage where she could condense a sage core. If she was killed, the energy that the Heavenly Wolf King inherited would scatter into the world. Furthermore, the more horrifying thing was that the instant before this girl died, the Heavenly Wolf King's 1,000-year cultivation would explode. The entire underground cave would collapse. Of the people present, only a few would be able to survive the explosion. The others would not be able to escape unscathed. This was also the reason why no one made a move even though they were furious. How hateful! Shen Manjun shouted and sent a palm strike at Song Quebec. The palm wind was like thunder, instantly sending Song Ke flying into the underground river. She had already lost close to 300 years of her lifespan. Although she did not show any signs of dying in a sitting posture, there was no guarantee that she would be in danger at any time. Only by entering the Sage Realm could she be completely safe. At this moment, Song Ke had spoiled the situation. She wished she could kill him with a palm strike. Song Ke, who only had one arm left, thrashed about in the water with all his might. The poor Martial King's essence was messed up by this palm strike. He had to drink a few mouthfuls of water before he crawled to the shore. Mu Xinye suddenly opened her eyes and a bright light shot out from them. She looked at the crowd and said, "Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you had best not touch my sage ancestor's body. I will be back." After she spoke, she threw out a jade strip. The jade strip turned into a ball of flame and flew to Mu Xinye's feet. Her body slowly turned into a strand of flame and disappeared into the underground cave. Divine Flame Talisman. There is actually such a thing. When a Supreme Elder saw Mu Xinye throw out the jade strip, his face was filled with despair. The Divine Flame Talisman was a teleportation secret treasure. After it was burned, it could bring its owner thousands of kilometers underground, vanishing into nothingness. It was said that the refinement method of this talisman had been preserved in the Great Jin Empire. However, it was extremely expensive. Each talisman required 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, it could only be used once. Using it once was equivalent to expending 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Although this price was expensive, it was not worth mentioning when compared to one's life. Originally, there were people who were planning to lock Mu Xinye up after she completely absorbed the energy of the Heavenly Wolf King's inheritance. Then, they would extract her energy after she refined a sage core. Although it would take a long time, it was not impossible. Now that Mu Xinye used the Divine Flame Talisman, all these thoughts were gone. A Supreme Elder sighed, 100 years of effort. In the end, it was all for naught. Although the old Fiend King is dead, a new Fiend King has appeared. I wonder if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion can withstand another attack from a Fiend King. There were many tributaries in the underground river, the undercurrent was very turbulent. After Xiao Qin fell into the river, he was unconscious. When he sank to the bottom, he did not know where he was washed to. The blue dragon came from the water. Xiao Qin, who possessed the blue dragon martial spirit, could hold his breath underwater for a long time. He did not need to breathe. However, now that Xiao Qin's martial spirit was destroyed, he was like an ordinary person, he did not have any special abilities. Logically speaking, after Xiao Qin sank to the bottom of the river, he should have drowned after 2 hours. His abdomen would have swelled up. After 10 hours, he would have floated up again and turned into a corpse. However, Xiao Qin's current situation was very strange. His blue dragon martial spirit had already dissipated and he was completely crippled. However, he could still breathe underwater. As the undercurrent rose and fell, he did not know where it was going. Occasionally, there would be all sorts of water plants and duckweed entangling him, and fish and prawns would rise and fall. 2 days later, Xiaochen woke up from his unconscious state. He felt a splitting headache, and he felt very weak. His body swam in the water. Under the impact of the ferocious undercurrent, it was difficult for him to even turn around. When Xiaochen felt the condition of his body, he felt it was strange. He did not understand why he could still breathe underwater after his blue dragon martial spirit had been destroyed. Calm down, Xiaochen kept repeating to himself as he swam in the river. Although he could breathe underwater, the situation was still very dangerous. Song Kei's peak martial king attack had not only destroyed his martial spirit, but the internal energy that had spread out had also caused great internal injuries to his body. His internal organs were all damaged to varying degrees. If it were not for the fact that Xiaochen's physique was extraordinary and that he had been tempered by the 7-leaf flowers 7 times, his heart and lungs would have been shattered and he would have died. After drifting underwater for 2 days, the injuries in his body had not been treated. Furthermore, he had not eaten anything. Xiaochen's physical strength could be said to be extremely weak. If he did not think of a way to get to the surface in the turbulent river, the problem of his physical strength would only worsen. In the end, he would die. While he was thinking, Xiaochen had already been pushed a few hundred meters away by the undercurrent. Xiaochen could not help but fear the ferocious undercurrent in his heart. Xiaochen faced the undercurrent and did his best to control his body to turn around. A surging undercurrent suddenly attacked him, causing Xiaochen's body to flip over. Guru! Guru! This sudden situation caused Xiaochen to swallow a few mouthfuls of water. In the midst of the chaos, Xiaochen grabbed a large amount of seaweed in the water and did his best to stabilize his body. This seaweed was rather sturdy. When Xiaochen wrapped it in his hand, although the undercurrent was still ferocious, it could no longer carry it away. The seaweed, which was as thick as an arm, stabilized Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen finally caught his breath and looked up. Although the river was somewhat turbid and he could not see the surface clearly, the light was not dim. This meant that the river was not too deep. Since that was the case, Xiaochen had to think of a way to get to the surface. The main thing preventing him from getting to the surface was the undercurrent at the bottom of the river. If he let go of the seaweed in his hand, the undercurrent would immediately wash him down. This undercurrent was only about 5 meters thick. It was at the deepest part of the river. As long as he crossed this 5 meters, there would be no undercurrent. At that time, he would be able to get to the surface naturally. If Xiaochen still had his essence in the past, he could easily leap out of this underground river with one breath. When he landed, even the water on his body would quickly evaporate. However, not only was he severely injured, his martial spirit was also destroyed. He could not raise his essence and had not eaten for 2 days. As long as he let go of the seaweed in his hand, the surging undercurrent would immediately wash him down. After resting for more than half an hour, Xiaochen carefully observed his surroundings. He slowly touched the 2 sides of the riverbed and discovered that the slope was filled with silt. When he stepped on it, he immediately sank half a meter deep. Xiaochen was delighted. He thought of a way to get to the shore. As long as he followed the slope and stuck his arm into the silt, he would be able to slowly climb up. Chapter 198. To be safe, Xiaochen first found a 10-meter-long strand of seaweed and wrapped it around his waist. Then, he carried out his plan. In the turbulent undercurrent, every step was incomparably difficult. When Xiaochen reached the top of the slope, he did not dare to be careless. He climbed up step by step. The undercurrent attacked his body continuously, nearly washing him away a few times. Xiaochen dug his palms deep into the silt and poured all the black silt into his fingernails. He barely managed to avoid the undercurrent. After dodging the undercurrent with much difficulty, Xiaochen loosened his body and removed the seaweed around his waist. After a while, he emerged from the water and took a deep breath. Then, he quickly rowed towards the shore. After reaching the shore, Xiaochen was extremely tired. The dizziness intensified. He did his best to stay alert and control his desire to lie down. Then, he removed all his wet clothes. Xiaochen took out some dry clothes from the universe ring and put them on. Then, he swallowed a blood-replenishing pill. After doing all this, he dragged his body to a cliff by the shore. Then, he leaned against it and closed his eyes to rest. Unknowingly, Xiaochen fell asleep. He was simply too tired. When he woke up again, Xiaochen's spirit had recovered. With the help of the blood-replenishing pill, his injuries had also healed. Xiaochen took out some dry rations and water from the universe ring. After he ate them, his strength slowly recovered. He wolfed down the dry rations and gulped down a large mouthful of water. Only then did Xiaochen get up and look around him. He was in a rather dark cave. Xiaochen wanted to release his spiritual sense instinctively. In the end, he discovered that there was no reaction. The spiritual sense that he had been using in the past did not appear. Xiaochen could not help but smile bitterly. It looked like he had really become a cripple. He slowly walked to the riverside. The calm river water reflected Xiaochen's pale face. Due to soaking in the river for too long, Xiaochen's skin had turned frighteningly pale. Some parts of his skin had even peeled off. The appearance that Xiaochen had changed using the shape-shifting spell had already returned to its original state. However, he could not be bothered with this now. After he cleaned off the mud from his fingernails, he turned around and looked at Xiaochen. After he cleaned off the mud from his fingernails, he walked in the direction of the river. No matter what, he had to find an exit first. Dee-da. Dee-da. Occasionally, water droplets would fall from above. The instant the water droplets landed, Xiaochen's body instinctively moved backward. The water droplets brushed past Xiaochen's nose and quickly fell to the ground. Looks like I still have the strength of my body. My combat instincts have not disappeared. Even without essence, I can still sense the direction of the water droplets. Xiaochen clenched his fist and revealed a joyful expression. Due to gravity, the speed at which the water droplets fell was very fast. Xiaochen could only rely on his body's instincts to sense the direction in which the water droplets would fall. Then, he could easily dodge them. Even without a martial spirit, I can rely on my physical body to become a martial sage. What the predecessors could do, I can do as well. A determined look appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. After walking for a long time, the light in front of him slowly brightened. Xiaochen could not help but increase his pace. After a while, the scene before him opened up. Even without a martial spirit, I can rely on my physical body to become a martial sage. What the predecessors could do, I can do as well. A determined look appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. A vast underground world appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. It was a few hundred meters tall and had an unknown length and width. There were trees, plants, flowers, and rivers. It was unknown where the light came from. It was very strange. Xiaochen hesitated for a while before he stepped in. It was as though he had passed through a barrier. Time stopped for a short moment. It was almost negligible. Afraid that something was wrong, Xiaochen paced back and forth a few times. When he discovered that he could safely return, he did not pay much attention to it. Crunch! Crunch! A few birds suddenly flew past the forest in front. Xiaochen was slightly startled. There were actually living creatures here. He had to be careful. If there were any ferocious beasts, it would be troublesome. Bang! Bang! Just as Xiaochen was thinking this, a huge spirit beast dashed out of the forest. This was a scarlet flame bear. When it stood up, it was as tall as 2 grown men. Its red eyes were filled with a baleful aura as it looked at Xiaochen. The Scarlet Flame Bear was a rank 2 spirit beast. It was equivalent to a martial master. Xiao Chen had seen it before in the periphery of Seven Horn Mountain. It looked very ferocious, but there was nothing special about it. However, it would be difficult for the current Xiao Chen to deal with it. Pooh! Pooh! Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, the Scarlet Flame Bear ran over on all fours. Soon, it arrived in front of Xiao Chen. It sent out a palm strike with a force of several hundred kilograms. Xiao Chen did not panic. Before the front paw of the Scarlet Flame Bear could reach him, he sensed the direction of the wind. He calmly took a step to the left and dodged the attack. Xiao Chen shouted and poured all his strength into his right fist. All the muscles in his right arm bulged up. It was like Xiao Chen felt a boundless power. He punched at the chest of the Scarlet Flame Bear at lightning speed. In the next moment, the Scarlet Flame Bear's sturdy body was sent flying with a bang. The sound of its internal organs shattering came from its body. After it fell to the ground, it could not get up again. Xiao Chen looked at all this in astonishment. After a while, when he saw that the Scarlet Flame Bear was really dead, he muttered, "How is this possible? Even at its peak, the strength of my punch was only 1,500 kilograms. Now that my martial spirit is shattered and my injuries have not healed completely, it is already an extraordinary performance to be able to display even half of my strength." The Scarlet Flame Bear's weight had already reached 500 kilograms. If Xiao Chen wanted to send it flying with a punch and shatter its internal organs, he would need at least 4,000 kilograms of strength. Xiao Chen looked suspiciously at his own fist. He did not dare believe it. "I feel like I did not use all my strength in that punch earlier. Why is my strength even stronger than before?" Xiao Chen could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. He walked into the forest and found a Scarlet Flame Bear at the periphery. When it was about to approach him, he punched it again. Just like before, this Scarlet Flame Bear that weighed 500 kilograms was sent flying. Its internal organs were shattered and it died. Only now did Xiao Chen believe that everything was real. His strength was even stronger than before. Could it be that my cultivation realm did not disappear? The strength of my punch should be around 3,500 kilograms of force, close to 4,000 kilograms. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to kill the Scarlet Flame Bear in one punch, Xiao Chen said with certainty. What exactly is going on? Why did my physical strength increase? Xiao Chen thought hard for a long time, but he still could not figure it out. After a while, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Never mind, an increase in strength is a good thing. Since I cannot figure it out, I should not think too much about it for now." Thinking of this, Xiao Chen left the forest. The depths of the forest gave him a dangerous aura. There should be other stronger spirit beasts. Xiao Chen spent the remaining time exploring this unknown underground world. In the southeast direction, Xiao Chen unexpectedly discovered a natural herb field. It was lush and verdant, filled with all sorts of spirit herbs. Many of the spirit herbs were over 100 years old. However, before Xiao Chen got close to the herb field, he could already feel a few strong auras. Occasionally, he could hear the terrifying roars of beasts. These were all strong spirit beasts. With Xiao Chen's current state, he could only watch from afar and shrink back. Seeing a mountain of treasure but not being able to get it was quite depressing. Xiao Chen avoided this area and continued moving forward. Although his martial spirit was destroyed, his physical strength was still there. His speed was not slow either. In one day, Xiao Chen had explored a radius of 1,000 meters. He discovered that he had completely underestimated the size of this underground world. After walking for one day, he had not even covered half the distance. For some unknown reason, the underground world also had day and night. As time passed, the light slowly turned dim. In the night, there were always some unknown dangers. Xiao Chen did not dare to stay here. He retreated all the way to the edge of the underground world before slowly stopping. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiaochen decided to cultivate once more. Even though his martial spirit was destroyed, he had not completely given up. The blue dragon martial spirit was an ancient holy beast. It definitely had something extraordinary about it. Right now, there was no trace of spiritual energy in Xiaochen's body. He was now truly an ordinary person. He was much weaker than when he first came to this world. At the very least, he still had the spiritual energy that he had cultivated for more than 10 years. Although he could not convert it into essence, it was more than enough to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Now that there was no trace of spiritual energy in his body, he might have to wait another 16 years before he could reach his previous cultivation realm. If that was the case, no matter how strong Xiaochen's willpower was, he would have to give up. Xiaochen felt the surrounding spiritual energy and guarded his dantian. He breathed in and exhaled. His spirit pedestal was calm as he repeated these two actions continuously. This was the most basic breathing technique in the Tianwu continent. Aside from those with innate martial spirits, most people did not have any spiritual energy when they were born. Without spiritual energy, there was no way to circulate any cultivation technique. At this moment, one had to practice the breathing technique, absorbing some spiritual energy into one's body. When the amount of spiritual energy in one's body reached a certain level, one could officially start cultivating. The breathing technique did not have any grades, it was common throughout the continent. Slowly, the qi that Xiaochen breathed out became more solid. From a distance, it looked like a mist-like sword, lingering for a long time. Hoo! In the next moment, when Xiaochen breathed in, the spiritual energy turned into a faint mist. It flowed through Xiaochen's mouth and slowly flowed out of his meridians. The spiritual energy circulated around his body before settling in his dantian. It was about the size of a pinky finger. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He did not expect the first strand of spiritual energy he absorbed to be so big. Soon, he would be able to gather enough spiritual energy to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. His earlier worries about needing another 16 years were groundless. He had already experienced this process once. It made sense that the second time he gathered spiritual energy would be much smoother. After 4 hours, the spiritual energy that had settled in his dantian was sufficient to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiaochen stopped breathing and prepared to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Hua! The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation successfully circulated without any obstruction. The surrounding spiritual energy immediately poured into Xiaochen's body in a frenzy. It was endless, completely exceeding Xiaochen's expectations. Chapter 199. Why is it like this? Xiaochen was startled. Suddenly, he remembered what Yuan had told him before. If he forcefully cultivated in this underground, there was a risk of his body exploding. Xiaochen's expression could not help but change greatly. He wanted to stop, but he was not resigned to it. Back when he was cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation on Seven Horn Mountain, he had encountered such a situation and successfully condensed his martial spirit. If he gave up now, it would be too much of a pity. If he missed this opportunity, he might not have any hope of condensing his martial spirit again in the future. I'll just go crazy for once. The path of cultivation is filled with thorns. I have to fight with the heavens, fight with others, fight with myself. I have to be ruthless to everyone. If I can't even get past this hurdle, how can I fight with others in the future? Not to mention fighting with the heavens. After making up his mind, Xiaochen steeled his heart. Not only did he not stop, he even sped up the circulation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Thunder roared in the sky. A whirlpool appeared above his head, spinning continuously. It quickly sucked in the surrounding spiritual energy before sending it into Xiaochen's body. Bolts of lightning flashed in the air. Wind and thunder roared, and mysterious phenomena appeared. Xiao Chen's body was not calm either. Spiritual energy filled his entire meridians. Now, Xiao Chen's meridians were much wider and more resilient than before. The amount of spiritual energy they could contain was also several times more than before. If Xiao Chen's meridians were not stable, he would explode until not even his bones remained. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen felt like he could not hold on any longer, all 361 acupoints in his body opened with a boom. There was actually a tiny azure dragon in every acupoint. The 361 blue dragons opened their mouths and sucked, instantly sucking in all the spiritual energy in Xiao Chen's body, saving Xiao Chen's life. The whirlpool above his head did not stop. Immediately, new spiritual energy poured in. Just as Xiao Chen was about to collapse, the 361 azure dragons in his acupoints opened their mouths and sucked in again. The spiritual energy in his body was sucked dry once more. From afar, Xiao Chen's 361 acupoints were emitting a blue glow. His entire body was like a blue dragon, forming a huge blue dragon. Swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, he roared furiously as he controlled the various phenomena in the world and accepted the baptism of lightning. It turns out that my martial spirit did not disappear. It was just divided into 361 small blue dragons and stayed in the acupoints of my body. Xiao Chen thought in pleasant surprise. Every time the blue dragon in his acupoints breathed in and out, Xiao Chen felt as if his entire body was cleansed by spiritual energy. It was extremely comfortable. After repeating this a total of 361 times, the mysterious phenomenon in the sky disappeared. The whirlpool above Xiao Chen's head entered his body with a so sound. The spiritual energy in the world finally stopped pouring in. The whirlpool formed a miniature qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian. As it spun slowly, drops of liquefied qi dripped down slowly. At the start, the speed at which the qi whirlpool dripped was very fast. Every time it spun one round, a drop would fall. In the end, it became slower and slower. Even after it spun more than 10 times, not a single drop fell. When Xiao Chen counted carefully, he did not know if it was a coincidence or not, but there were exactly 361 drops of mysterious liquid. Xiao Chen's mind moved. When he looked carefully, he discovered that this liquid was actually extremely pure essence. I clearly did not condense a martial spirit. It is just a qi whirlpool, yet it can actually turn spiritual energy into essence. This is really strange, Xiao Chen said doubtfully. Looks like my martial spirit really did not scatter. It is just a different form of existence. This is good as well. Condensing essence from the qi whirlpool is much faster than before. Xiao Chen controlled the essence in his body and slowly circulated it. He discovered that his cultivation realm did not fall. In terms of purity and quantity of essence, he had broken through to medial grade martial Grand Master. After circulating his essence for a great cycle, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A purple light pierced through the dark night sky before turning into 2 spots of purple light and disappearing from his eyes. Xiao Chen got up and looked into the distance. He clenched his right hand into a fist and energy filled his entire body. This feeling of regaining control over his strength made Xiao Chen feel very carefree. He could not help but let out a long roar. It was like the roar of a dragon. It was long and continuous, reverberating in the surroundings. Ha! Xiao Chen punched through the air and punched a huge rock 50 meters in front of him. The Feng Yan acupoint on his palm suddenly opened and the blue dragon in it disappeared. It turned into strands of azure light and spread to his arm. In an instant, his entire right hand was filled with a huge energy. The powerful force followed the direction of the punch and hit the 2-meter-tall boulder with a loud bang. The boulder immediately shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions. The blue dragon in the acupoint could actually turn into an azure light and attack along with the fist wind. This was a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, it was very strong. This is just the blue dragon in one acupoint, and it already has such a strong might. If I were to open all 361 acupoints in the future, how strong would its might be? Xiaochen thought in anticipation. He tried punching a few more times. In the end, he discovered that the acupoint on his palm was already completely closed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open it. It should be that he had used up all his energy and was temporarily unable to use it. Xiaochen was not worried. There was still time in the future, there was no need to rush. In the following period of time, Xiaochen took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring and executed all the martial techniques he knew. He could execute all the martial techniques without any obstructions. Furthermore, they were even more refined. Their might was much stronger than before. Only then did Xiaochen relax. It seemed like he had completely recovered his strength. Not only did the peak martial King Song K's punch not shatter his martial spirit, it even allowed his strength to improve. Perhaps this was the true face of the blue dragon martial spirit. Breaking down and rebuilding, establishing a brand new system. This completely stimulated the blue dragon martial spirit that he did not know how to use in the past. A silver warship flew quickly a few hundred meters in the sky. Xiaochen stood at the bow as the wind whistled past his ears. He extended his spiritual sense into the surroundings, carefully checking his surroundings. After his essence recovered, he could use his spiritual sense and secret treasures. When the sky brightened, Xiaochen piloted the silver warship and flew towards the natural herb field. There is a rank 5 spirit beast lightning ox in the northeast direction. It is guarding a rank 6 herb, phoenix blood vine. The phoenix blood vine is a natural herb. It can be used directly to strengthen a cultivator's chi and blood. There is an unknown python in the northwest direction. It should be a peak rank 5 spirit beast. It is guarding a golden lotus. According to the Compendium of Cultivation, the golden lotus is the main ingredient in refining the profound returning pill. It is worth 100 inferior grade spirit stones. There is a one-eyed wolf in the south. It is a peak rank 5 spirit beast. It is guarding a rank 6 herb, needle leaf grass. It is worth 50 inferior grade spirit stones. Now that Xiaochen possessed his spiritual sense, he quickly scanned the situation in the herb field from high up in the sky. This underground space was filled with spiritual energy. There were also all sorts of natural treasures. With such a good place to cultivate, Xiaochen did not intend to leave for now. He was prepared to cultivate here. He urgently needed some herbs to strengthen his physical body. Xiaochen recalled the silver warship into his right eye and slowly landed in the northeast direction of the herb field. There was a scarlet phoenix blood vine there. It could be used directly to strengthen a cultivator's chi and blood, directly raising the strength of the physical body. Although it could not compare to the 7-leaf flower, which had a rebirth effect, to Xiaochen, it was still a rare item. After consuming it, it should be able to increase his strength by 250 kilograms. Xiaochen landed firmly on the ground and walked towards the lightning ox. The lightning ox had purple fur all over its body. It was at least twice the size of the water buffaloes on Earth. There was a silver horn on its head. It could instantly release horrifying lightning, numbing the body of a cultivator. A weaker cultivator would be electrocuted into charcoal. Roar! Seeing Xiaochen getting closer, the lightning ox roared angrily at Xiaochen. A rank 5 spirit beast already had a certain level of intelligence. It could tell how dangerous Xiaochen was, so it warned him not to get any closer. Xiaochen smiled faintly and ignored it. He pushed off the ground with his feet and the muscles in his body swelled up. He was filled with explosive power. He relied on the strength of his physical body and leaped towards the lightning ox. The lightning ox's reaction was very fast. The instant Xiaochen leaped up, it stomped on the ground with its hooves, kicking up a cloud of dust. It charged towards Xiaoqin, who was flying through the air. When the lightning ox collided with its body, which weighed 1,000 kilograms, it had a force of 2,500 kilograms. Its aura was very ferocious, it could easily crush a small hill. Xiaoqin did not dodge. He clenched his fist tightly, giving off a crackling sound. He gathered all his strength into his right fist and punched the lightning ox's head. Bang! One man and one beast collided. A force of close to 5,000 kilograms collided, giving off a loud sound. Ripples spread out in all directions in the air. The taller plants in the herb field were all crushed into powder by the ripples, leaving only the lonely rhizomes. The huge force caused Xiaoqian's arm to go numb. His body flew back 5 meters. After he landed, he slid back another 2 meters before he came to a stop. The lightning ox was not in a good state either. It was sent tumbling by the punch. Its huge body rolled a few times on the ground before it slowly came to a stop. The lightning ox immediately stood up. Its eyes revealed a furious expression as it gathered a purple electric light on its white horns. The surrounding lightning attributed energy frantically poured into the ox's horns. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a surging light. Pu-ci. Pu-ci. A purple bolt of lightning tore through the air, flying quickly at Xiaoqin. Everywhere the lightning passed, the dust in the air turned into purple ashes. When one looked at it, the lightning looked even more mighty. With one look, one could tell that the might of the purple lightning was not to be underestimated. Xiaoqin did not dare to clash head-on. He circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art and turned into a flood dragon. He moved about in the air, continuously changing his figure. Bolts of lightning chased after Xiaoqin, not letting up. After a while, the space around Xiaoqin was filled with densely packed lightning, like a cage. Chapter 200. Under the electric light, Xiaoqian's hair all stood on end. Although he was not struck by the lightning, the air seemed to be filled with electricity. His skin already had a significant static reaction. Not good. Xiaoqin thought to himself, the lightning ox's intelligence is actually so high. The lightning that seemed to be randomly fired out was actually following a certain pattern, gradually gathering together. Shwa. In the sky, 9 bolts of lightning as thick as an arm quickly gathered together. They were like 5 pillars supporting the heavens as they headed for Xiaoqin. Heavenly lightning shield. The speed of the lightning was too fast. Furthermore, it was gathering from all directions. Even if Xiaoqian's movement technique was exquisite, he would not be able to pass through it. Xiaoqin could only defend. Chi. When the 9 huge lightning pillars collided with the heavenly lightning shield, they gave off a zzz sound. The heavenly lightning shield had the ability to absorb lightning. However, the strength of this lightning was too strong. It did not last for long before it shattered with a pa sound. The remaining lightning struck Xiaoqian's body. There was a pa sound on Xiaoqian's body. The clothes on the surface of Xiaoqian's body were all torn apart. Xiaoqian's body was revealed to be filled with explosive muscles. The electricity continued to jump around on his skin. Fortunately, the heavenly lightning shield absorbed most of the electricity. The remaining might was still somewhat weakened. Xiaoqin did not receive any fatal injuries. Xiaoqin endured the pain in his body and leaped into the air. He arrived beside the lightning ox. At this moment, the lightning ox had used its trump card. It was at its weakest. After it recovered, it would take a lot more time to deal with it. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiaoqian's hands moved, changing the original sword move into a fist move. His figure flickered and the wind from his fist howled. In the blink of an eye, he had sent out more than 1,000 punches around the lightning ox. Bang! 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 Every punch contained more than 2,000 kilograms of force. When they landed on the purple body of the lightning ox, it cried out in pain. However, it could not do anything to Xiaoqin, who was moving around at high speed. Die! When the disordered dance of 1,000 years was completed, Xiaoqin landed beside the lightning bowl. The Fengyan acupoint on his right palm opened, and the blue dragon inside transformed into a ball of cyan light, wrapping around Xiaoqin's entire right arm. In an instant, Xiaoqin once again felt the feeling of his right hand being filled with power like yesterday. With a bang, a series of crisp sounds rang out from within the lightning ox's body. All of its internal organs had been shattered and its huge body was sent flying back dozens of meters. Black blood flowed out of the corner of its mouth. This lightning ox was dead. Xiaoqin sat down cross-legged and slowly expelled the electricity in his body. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. The surging essence instantly squeezed or swallowed the electricity in his meridians. After a while, Xiaoqin got up and changed his clothes. Then, he walked towards the rank 6 phoenix blood vine and carefully picked it. Then, he placed it in his universe ring. After taking a look at the corpse of the lightning ox, Xiaoqin slowly walked over. He took out a small knife and started to dissect it. The corpse of a rank 5 spirit beast was filled with treasures. Xiaoqin did not want to waste it. This was especially so for the silver horn of the lightning ox. It should be several decades old. It had been tempered by electricity for a long time. It could be used to forge a lightning-attributed bone weapon. Its value was not lower than the phoenix blood vine. Xiaoqin took out a jade bottle and collected the blood. Then, he took out the spirit core and cut off the most delicious parts of the lightning ox's body. Only then did he leave in satisfaction. Originally, he wanted to stay for a while longer and collect all the herbs in the surroundings. However, the earlier battle medicine had attracted the attention of the other spirit beasts. It was relatively easy to deal with one rank 5 spirit beast at a time. However, if there were many of them, it would be very dangerous. Furthermore, among the auras, Xiaoqin could feel the aura of a peak rank 6 spirit beast. That was a spirit beast guarding the center of the herb field. Earlier, Xiaoqin had checked the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire herb field. There was a flowing light marigold growing there. The flowing light marigold was an extremely precious rank 7 herb. Just one flowing light leaf had the healing effects of a rank 6 medicinal pill. Furthermore, there were several rare medicinal pills in the compendium of cultivation that required this leaf as a medicinal catalyst. However, the most precious thing was the flowing light flower. The flowing light flower only bloomed once every 800 years. Just one petal was enough to increase a person's intelligence. This was what cultivators referred to as comprehension ability. After consuming it, it would increase a cultivator's comprehension ability greatly. They would be able to comprehend cultivation techniques or martial techniques much faster than ordinary people. It could allow a person with mediocre talent to immediately become talented. For example, Xiaoqin had yet to comprehend the highest realm of the clear wind chop. If he consumed this flowing light flower, he might be able to comprehend it immediately. Of course, all of this could only be wishful thinking. Beside the flowing light golden lamp, there was a peak rank 6 spirit beast guarding it all year round. In the surroundings, there were several 6th rank spiritual beasts eyeing him. With so many 6th rank spiritual beasts, before Xiaoqin could even get close to them, he would probably die. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaoqin steered the silver warship away before the spirit beasts arrived. He stopped in front of a towering tree not far from the herb field. The tree was several meters wide and towered into the clouds. Its branches were luxuriant, and Xiaoqin looked extremely small standing beneath it. There were many treasures in the herb field, and Xiaoqin did not plan on leaving. He intended to use this place as his base of operations. Every once in a while, he would go to the herb field and cultivate there. Taking out the phoenix blood vine, Xiaochen revealed a smile. This phoenix blood vine should be at least 100 years old. If he brought it to the market in the heaven viewing platform, it would be worth at least 60 inferior grade spirit stones. Taking out a sharp knife from the universe ring, Xiaochen peeled off the phoenix blood vine. Then, he cut off a small piece and placed it in his mouth. After chewing it a few times, he swallowed it. The phoenix blood vine instantly turned into a warm current that flowed into his body. The qi and blood in his body surged. Xiaochen felt like every cell in his body was burning, filled with energy. Directly chewing natural treasures was very dangerous. Previously, when he consumed the 7-leaf flower and 7-leaf fruit, the timing was rather special. It was when his body was in dire need of energy, so he was not afraid. However, this time was different. Xiaochen's qi and blood were already flourishing. If he directly consumed the entire phoenix blood vine, his vigorous qi and blood would immediately burn up. His body might even spontaneously combust. Xiaochen chewed the phoenix blood vine piece by piece. When he had consumed a third of the phoenix blood vine, he felt like his body was about to explode. So, he quickly stopped. Xiaochen sat cross-legged and started to circulate his energy, completely refining this huge medicinal energy. His essence slowly flowed along the meridians in his body, catalyzing the medicinal energy of the phoenix blood vine. After half an hour, Xiaochen finally finished refining this medicinal energy. He felt his blood boil like it was on fire, filled with energy. Xiaochen looked around and found a huge rock about 1 meter tall that he could encircle with both hands. He walked in front of it and casually punched it. Qi! The hard rock was like mud. Xiaochen directly punched through it before withdrawing his hand. Xiaochen revealed a faint smile. Before I consumed the phoenix blood vine, a casual punch would only have the strength of 1,500 kilograms. After I circulate my qi, it can reach 4,000 kilograms. A full-powered punch can reach 2,500 kilograms. Now, I have only consumed a small portion of the phoenix blood vine, and a casual punch can already reach 3,500 kilograms. If I were to consume the entire phoenix blood vine, it would probably increase my previous strength by 500 kilograms. While he was thinking excitedly, Xiaochen punched with all his might. A force of 2,500 kilograms struck the huge rock. The huge rock shattered into countless stone shards, flying in all directions. Xiaochen was stimulated by the corpse monarch that day. The physique that he had always been proud of was not worth mentioning in front of the corpse monarch. To him, it was a form of humiliation. It made him have an intense and urgent desire for the strength of his physical body. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he had to treasure it properly and continue tempering his physical body. Most cultivators would not be like Xiaochen, stubbornly cultivating their physical body. In their opinion, cultivation realm was the most important. When one's cultivation realm was higher, one's essence would naturally be stronger. If one's physical body could reach several thousand kilograms of force, one could do the same with strong essence. However, Xiaochen did not think this way. He had a vague understanding that the cultivation of a cultivator was inseparable from the physical body. Only by cultivating the strength of the physical body to the peak would one be able to go further in the future. Perhaps these people, like Ji Chongkong, Mu Qingxue, Chu Chaoyun, Hua Yunfei, and Duan Muqing, were geniuses with innate martial spirits and incomparable talent. Right now, their cultivation realm was rising very quickly. The highest was probably already a medial grade martial saint. However, in the future, they would surpass martial king, then martial monarch, or the lucky ones would enter the sage realm. Without a strong body, they would not be able to reach Emperor Wu's realm. In the following 2 days, Xiaochen practiced the clear wind chop during the day. He comprehended the 3rd stage of the clear wind chop, only seeing the cool wind and not the saber. After practicing unceasingly, Xiao Chen's comprehension of the final stage of the clear wind chop had already reached the threshold. As long as he had a period of time, he would definitely be able to enter the next stage and enter the great perfection stage. At night, Xiao Chen would continue to consume the phoenix blood vine. After refining it, he would strengthen his qi and blood and increase his vital qi. On this particular day, Xiao Chen placed the last piece of the phoenix blood vine into his mouth and chewed it gently. When he felt a warm flow, he immediately sat down cross-legged and started refining it. Xiao Chen slowly circulated his essence. When the last strand of medicinal energy from the phoenix blood vine was completely refined, the phoenix blood vine that had been fused with Xiao Chen's body for the past 3 days suddenly surged. The qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body surged continuously. Strands of white smoke came out from the top of Xiao Chen's head. Boom! After a while, Xiao Chen felt the qi and blood in his body explode. Paw! 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 All the bones in Xiao Chen's body gave off crackling sounds. All 361 acupoints in his body opened up. Beams of azure light came from the acupoints. If there was an outsider looking at Xiao Chen from afar, they would discover the image of a blue dragon coiled around Xiao Chen's body, wrapping around him. This sudden situation did not surprise Xiao Chen. On the contrary, he felt it was somewhat familiar. It was as if he had experienced this scene 10,000 years ago. Chapter 201. With a thought, Xiao Chen muttered, "Open." The Laogong acupoint below the Fengyan acupoint on Xiao Chen's right hand released an intense azure light. The blue dragon in the acupoint turned into a clear shadow and covered his entire right arm. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and punched out. An azure light left his body and a tree 100 meters in front of him was immediately chopped in half. The azure light did not slow down at all. Xiao Chen got up and said in pleasant surprise, "The second acupoint on my right hand is open as well. So this is the way to open it. When my qi and blood reach a certain level, I can choose to open an acupoint. Is this the secret of the blue dragon martial spirit?" Xiao Chen muttered to himself. It was like there was a voice in his mind telling him what to do earlier. It was like a dream. Actually, this was also the sorrow of the blue dragon martial spirit. The inheritance of the other 3 holy beasts was not broken. There was complete information to look at. If there was something that he did not understand, the elders of the clan would teach him. Only Xiao Chen did not understand anything. He had to figure everything out by himself. There were many simple principles that he could not understand even after thinking for a long time. As a result, Xiao Chen had not used the various mysteries of the blue dragon martial spirit since he started cultivating. It could be said that this was a great sorrow. He had a mountain of treasures, but he could not use them. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen looked at the herb field not far away. He said, "No matter what, it looks like cultivating the physical body is the right path. The power of the blue dragon martial spirit requires a strong physical body to be able to bring out its full power." Xiao Chen vaguely understood why this body was unable to condense a martial spirit after more than 10 years. It was not because he was not talented enough, but because his physical body was not strong enough at that time. It could not withstand the pressure of condensing the blue dragon martial spirit. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen steered the silver warship to the herb field and found another medicinal herb that could increase qi and blood. The guardian of this herb was also a 5th-rank spirit beast. Xiao Chen was very familiar with the process. After his strength increased by 500 jin, he was able to deal with the rank 5 spirit beast even more easily. Just like last time, he quickly dealt with the spirit beast's corpse, picked the medicinal herbs, and immediately left. 3 days later, Xiao Chen had successfully refined this 100-year-old herb that could increase qi and blood. Unfortunately, his strength had only increased by 250 kilograms. Furthermore, he had not opened another acupoint. On the fourth day, Xiaochen used the same method to obtain a 100-year-old medicinal herb. This time, after refining it, the effects were even worse than before. It only increased his strength by 150 kilograms. As the number of times he used it increased, the effects of the 100-year-old herbs became worse and worse. In the end, there was almost no effect at all. It was just a simple replenishment of his physical strength. The time that Xiaochen took to refine the herbs also became shorter and shorter. Now, he only needed half a day to safely refine a 100-year-old herb. After half a month, Xiaochen finally managed to increase his strength by 500 kilograms with much difficulty. His full power strike now had the strength of 7,000 kilograms. Furthermore, the third acupoint on his right arm, the Daling acupoint, was finally opened. Xiaochen took a deep breath and opened the Fengyan acupoint, Laogong acupoint, and Daling acupoint on his right arm, one after the other. They gave off beams of azure light. When the three beams of azure light overlapped, his entire arm felt like it was about to explode. It was filled with boundless energy. Kill! Xiaochen shouted and leaped into the air. He punched the ground in the distance. The azure light left his body and the three beams of azure light merged together. The azure light formed a blue dragon in the air. The somewhat blurry blue dragon charged towards the ground ferociously. In the next moment, bang! 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 There were 3 consecutive explosions on the ground. A large pit with a diameter of 10 meters was blasted open. In an instant, dust flew everywhere, sand and stones flew everywhere. Xiaochen withdrew his hand and revealed a faint smile. I have only opened 3 acupoints, and I am already so strong. I wonder how strong I will be after I open all 18 acupoints on my right arm. With Xiaochen's current cultivation, he had not reached the level where he could externalize his essence. That was a technique that only martial saints could grasp. However, Xiaochen's azure dragon image was not essence, he did not know what it was. He could only interpret it as the dragon chi of the blue dragon sage spirit. Only dragon chi could be so strong. Unfortunately, the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to open the acupoints. The 100-year-old herbs that could increase chi and blood were no longer of any use. Xiaochen looked at the herb field and muttered, "Looks like I have to search for herbs older than 200 years. However, herbs older than 200 years have spirit beasts guarding them. They are all at least peak rank 5 spirit beasts. It will not be easy to pick them." A peak rank 5 spirit beast was equivalent to a human superior grade martial saint. With Xiaochen's current cultivation as a medial grade martial grand master, it would be difficult for him to challenge it. Riches are found in danger. On the path of cultivation, one has to fight with the heavens, the earth, and people. If one does not even have the courage to fight, then how can one continue on the long path of cultivation? A resolute look appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. He used his right hand to violently smack the huge tree beside him. Dong! Dong! Just as Xiaochen was about to sit down and rest, he suddenly had a look of astonishment in his eyes. Something was wrong with this sound. Xiaochen turned around and revealed a bewildered expression. He looked at the huge tree and sent his spiritual sense into it, trying to see through it. Hua! Just as Xiaochen's spiritual sense touched the edge of the tree, he felt like his brain was pricked by a needle. The pain was boundless and he quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. Dong! Dong! Xiaochen knocked on the tree twice again. This time, when he listened carefully, the echo was even clearer. Xiaochen said with certainty, "There is really something strange. Could it be that there is nothing inside?" Xiaochen said suspiciously as he looked at the huge tree in front of him. It would require a few adults to encircle it. Xiaochen took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring and grasped its hilt. Essence gathered on the saber, forming a blazing saber light as he swept it at the thick tree trunk. The 10-meter-long saber light swept across the huge tree. With a thwah sound, the saber light was absorbed into the tree, vanishing without a trace. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and said, "Essence attacks are useless. In that case, let's use our fists." Bang! Xiaoqin used his full power and struck the tree trunk with 7,000 kilograms of force. However, the tree trunk did not budge at all. The force extended to the roots buried deep in the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. It was still useless. Xiaoqin tried all sorts of methods. He wanted to break open the tree trunk and check it out. In the end, it was all to no avail. The more it was like this, the more interested Xiaoqin became. This meant that there was a whole new world inside this tree. Xiaoqin leaped up gently and flew to the top of a branch. He started to check it out carefully. Since he could not attack it forcefully, he could only find the entrance. The leaves of the lush tree fluttered in the wind. It was very troublesome for Xiaoqin to search. He looked up meter by meter. Time slowly passed. When Xiaoqin arrived at the top of the tree, he finally found a tree hole that he suspected to be the entrance. The tree hole was very well hidden. It was covered by a pile of dense leaves. If not for Xiaoqin's meticulousness, he would not have been able to find it. The dark tree hole happened to be the size of a wash basin. It could fit a person. Xiaoqin broke off a branch and tossed it in. After a long time, he heard a faint sound. As long as it is not a bottomless hole, it does not matter. Seeing that the branch had already reached the bottom, Xiaoqin did not hesitate and directly entered. After entering, it was much more spacious. Xiaoqin could turn around and stretch freely. His speed of descent was very fast. Not long after, Xiaoqin landed firmly on the ground. Xiaoqin took out a night illumination pearl and the dark space was illuminated. The scene at the bottom immediately appeared before Xiaoqin's eyes. This was a spacious wooden hut. It was 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. There were simple decorations in the room. They were all very ordinary things. A long painting hung on the wall in front of the hut. There was an imposing man in the painting. He had long hair and was dressed in black. His eyes were like deep water, and his face was like a knife. He stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a saber stabbed into the ground in front of him. The corner of the black-clothed man's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. The painter's skills were very high. The expression of this person was very lifelike. Xiaoqin felt that this person looked familiar. When he shone the night illumination pearl on him, it was like the man was right in front of him. Under the illumination of the light, Xiaoqin could clearly see the appearance of this person. After a while, Xiaoqin said excitedly, "This is the Saber Emperor, the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He is also the only martial emperor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." There was a statue of the Saber Emperor on the heaven viewing platform. Xiaoqin had seen it before. However, he had only taken a quick glance and did not have a deep impression of it. Now that he looked at it carefully, he recalled. There was no consensus on who was the strongest in the history of the great Qin nation. However, the Saber Emperor, the Sword Emperor, the First Qin Emperor, the Dark Knight Emperor, the Thunder King, and the other martial emperors in the history of the great Qin nation were all recognized as the strongest. It was a pity that these great emperors were not born in the same era. They had never competed with each other before, so no one knew who was the strongest. Some people said it was the Saber Emperor because he could split a 5,000-kilometer-long river with one saber strike. Some people said it was the Misty Sword Sect Sword Emperor because he once went to the great Jin nation to challenge the Jin king. Everyone had their own opinions. However, it was undeniable that these people were experts who once stood at the peak of the great Qin nation. Even after 10,000 years, their deeds could not be forgotten. Among them, the Saber Emperor was the oldest martial emperor. Before the Tianwu dynasty was destroyed, he had already established the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he was one of the most influential people in the Tianwu continent at that time. However, this was definitely not the former residence of the Saber Emperor. This was because it was clear that this portrait was made by a later generation. It was not a portrait of the Saber Emperor. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and looked around the room to see if there were any clues. He wanted to find out whose residence this was. There was a prayer mat in the middle of the room that attracted Xiaochen's attention. Prayer mats were very common. They were the prayer mats that regular cultivators used to meditate. Of course, there were some prayer mats that were not ordinary. They were woven from cattails that possessed spirituality. There were even some small spirit-gathering formations carved on them. Cultivating on them could increase the rate at which one could absorb spiritual energy. Xiaochen had never used a prayer mat before, so he did not know much about it. The thing that attracted his attention was the pile of black ashes on the prayer mat. Chapter 202. Looking at the pile of ashes, Xiaochen had a guess in his heart. However, he was not sure. He stretched out his index finger and gently dipped it into the prayer mat. After he sniffed it, Xiaochen was finally sure of his earlier guess. This pile of ashes was caused by a cultivator entering a state of berserking qi deviation. He had spontaneously combusted and burned himself to death. This kind of thing was very common for cultivators of high cultivation. The higher one's cultivation, the higher the chance of entering a state of berserking qi deviation. The consequences would also be more severe. Although everyone knew of the danger involved, they could not stop. The further they went, the more insignificant they felt, the more they did not want to give up. Who? Xiaochen casually sent out a palm wind and swept away the ashes. A ring flickering with spiritual light appeared on the prayer mat. The words Hentian were written on the inside of the ring. Hentian, Qi Hentian. So, it is him. The doubts in Xiaochen's heart cleared up. Qi Hentian was a pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He had outstanding talent. At a young age, he had already become a martial monarch. In terms of talent, he was one of the best in the entire history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Rumor had it that after he passed down the position of pavilion master, he lived in seclusion. No one knew where he went. At that time, his cultivation had already reached the peak of martial sage. So, he came here to cultivate, Xiaochen muttered to himself. No wonder no one could find him. This place was very well hidden. He hung the portrait of the Saber Emperor on the wall. He probably wanted to use the Saber Emperor to motivate himself, hoping to reach the level of Emperor Wu. However, this had nothing to do with Xiaochen. What he was more concerned about was the spatial ring of a martial sage. There should be a lot of treasures in it. When Xiaochen sent his spiritual sense into the universe ring, he discovered 3 secret manuals and a spirit weapon. It was an inferior grade heaven-ranked saber. There was also a large pile of spirit stones behind it. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he discovered they were all medial grade spirit stones. Even though Xiaochen had seen a large pile of spirit stones at the headquarters of the Mines of Heaven, it was still somewhat dazzling. Most of the spirit stones in the headquarters of the mines were inferior grade spirit stones. Furthermore, they could only satisfy one's eyes. However, this ring was filled with medial grade spirit stones. Most importantly, these were all ownerless items. They were now Xiaochen's personal wealth. Suppressing his joy, Xiaochen took out the 3 secret manuals and the long saber. He put the long saber aside and took out the first secret manual to read. Dragon and Tiger Body Sculpting Art. Xiaochen slowly recited it. This was an earth-ranked mid-grade body strengthening technique. It was specially used to temper the body, refine the bones, strengthen the body, and strengthen one's qi, blood, and strength. Medial grade earth-ranked martial techniques were already extremely rare. Even in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, it would be difficult to find a few. Under the situation where this heaven-ranked cultivation technique did not appear, it would be difficult to find a few. An earth-ranked cultivation technique was already the strongest. Furthermore, cultivation techniques were even rarer than martial techniques. After all, the continent did not lack martial techniques. No matter how one looked at it, this dragon and tiger body sculpting art was a treasure-grade secret manual. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art was split into 7 layers. The first layer strengthened the body, greatly increasing the chi and blood. The second layer, divine power, splitting mountains and rocks. The third layer, tiger roars deep in the forest, 100 beasts greet. The fourth layer, dragon roars throughout the world, piercing the heavens. The fifth layer, dragon tendon tiger bone, pulling mountains and rivers. When Xiao Chen saw the introduction, he rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "This is great. This dragon and tiger body sculpting art is simply tailor-made for me. Furthermore, it came from a martial sage. This means that the direction I am taking in cultivating the physical body is not wrong." Although Xiao Chen's physical body was strong, he had not been able to make good use of it. He could only use brute force to attack in battle. He would not be able to gain an advantage against enemies who used essence. If one could use brute force to shatter mountains and rocks, others could do the same with essence. There was not much of a difference. However, with this dragon and tiger body sculpting art, the situation was different. His brute force would undergo a qualitative change. He would be able to use the advantages of his physical body more skillfully. In battle, he would be able to achieve an unexpected result, giving his opponent a lightning-quick strike. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen had obtained this dragon and tiger body sculpting art from a peak martial sage. Furthermore, it was one of the 3 secret manuals that he had brought with him when he was cultivating. This showed that this senior had comprehended the importance of the physical body in the final moments of his life. If he wanted to break through to martial emperor, he had to raise both the quality of his physical body and his cultivation. This proved that Xiao Chen's idea of cultivating the physical body was correct. The physical body and cultivation were both indispensable. Otherwise, he would only be able to advance to martial sage. Xiao Chen put away the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and took out the second secret manual to read. This was a fist technique called the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Based on the name, it should be a set with the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. There was a total of 4 moves. First move, Fierce Tiger Leaving the Mountains. Second move, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon. Third move, Hissing Dragon Tiger Roar. Fourth move, Leaping Tiger Soaring Tiger. Note, this fist technique can only be practiced after the dragon and tiger body sculpting art is cultivated to the 3rd layer. Indeed, this was a set of martial techniques for the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Xiao Chen smiled and closed his hands. Then, he flipped open the 3rd secret manual. The 3rd secret manual was rather strange. It was a sword technique called the Heart-Nourishing Universe Sword. It was also an earth-ranked martial technique. Xiao Chen only took a quick glance at the sword technique and ignored it. He had not thought of cultivating a sword technique yet. After looking at the 3 secret manuals, Xiao Chen said suspiciously, "Strange, as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master, why are the last 3 martial techniques he left behind not related to saber techniques?" Furthermore, the strangest thing was that Qi Hentian had started to cultivate his sword techniques. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen felt that there was only one possibility. Qi Hentian was a genius in saber techniques. He had spent his entire life researching saber techniques. His research on saber techniques had already reached the peak. However, he was still unable to break through to martial sage. Perhaps, in the end, he felt that although he was talented, his comprehension of saber techniques could not improve further. He could only rely on other methods to make a breakthrough. Cultivating a sword technique was one of his attempts. When Xiao Chen thought about it, he felt it was funny. Everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion scoffed at sword techniques. If a person with a sword wanted to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with a weaker cultivation, they would be killed before they could even enter Saber City. Since ancient times, the sword and the saber could not coexist. If they knew that there was once a genius pavilion master who focused on researching sword techniques, what expression would they have? Xiaochen suddenly thought, since he is learning the sword, he must have a sword. The sword that Qi Hentian used should not be ordinary. Since it is not in the universe ring, it must be somewhere else in this wooden hut. Xiaochen started to look around. After searching for a long time, he could not find anything. Just as Xiaochen was about to give up, he unexpectedly saw a sharpened tree branch. Holding the tree branch in his hand, Xiaochen could not help but laugh hoarsely. Of course, Qi Hentian's sword techniques had not reached the level where everything could be used as a sword. In the end, he still had some prejudice against sword techniques. The pride in his heart looked down on sword techniques. In the end, the tool that he used to learn sword techniques was just a sharpened tree branch. There was nothing special about the tree branch. Xiaochen casually tossed it aside and picked up the treasured saber. There were 2 flying dragons carved on the simple and unadorned scabbard. The saber hilt was long and had the words "Roaming Dragon" carved on it. The handguard was like a dragon pearl with 2 flying dragons spitting it out. Grasping the saber hilt tightly, Xiaochen drew the roaming dragon saber with a schwa sound. The saber was 7 feet and 2 inches long. The streamlined blade flickered with a cold light. The instant the roaming dragon saber left its scabbard, it immediately connected with the Qi whirlpool in Xiaochen's dantian. It was like an endless meridian, sending Xiaochen's essence into the saber in an endless stream. Schwa! A strand of saber qi automatically came out of the saber and chopped the painting of the saber emperor on the wall in half. The ability to automatically release saber qi was a very important ability of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It allowed cultivators who had not advanced to Martial Saint to release saber qi. If they advanced to Martial Saint, the saber qi would be even more solid. However, this essence exhausted a lot of it. Xiaochen had not held it for long. At this moment, he felt a small portion of his essence depleted. He quickly sheathed the roaming dragon saber. Xiaochen thought about his lunar shadow saber. It was originally a peak heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It was not without reason that Ao Jiao sealed it. Given Xiaochen's cultivation at that time, he would not have been able to even swing his saber once. The harvest in the tree hole was not small. After Xiaochen searched carefully again, he discovered that there was really nothing left. Just as Xiaochen was about to leave, his gaze suddenly fell on the round prayer mat. A prayer mat used by a bona fide peak martial sage to cultivate and meditate should not be something that those roadside stalls can compare to. I'll give it a try first. Otherwise, it would be too unfortunate if I miss out on this treasure, Xiaochen said as he walked towards the prayer mat. Just as Xiaochen sat down cross-legged, a horrifying force came from the bottom of the prayer mat and rebounded at him. The overwhelming force knocked Xiaochen heavily into the wooden wall. Bang! Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Before the force from the collision subsided, his body bounced a few times. Every time he bounced, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Qi! 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 Xiaochen vomited a total of 9 mouthfuls of blood before he slowly stopped. When he saw the incredibly ordinary prayer mat on the ground, he revealed a horrified expression. Xiaochen swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and executed the gravity spell. He immediately flew out and jumped off the tree. When he landed on the ground and rested for a long time, Xiaochen's heart was still thumping heavily. The earlier experience was simply too horrifying. Although it was only for a short moment, Xiaochen still felt a lingering fear. The instant Xiaochen sat on the prayer mat, he felt like he could feel the pulse of the entire Lingyun mountain range. He saw a red ball of light jumping continuously under the ground, like a human heart. Spirit Vein's origin. These were the words that appeared in Xiao Chen's mind at that time. That prayer mat was indeed not simple. There were Tao markings carved on it, which attracted the horrifying energy of the Spirit Vein's origin. However, this was not something that Xiao Chen could use. With his current cultivation, he was not qualified to use the prayer mat before the energy of heaven and earth. Only a sage could use a prayer mat to cultivate and not be knocked back by that huge energy. After a night of silence, Xiao Chen slowly recovered from his internal injuries. His excellent physique allowed him to recover much faster than ordinary people. By the time the sun rose, most of his injuries were already healed. Xiao Chen took out the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and read it carefully. His original plan of searching for 200-year-old herbs had to be put aside for now. Chapter 203. The first and second layers of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art were the foundations. They strengthened the body, increased qi and blood, formed divine energy, and split mountains. Xiao Chen had already reached these levels long ago. Now that he was cultivating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, there were no obstacles. In just half a day, he had already cultivated it to the second layer. Now, he started on the third layer, Tiger Roars Deep in the Forest, 100 Beasts Wave. Cultivation techniques were different from martial techniques. They did not require a high comprehension ability, one just had to follow the instructions. A person with a good physique, or as the saying goes, a good aptitude would cultivate very quickly. A person with a bad aptitude would cultivate very slowly. 7 days later, Xiao Chen finally cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the third layer. This was mainly due to his good physical foundation. If a normal person cultivated it, no matter how good their aptitude was, they would have to cultivate for at least a month. After cultivating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the third layer, all Xiao Chen had to do now was circulate the cultivation technique. All the bones in his body would crackle and the muscles in his limbs would be filled with explosive energy. When Xiao Chen punched out, aside from the wind from the punch, there was actually the roar of a tiger. The roar sounded continuously, and its aura was very imposing. It was truly the tiger roars deep in the forest, 100 Beasts Wave, none dared to contend with it. The most direct benefit of cultivating to the third layer was that the strength of the body increased by another 500 kilograms. A full-powered strike could reach the horrifying realm of 4,000 kilograms. On his right hand, after the Phoenix Eye, Lao Gong, and Daling acupoints, the fourth acupoint, the Naguan acupoint, instantly opened. Following that, Xiao Chen spent a day consolidating the foundations of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. After that, he started to cultivate the inferior grade earth-ranked fist technique, Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Martial techniques were different from cultivation techniques. They required a person's comprehension ability. Only by thinking and thinking could one comprehend the true essence of a martial technique and bring out its full might. The first move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist was Ferocious Tiger Leaving the Mountains. Xiao Chen had never seen a true ferocious tiger before. He could not understand the aura and movements of the ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. Hence, he felt that it was not smooth when he practiced it. Xiao Chen thought about it. When he first came to this underground world, Xiao Chen vaguely saw the rank 5 spirit beast Raging Flame Tiger in the depths of the forest. Xiao Chen used the gravity spell to fly into the sky and began to search around. A loud whistling sound came from the sky. After rushing over, Xiao Chen discovered to his surprise that it was a raging flame tiger hunting for food. A day passed, and Xiao Chen did not do anything. He only observed the raging flame tiger's every move from afar. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen had stayed in this dense forest for an entire 7 days. Just like the first day, Xiaochen didn't do anything but observe the raging flame tiger's diet and every move. He was like a crazed demon, as though he had become a raging flame tiger. What great dragon tiger fist! What ferocious tiger descends the mountains! They were all forgotten. On this afternoon, Xiaochen, who had been crazed for a week, suddenly let out a long roar and leaped down from a large tree. He was like a huge tiger pouncing over, startling all the beasts and causing flocks of birds to soar up from the forest. Xiaochen punched through the air. Before his fist landed on the ground, the fierce wind from his fist had already blown away all the leaves on the ground. Leaves filled the sky, and Xiaochen's figure finally landed. In the next moment, there was a loud boom, and a huge pit with a diameter of 20 meters appeared on the ground. Countless pieces of soil flew up, covering the sky like hail. Hoo! Just at this moment, a strong wind blew, and the rocks in the sky turned into dust with a gentle blow. It turned out that Xiaochen's punch was already close to the minute's subtlety realm. The soil had already been destroyed from the inside. After being crazed for a week, he instantly comprehended the first move of this inferior grade earth-ranked fist technique: ferocious tiger descends the mountains. Xiaochen had finally practiced it to great perfection. Xiaochen withdrew his fist and stood upright. His essence trembled slightly, shaking off the dust on his body. He revealed a joyful smile. The might of an inferior grade earth-ranked martial technique was indeed extraordinary. After practicing this move, Xiaochen would have another true killing move in close combat, aside from sidestepping attacks. He would be able to bring out the advantage of his physical body. Underground world, natural herb field, Xiaochen hid himself in a dense bush and withdrew his aura. He stared at a bloodthirsty demonic ape 500 meters in front of him. The bloodthirsty demonic ape was a peak rank 5 spirit beast, equivalent to a peak martial saint. As a primate spirit beast, the bloodthirsty demonic ape's intelligence was much higher than most spirit beasts. With its horrifying strength and intelligence, the bloodthirsty demonic ape was hard to deal with. There was a bloodlingji close to 300 years old behind it. It was a great tonic. A 300-year-old bloodlingji was sufficient for Xiaochen to refine for a period of time. It should be able to increase his vital qi by 250 kilograms. It was hard for Xiaochen to not be tempted. The second move of the great dragon tiger fist, crouching tiger hidden dragon, was a defensive martial technique. He could not comprehend it in a short time. Xiaochen put it aside for now and returned to his original plan of searching for spirit herbs that could increase qi and blood over 200 years old. A 300-year-old bloodlingji was his first target. The bloodthirsty demonic ape, which was 5 meters tall, cautiously circled around the bloodlingji. Its scarlet eyes were filled with a baleful aura as it stared at its surroundings. Under its strong aura, the rank 5 spirit beasts that wanted to take the bloodlingji all avoided it. Xiaochen had already stayed here for 2 days. He had personally seen a peak rank 4 silver-winged wolf torn in half by the bloodthirsty demonic ape's bare hands. The bloody scene was extremely cruel. After observing a few battles over the past 2 days, Xiaochen had a rough understanding of the bloodthirsty demonic ape's strength. The bloodthirsty demonic ape's main attacks were its agility and the strength of its arms, which were close to 5,000 kilograms of force. Furthermore, its red fur was as hard as iron. Regular sabers would find it hard to break it. Xiaochen calculated in his heart. If he only relied on the strength of his physical body, he would only have a 50% chance of victory. However, if he used various movement techniques and martial techniques, as well as the purple thunder true fire, his chances would increase by 70%. Xiaochen picked up a small clump of soil from the shrubs. With a thought, he executed the life bestowal spell. The loose soil gave off a spiritual light. After a while, it turned into a small bird flapping its wings as it flew out. With Xiaochen's current cultivation realm, he could use the life bestowal spell to turn any object into a small animal. However, a true combat weapon still required an object with spiritual energy as a medium. The small bird circled around in the air and flew towards the bloodlingji behind the bloodthirsty demonic ape. After it flew over the bloodthirsty demonic ape, it dived towards the bloodlingji on the ground. The bloodthirsty demonic ape's face, which was very similar to a human's, opened its mouth and revealed a horrifying smile. It leaped up gently and turned into a scarlet light, grabbing at the small bird. Paw! The bloodthirsty demonic ape smacked the air with its palm. With a huge force, a faint ripple appeared in the air. However, the small bird seemed to have predicted this. It had already flown 5 meters into the air, dodging this palm strike. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. After 2 days of observation, he was very familiar with the height of the bloodthirsty demonic ape's light leap, the height of its forceful leap, and the height of its full-force leap. The small bird dodged continuously, thoroughly enraging the bloodthirsty demonic ape. It chased it all the way to the shrubs where Xiao Chen was hiding. Paw! Paw! The bloodthirsty demonic ape leaped with all its might, instantly rising 50 meters. Its speed reached its peak. There was only a flash of red light. The small bird could not dodge in time and was smashed into a pile of mush. Poo-ci. Just as the bloodthirsty demonic ape was satisfied and was about to land, Xiao Chen leaped out from the bushes. He roared like a tiger and pounced towards the bloodthirsty demonic moon. It was as though a tiger had appeared on his body. The timing of this punch was perfect. It happened to be the instant after the bloodthirsty demonic ape leaped with all its might and landed in midair. The bloodthirsty demonic ape had no way to push off in midair, so it could not dodge Xiao Chen's sudden punch. Bang! The bloodthirsty demonic ape's huge body was sent flying by this punch. The bloodthirsty demonic ape reacted very quickly. It somersaulted in midair and landed on all fours. After sliding back a few meters, it stabilized itself. ZZ. The bloodthirsty demonic ape's 4 limbs dug into the ground, creating deep marks and kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao Chen did not think at all. He did not care whether the bloodthirsty demonic ape was injured or not, or how injured it was. The instant he punched, he chased after the bloodthirsty demonic ape. Shwa! The instant the bloodthirsty demonic ape landed on the ground, a human figure had already pierced through the cloud of dust. There was a whistling sound and the dust was blown away. Fists flashed as they punched at the bloodthirsty demonic ape. Bang! 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 The bloodthirsty demonic ape, which had already stabilized itself, moved its arms. It was so fast that it could not be seen. It blocked all the fists that Xiao Chen threw at it. 1 man and 1 beast carried out the most primitive battle in the empty space. There were no fancy martial techniques, only the flashing of fists. There were loud bangs and surging shock waves. The 2 figures flickered continuously in the surroundings. They were so fast that only their shadows could be seen. Woo! The bloodthirsty demonic ape roared ferociously. The huge red hand on its right arm released a scarlet light. In an instant, its speed and strength doubled. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. Xiao Chen roared loudly and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art in his body. All the bones in his body crackled and his strength increased by 20%, reaching 5,000 kilograms of force. The qi and blood in his body surged and burned. Xiao Chen turned into a ferocious tiger and clashed with the huge red hand of the bloodthirsty demonic ape without any fear. In the next moment, the fists clashed and gave off a loud sound. Both sides had a force of close to 10,000 kilograms. They exploded in the air. The sound of the explosion was like a sudden clap of thunder. The entire natural herb field trembled. If someone saw Xiao Chen competing with a spirit beast in terms of strength, they would definitely laugh at him for overestimating himself. Everyone knew that the physique of beasts was stronger than that of humans, be it in terms of recovery or strength. Different races naturally had different advantages. When dealing with these spirit beasts, which were known for their strength, most cultivators would use techniques to obtain victory. No one would be foolish enough to compete in strength. So. The figures of a few spirit beasts in the distance quickly rushed over. They stopped not far away and stared at Xiao Chen and the bloodthirsty demonic ape like tigers watching their prey. These spirit beasts were not foolish. They wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When both sides were injured, they would take advantage of the situation and obtain the 300-year-old bloodlingji. After this strike, blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He was knocked back 10 steps. With every step he took, he left a 4-meter-deep footprint on the ground. Chapter 204. The ground trembled continuously. As Xiao Chen retreated, he slowly dissipated the force of the bloodthirsty demonic ape's attack. Naturally, the bloodthirsty demonic ape did not know how to borrow force. The force of the inferior grade earth-ranked martial technique, Fierce Tiger leaving the mountains, completely entered its body. Even though the bloodthirsty demonic ape had tough skin and flesh, it could not withstand it. Blood poured out from all the pores on its body, dyeing its red fur even redder. It looks like I underestimated the might of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and the great dragon tiger fist. Who knows, I might be able to defeat this bloodthirsty demonic ape with just the strength of my physical body, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Who? 2 figures flashed. Xiao Chen and the bloodthirsty demonic ape moved at the same time. The bloodthirsty demonic ape seemed to go berserk. It raised its speed to its limits and turned into a red blur. Its 4 limbs were covered in a red glow. As it moved up and down, it punched and kicked. Xiao Chen did not dodge. The bones in his body gave off a pi li pa la sound. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously. The qi and blood in his body burned to their limits, like a huge furnace. Bang! 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 1 man and 1 beast clashed again. This time, the battle was several times more intense than before. Every clash contained at least 5,000 kilograms of force. Thunderous explosions rang out endlessly, causing ripples in the air. More and more spirit beasts were attracted over and surrounded the area. The battle lasted for close to 2 hours. There was still no victor. Xiao Chen was covered in sweat. He felt very carefree and excited. He could not help but roar loudly. This was a true battle. A prolonged battle was an advantage for Xiao Chen. His body had been tempered by the 7-leaf flower. He had already been reborn. Furthermore, he had recently consumed countless herbs to increase his qi and blood. Furthermore, there was the inferior grade earth-ranked body strengthening art and the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Xiao Chen seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. He did not show any signs of exhaustion. Instead, his aura grew stronger. On the other hand, although the demonic bloodlust ape was slightly stronger than Xiao Chen, it could not take down Xiao Chen in one move. After fighting for 2 hours, the internal injuries it had inflicted on Xiao Chen had gradually accumulated to a dangerous level. However, his stamina was clearly unable to keep up. He couldn't wait for the moment when Xiao Chen's internal injuries backfired. When they clashed head-on, he was actually pushed back by Xiao Chen. For a time, it was forced to retreat step by step. Xiao Chen's countless punches landed on its body. Die for me. With a kick, Xiao Chen sent the demonic bloodthirsty ape flying. With a loud shout, the 4 acupoints on his right arm, Phoenix Eye, Lao Gong, Deling, and Naguan, suddenly released 4 balls of green light, enveloping his entire arm. With a dragon's roar, the green light transformed into a blurry blue dragon, and gushed out from Xiao Chen's right arm. Before the bloodthirsty devil ape could get up, a blue dragon flashed and crashed into its body. Bang! 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 Four explosions rang out. The bloodthirsty devil ape's 5-meter-tall body was blasted into smithereens. Blood rained down from the sky. With a suction force, Xiaochen grabbed the bloodthirsty devil ape's spirit core. Whoo! The instant the bloodthirsty devil ape died, the surrounding spirit beasts immediately charged at Xiaochen. More than 100 spirit beasts pounced at Xiaochen. A bunch of beasts. You want to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight? How reckless! Xiaochen smiled coldly and drew the heaven-ranked roaming dragon saber. Shwa! A sharp saber chi flashed, and a rank 4 spirit beast in the air was directly chopped in half. These spirit beasts were mostly rank 4, and a few of them were early stage rank 5. There were about 100 of them. After all, these high-ranked spirit beasts had their own spirit herbs. If they left now, the spirit herbs they were waiting for might be stolen by other spirit beasts. Furthermore, the truly strong spirit beasts would not be too interested in this bloodlingji. All this while, Xiaochen had been using the strength of his physical body. He had not exhausted much of the essence in the qi whirlpool in his body. Hence, although he had noticed the surrounding spirit beasts, he did not pay them much attention. Xiaochen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and his figure turned into a roaming dragon. He soared up and down, leaving behind many dragon images. These spirit beasts could not even touch his clothes. Occasionally, the saber chi on the roaming dragon saber would be sent out, allowing Xiaochen to kill these spirit beasts from a distance. Light flickered as the saber chi moved about. Occasionally, a spirit beast would be chopped in half. This was the might of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Wherever the light passed, no one dared to fight it. This allowed Xiaochen to test out the saber chi that only a martial saint could execute. The saber chi of some early-stage inferior-grade martial saints were not as dense as Xiaochen's saber chi. However, this essence exhausted a lot. Xiaochen only felt better after consuming a chi-returning pill. Dang! Dang! A spirit beast with pitch-black skin that was as hard as steel actually managed to block a few saber chi. It roared as it charged at Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled faintly and executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. He quickly turned into 9 figures in the air. His saber light was withdrawn as he sent out 9 clear wind chops. Instantly, a cool breeze blew. Xiaochen's black hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look very elegant. When the 2 figures merged together, Xiaochen's eyes lit up. The body of the spirit beast that had skin as hard as steel split into 9 pieces. A large amount of blood spurted out. Xiaochen sent out a saber chi and easily chopped another rank 4 spirit beast, pouncing at him in half. The essence on Xiaochen's body trembled. Not a single drop of blood landed on Xiaochen's clothes. Spirit beasts were afraid of death as well. After Xiaochen killed most of them like he was chopping vegetables, the remaining immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The corner of Xiaochen's lips curled up into a cold smile. He did not care about these scattered spirit beasts. He looked at the center of the herb field, where the flowing light lamp was. On the other side, he felt a sharp gaze that was filled with killing intent looking at him. It was the peak of the 6th-rank spirit beast that was guarding the flowing light golden lamp. Xiaochen's spiritual sense shot out like an arrow. He instantly saw the peak rank 6 spirit beast. It was a horrifying venomous snake. It had a body as big as a small car. When the snake coiled up, it looked like a small mountain. A cold light flashed in its eyes. It opened its huge mouth and its red forked tongue flicked in and out continuously. Behind it was a small tree about half a meter tall that gave off a flowing light. The leaves on the tree gave off a bright golden light. When the wind blew, the light overflowed. It was very dazzling. This should be the flowing light lamp. The flowing light flower would bloom only after 500 years. After another 500 years, it would bear the flowing light lamp fruit. It was a natural treasure close to immortal grade. Xiaochen recognized this venomous snake. It was a rank 6 spirit beast, the scarlet crowned snake. Based on its huge body, it had probably lived for hundreds of years. The killing chi in its eyes slowly disappeared. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like the scarlet-crowned snake would not leave the flowing light lamp so easily. The scarlet-crowned snake's gaze seemed to be a deterrent. It saw that Xiaochen frequently entered this herb field and killed spirit beasts to obtain herbs. It was warning him not to have any ideas about the flowing light lamp. Xiaochen could understand why the scarlet-crowned snake was so nervous. Compared to humans, spirit beasts had a natural advantage in terms of physique. However, they were lacking in intelligence. No matter how crafty a spirit beast was, it could not compare to humans. Thus, the importance of the flowing light flower went without saying. If it had the intelligence of a human, this scarlet-crowned snake might be able to become a spirit. Comprehension ability was naturally attractive to Xiaochen. However, it was not worth risking his life for it. Xiaochen did not have much interest in this flowing light lamp. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaochen took out the spirit core of the spirit beast on the ground. After that, he unhurriedly picked up the 300-year-old bloodlingji. After doing all this, Xiaochen immediately piloted the silver warship and left the herb field. He flew towards the towering tree. Xiaochen was not in a rush to consume the bloodlingji. After he landed, he immediately circulated his energy to treat his injuries. The head-on clash with the bloodthirsty demonic ape had accumulated a lot of internal injuries in his body. If he did not deal with them in time, it would leave behind hidden injuries in the future, harming him for life. Pu-ci. After an hour, Xiaochen vomited a large mouthful of blood. The hidden injuries in his body had completely healed, eliminating any future problems. After a day of silence, Xiaochen did not do anything but recover his body. This was how battles of the physical body were. Injuring the enemy 1,000 times, injuring oneself 800 times. When 5,000 kilograms of force was used, at least 10% of it would be transmitted to the body. This was a common problem for cultivators of the physical body. In the past, Xiaochen was not clear on this. It was only because he saw it in the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Unless his physical body reached the level of sage, this flaw was unavoidable. Now that he knew, he could not be careless. Of course, he could not leave behind any hidden injuries. Only on the second day did Xiaochen start to consume the bloodlingji. The bloodlingji was close to 300 years old. Xiaochen used an entire day to completely refine it. This made him slightly disappointed. This bloodlingji, which he had high hopes for, only increased his strength by 200 kilograms. It looked like the further he went, the more difficult it would be to increase his strength by relying on external forces. Adding the 200 kilograms of force, Xiaochen's full power strike could reach a force of 5,500 kilograms. After he circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, his strength could increase by another 20%. In the following half a month, Xiaochen searched for spirit herbs that were more than 100 years old to temper his physical body. His strength slowly increased. The third layer of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art had also completely stabilized. He slowly advanced to the fourth layer, dragon roar throughout the world, piercing the heavens. With the tempering of the 300-year-old spirit herbs, Xiaochen's full power strike reached 5,000 kilograms of force with much difficulty. Another 2 acupoints on his right arm opened up. There was a total of 18 acupoints on his right arm. A third of them were opened. The blurry blue dragon that Xiaochen sent out also slowly became plump. He could clearly see the scales on the dragon's body, it seemed to have a trace of life. On this particular day, Xiaochen strolled around the herb field, searching for spirit herbs that were more than 300 years old to increase qi in blood. He had come here too many times. He had already collected all the herbs that were used to increase qi in blood. Now, it was getting more and more difficult to find them. His spiritual sense was useless in this place. There were too many herbs, and it was not easy to use his spiritual sense to sort them. He could only walk and search with his eyes. Boom! Just at this moment, the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated wildly. All of it rushed towards the center of the herb field. In that instant, the spiritual energy was so dense that it was like flowing water. Xiaochen turned his head to take a look. The flowing light marigold gave off a boundless golden light. It was resplendent and dazzling. The spiritual energy turned into a rainbow, covering the entire space. Chapter 205. A multicolored light descended from the sky, wrapping around the flowing light marigold. Multicolored light floated down from the sky like snowflakes. This was an auspicious sign. The pure spiritual energy in the surroundings contained even more essence than an inferior-grade spirit stone. The flowing light marigold actually blossomed, an auspicious sign from the heavens. This is actually an immortal-grade spirit herb, Xiaochen said as he looked at the multicolored light in the sky. I cannot waste this auspicious sign, I have to collect it. A large flock of birds flew over and swallowed the auspicious signs. In an instant, the sky was covered with the figures of flying spirit beasts. Xiaochen summoned out the silver warship and leaped onto it, joining the fighting army. Xiaochen took out a jade bottle and faced the multicolored light falling from the sky. He gently waved his hand and drew it into the jade bottle. Rumble. Suddenly, loud sounds came from the ground. Xiaochen looked down and discovered that the scarlet-crowned snake was being surrounded. 8 rank 6 spirit beasts were fighting the scarlet-crowned snake intensely. A rank 6 spirit beast was equivalent to a martial king. When 9 rank 6 spirit beasts fought, the scene was extremely chaotic. The loud sounds came one after another. Many hundred-year-old herbs were destroyed in large amounts. Even though it was 1 against 8, the scarlet-crowned snake was not at a disadvantage. It was evenly matched. When its mountain-like body moved, the entire ground trembled. These 9 spirit beasts also knew that their area of battle was too wide. They had a tacit understanding and avoided the flowing light marigold, fighting from a distance. On the flowing light marigold, a golden flower bud slowly blossomed. It gave off a bright light and the dense spiritual energy was like a mist, making everything hazy. Xiaochen looked at the 9 spirit beasts fighting in the distance. Then, he looked at the flowing light marigold blossoming on the flowing light marigold. His heart skipped a beat. It seems like this is an opportunity. If I am fast enough, I can descend from the sky and pluck the flowing light marigold before they can react. After that, I will quickly leave this place. After all, this herb field was becoming less attractive to me. It would not be a pity to leave. Hoochie! Just as Xiaochen was thinking about this topic, a black dot was approaching from the horizon. It was flying towards him like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was as fast as a ribbon, leaving a long ray of light in the sky. It was a large blue bird with a wingspan of 10 meters. It tore through the air, bringing with it a violent airflow as it flew towards the flowing light marquee. What he was doing was exactly what Xiaochen was thinking. Xiaochen cursed in his heart. He was thinking too much. He should have just rushed forward. The big blue bird had already seized the initiative, and its speed was even faster than Xiaochen's. Even if he attacked with all his might, he wouldn't be able to catch up. He could only watch as the flowing light flower was snatched away by the strange bird. Bang! Just as the giant blue bird opened its mouth and was about to take away the flowing light flower, a gust of wind blew. The scarlet-crowned snake swept its tail across the sky and sent the big blue bird flying. Swish, swish, swish. The other 8 spirit beasts stopped attacking the scarlet-crowned snake, and each of them attacked the blue bird. The blue bird that was struggling to escape in the air immediately fell to the ground. Paw! The scarlet-crowned snake's tail smacked down heavily, and the huge blue bird immediately turned into a bloody mess, turning into a pile of meat paste. Xiao Chen was startled. When he saw the bloody corpse of the huge blue bird, he felt a chill run down his spine. These spirit beasts were not stupid. They knew that there would be other spirit beasts taking advantage of their fight to snatch away the flowing light flower. If other spirit beasts came to snatch the flowing light flower, they would stop fighting and attack together. The combined attack of 9 rank 6 spirit beasts was unstoppable in this underground world. Xiao Chen's back broke out in a cold sweat. If it were not for this anxious bird, he would be the one lying on the ground. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen focused all his attention on the 5 colored auspicious signs in the sky. In the blink of an eye, most of the auspicious signs in the sky had been devoured. Xiao Chen quickly piloted the silver warship and turned it into a silver bolt of lightning, collecting the 5 colored auspicious signs in all directions. However, it could not compare to the dense flock of birds. There were simply too many of them. Xiao Chen only managed to collect 20 auspicious signs before the rest were all devoured. Xiao Chen shook his head and closed the jade bottle. He glanced at the 9 spirit beasts fighting non-stop before leaving this place. After finding a quiet place, Xiao Chen took out the jade bottle containing the auspicious signs. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Although the essence contained in the auspicious signs was not as much as a medial-grade spirit stone, it was what Xiao Chen needed urgently. The essence contained in a medial-grade spirit stone was very vast. However, one could only use it after advancing to medial-grade martial saint. Otherwise, the essence would cause one's body to explode. As for the essence contained in the auspicious signs, although it was much weaker than a medial-grade spirit stone, it was very gentle. Cultivators of any cultivation realm could directly absorb it without worrying about their body exploding. Even an inferior-grade martial disciple could directly absorb this energy, which far exceeded what their body could handle. If Xiao Chen took these 20 auspicious signs to the market, they would be worth 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Right now, Xiao Chen lacked everything except spirit stones. Naturally, he would not use them to exchange for spirit stones. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and opened the jade bottle containing the auspicious signs. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The 5 colored auspicious signs slowly floated out and entered Xiao Chen's nostrils. Streams of gentle and majestic pure essence flowed into Xiao Chen's meridians. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun quickly, absorbing all this essence. The speed at which the qi whirlpool absorbed essence was much faster than what Xiao Chen had done in the past. Soon, a drop of clear liquid essence dripped below his dantian. Di-de, the qi whirlpool spun quickly. Drops of pure essence dripped continuously, transforming the spiritual energy in the 5 colored auspicious signs into his own energy. The essence contained in the 20 auspicious signs was equivalent to 5 medial-grade spirit stones. After Xiao Chen absorbed all of them, his energy reached a horrifying level. Furthermore, the most important thing was that there was no danger. This surging energy was extremely gentle. It was like a spring breeze as it infused into Xiao Chen's body. After 2 hours, Xiao Chen finally absorbed all of this energy. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. There was a purple glow in his eyes. It was as sharp as a solid object. When Xiao Chen got up and felt the surging energy in his body, he said ruefully, "I am finally a superior-grade martial grandmaster. My cultivation realm is still a little low, but my energy is sufficient." If one wanted to advance to martial saint, aside from energy, one needed some comprehension. Their understanding of essence had to reach a corresponding level before they could use essence to injure others. After absorbing 20 auspicious signs, Xiao Chen's current strength was comparable to that of a regular inferior-grade martial saint. He was only a step away from advancing to Martial Saint. Cassier. Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber and a blazing saber light appeared. With a thought, Xiaochen infused his essence into the saber in an endless stream. The saber light suddenly doubled in size, reaching 10 meters. Xiaochen shook his head and casually waved his hand, scattering the essence on the saber. He said indifferently, "It is condensed but not solid. It is too gorgeous. There is no way to send out saber chi like this." Martial Saint was the first hurdle of a cultivator. In this Tianlu continent, one could not be considered a true expert without becoming a Martial Saint. Some people would never be able to overcome this hurdle, spending their entire lives in mediocrity. The earlier one advanced to Martial Saint, the greater the potential one had. Otherwise, it would be the opposite. Xiaochen was almost 17 years old. To be able to advance to peak Martial Saint at this age, his talent would be considered at the peak of the great Qin nation. Of course, he had to exclude those proud sons of heaven with inherited martial spirits. However, in the context of the entire continent, this kind of talent was nothing much. I might not be a genius, but I have never slacked off. The so-called geniuses are just slightly better than me. Sooner or later, I will surpass those people, Xiaochen thought to himself. Rumble. In the herb field in the distance, the battle of the 9 spirit beasts had not ended yet. Loud explosions resounded continuously. Even though Xiaochen was standing far away, he could feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. Xiaochen took a look and said, "It is time to leave this place. I have already collected all the spirit herbs that increase qi and blood in the herb field. If I do not return soon, elder sister Ryue and the others will be worried." Bang! Bang! Just as Xiaochen was about to leave, there were 2 explosions that were even louder than before. The ground trembled continuously. Even Xiaochen's body was shaking left and right. What a horrifying force! Has the victor been decided? Xiaochen was horrified. Xiaochen's spiritual sense shot out like an arrow. In the next moment, the situation there was clearly imprinted in Xiaochen's mind. A poisonous fog spread out. The black poisonous qi was like black threads lingering around. The surrounding spirit herbs no longer had any signs of life under the black qi. Large patches of poisonous qi covered the herb field. Several 100-year-old herbs were all destroyed. Xiaochen thought to himself, what a pity. Any one of these herbs would be worth tens of thousands of gold coins in the outside world. As Xiaochen's spiritual sense moved through the fog, he saw the corpse of a rank 6 spirit beast. Its entire body was black, and its head was separated from its body. As Xiaochen continued to look, he saw the corpses of another 7 rank 6 spirit beasts. They all died in different ways, but their bodies were all black. They looked very scary. Xiaochen thought to himself, this is a poison that even rank 6 spirit beasts cannot withstand. If I were to come in contact with this poisonous qi, I would probably die immediately. Pooh! Pooh! The poisonous qi slowly scattered. The scarlet-crowned snake, which was the size of a small mountain, slowly slithered towards the flowing light marigold tree. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he discovered that this scarlet-crowned snake was not completely unscathed. Its huge body was covered in wounds of varying depths. It was dripping with blood. Every time it took a step, blood spurted out and splashed on the ground. It was clear that although it defeated the other spirit beasts, it was severely injured. Xiaochen thought quickly, thinking of all sorts of possibilities. If this scarlet-crowned snake is only as fast as it is now, then I should be able to dodge it with my blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and 5 ice ape sculptures appeared in his hand. There were still 5 ice apes. He should be able to delay for a while. These 5 ice apes were carved before Xiaochen came to the underground world. He had not had a chance to use them. Perhaps they could be of great use at this moment. Even so, Xiaochen still felt like he was fighting with himself. He hesitated. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although this scarlet-crowned snake was severely injured, it was hard to guarantee that it did not have any trump cards up its sleeves. Chapter 206. If he made a decision now, he might not be able to leave this underground world for the rest of his life. He had no choice but to be cautious. The scarlet-crowned snake was getting closer and closer to the flowing light marigold tree. There was not much time left for Xiaochen to think. I'll risk it. Xiaochen made up his mind. The silver warship flew out from his right eye and enlarged. Xiaochen pushed off with his feet and leaped onto the bow of the warship. Then, he sped towards the flowing light marigold tree. Life bestowal spell. Pooh! 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 The 5 engravings in the air grew larger. When they landed, they were already the size of the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape. This was the first time Xiaochen controlled 5 spirit beasts at the same time. The instant the spirit beasts formed, he felt a quarter of the surging essence in his body disappear. He also entered a momentary daze and felt a little dizzy. Looks like before the purple thunder divine incantation rises to the 4th layer, controlling 5 spirit beasts at the same time is too much, Xiaochen thought to himself after calming himself. Without thinking, the 5 ice apes would not be able to stop the scarlet-crowned snake. After a while, Xiaochen jumped off the warship and quickly descended towards the flowing light marigold tree. Hoo! Hoo! The wind blew past his ears. Faster! 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 Xiaochen kept saying in his heart. There had never been a moment where Xiaochen felt that he would take so long to land. With a bang, an ice ape was directly swallowed by the scarlet-crowned snake. Shwa shwa, shwa. With a flick of its tail, another 2 ice apes were crushed into a pile of sawdust by the scarlet-crowned snake's huge strength. There are still 3 more seconds before I can land, Xiaochen thought anxiously. If he did not land before the ice ape was destroyed, he would become a live target in the air, unable to borrow any force. A rank 5 spirit beast was nothing in front of the scarlet-crowned snake. Even though it was severely injured, the scarlet-crowned snake could easily destroy an ice ape in one strike. The situation was extremely dangerous. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen made hand gestures and shouted, "Explode, rank 5 ice ape." Boom, boom. The 2 rank 5 ice apes frantically absorbed the surrounding ice-attributed spiritual energy. Specks of cold light appeared in the air as Xiaochen spoke. Kacha, kacha, kacha. With 2 crisp sounds, it was as if the ice had been shattered. The temperature of the air suddenly dropped by a few hundred degrees. The 2 ice apes turned into cold stars, covering the ground with a layer of frost. The scarlet-crowned snake's huge body was instantly covered with frost chi. Its body that was like a small mountain turned into a cold ice mountain, not moving at all. The self-destruction of the 2 ice apes exhausted Xiaochen's strength. Xiaochen swallowed an essence chi pill and used this opportunity to land firmly on the ground. The glowing flowing light flower was as resplendent as gold. Now that it was right in front of him, the dense fragrance of the flower assaulted his nostrils. Immediately, Xiaochen felt refreshed, and his nervous heart relaxed. If I am going to play, I will play big. As he stood in front of the flowing light flower, Xiaochen's ambition grew. 1 flowing light flower was nothing. If he could bring away the entire flowing light marigold, it would be worth it. Xiaochen took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. With a flash of saber light, he chopped the flowing light marigold in half. This was an immortal grade natural treasure. As long as it was not uprooted, it could grow again. The glow of the flowing light flower faded at a visible rate. Xiaochen quickly placed the flowing light flower and the lunar shadow saber into the universe ring. Caw caw caw, the ice sealing the scarlet-crowned snake started to slowly shatter. Xiaochen turned his head to take a look and saw a gust of strong wind blowing at him, causing his hair to flutter. He squinted his eyes slightly. Holy Beast Martial Spirit, Blue Dragon Dragon Qi, Fengyan Acupoint, Laogong Acupoint, Daling Acupoint, Niguan Acupoint, open. A dangerous aura assaulted him. Xiaochen did not have time to think. He faced the strong wind and shouted. The 6 acupoints on his right arm instantly opened. 6 rays of azure light appeared and turned into a blue dragon circling around Xiaochen's arm. The feeling of boundless energy assaulted him once again. His entire right arm felt like it was going to explode. Bang! The blue dragon did not fly out. Instead, it clashed heavily with the snake tail. A huge force was transmitted, causing the qi and blood in Xiaochen's body to churn. He flew backwards in the air. Under the full-powered attack of a peak martial king, Xiaochen was able to retreat unscathed. Xiaochen thought to himself, how lucky. He vomited a mouthful of blood and dispersed the churning qi and blood. Shwa! With a thought, a silver bolt of lightning quickly flew over and caught Xiaochen, who was about to land. Xiaochen stood on the bow of the warship. Before he could catch his breath, another strong wind blew. Another gust of wind blew. This time, the scarlet-crowned snake's huge tail was even faster than before. In an instant, it struck the silver warship. Under the huge force, Xiaochen was sent flying. He was like a sandbag in the air, flipping around continuously. He did not have the strength to retaliate at all. Ka ca, the silver warship cracked continuously. After a while, it shattered into countless silver motes of light and flew into Xiaochen's right eye. The scarlet-crowned snake's attack had actually shattered Xiaochen's secret treasure. Xiaochen did not have the time to deal with the sudden turn of events. After he landed, the huge snake tail struck down continuously, causing the ground to tremble. Every step was filled with killing intent. It did not give Xiaochen any time to catch his breath. Xiaochen ran for his life. In the time it took for him to land, he covered tens of meters. The potential of his body was completely stimulated. Shock waves surged behind him. There were a few times when the snake tail was already above his head, but he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. At this moment, Xiaochen forgot all about movement techniques, essence, and martial techniques. There was no time for him to circulate his qi. He could only rely on his physical body to run for his life. The huge tail chased after Xiaochen and struck down continuously. The surging shock wave struck his back, nearly sending him flying a few times. However, Xiaochen managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. This is not a solution. I do not even have time to circulate my qi. What should I do? Xiaochen ran frantically as he thought anxiously. Originally, Xiaochen thought that after he executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he would have no problem escaping. However, the current situation did not give him any chance to circulate his qi. If he paused for even a moment, he would be smashed into meat paste by the huge force. I can't keep running like this. I have to find an opportunity to catch my breath. Otherwise, it will chase me to death. How should I find an opportunity? The scarlet-crowned snake was clearly in a berserk state. He had already used the blue dragon qi once. He could not use it again in a short period of time. With the strength of his physical body, he would not be able to fight against it. As Xiaochen ran forward quickly, he tried to think of a countermeasure. Since he could not clash head-on, could he make use of the force to retreat? After that, he executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, completely breaking away from the scarlet-crowned snake. Using his strength to escape was something Xiaochen had not learned before. He could only rely on himself to find the right opportunity. If he wanted to successfully use his strength, timing was the most important. If he could not find the right opportunity, he would be smashed to death by the scarlet-crowned snake. After dodging a few more attacks from the scarlet-crowned snake, Xiaochen carefully felt the direction of the wind, as well as the timing of the huge snake's tail. Rumble. The huge snake's tail smashed down, causing the ground to tremble. Then, it quickly whipped up. Its upper body was already standing upright. A cold light flickered in its eyes. Its scarlet tongue flickered continuously as it watched Xiaochen dodge again. The scarlet-crowned snake hissed a few times in anger. It twisted its waist and its tail created a strong wind as it smashed down again. Xiaochen could feel the direction of the wind. Now was the time. He did not hesitate to turn around and lean to the right. Just as the huge snake tail was about to land, he smashed his palm against the side of the snake tail. Xiaochen did not use any force in this palm strike. He only slid his palm to the side of the snake's tail the instant he touched it. Hoo! Xiaochen's body immediately flew to the right. He felt joy in his heart, he succeeded. Although there was still a small portion of the snake's strength that was not completely dissipated, it was still very horrifying. However, it was already within the acceptable range. Xiaochen smiled gently and took advantage of the opportunity to execute the high-level technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations. Instantly, 9 figures appeared in the sky. When the 9 figures merged together and landed, Xiaochen had already leaped a long distance. Paw! Paw! When the scarlet-crowned snake saw Xiaochen fling himself away, it slammed its huge tail on the ground. Its huge body soared into the air, covering the sky. It was not slow at all. Xiaochen turned his head around and saw a huge mouth above his head. Its red tongue was spitting out a cold light. The black hole looked like it was going to swallow Xiaochen up in the next moment. A faint smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he stopped. He was not startled, but happy. You chased me for so long. Now that you have delivered yourself to me, I will let you suffer a little. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! A fierce flame burned in Xiaochen's right eye. After a while, it condensed into a fire dragon and shot towards the scarlet-crowned snake's mouth. Boom! The fire dragon instantly drilled into the scarlet-crowned snake. The huge body of the scarlet-crowned snake trembled and rolled on the ground. Xiaochen ignored it. He took advantage of this opportunity and quickly headed for the exit of the underground world. He knew that such a small amount of fire would not be able to kill it. After an hour, Xiaochen felt the exit of the underground world. When he arrived at the pitch-black hole, he did not hesitate and walked out with large strides. When Xiaochen passed through the hole, the initial feeling of being in a trance attacked him again. This time, Xiaochen paid attention. He could clearly feel that feeling of being in a trance. It was like he had passed through a different world. When Xiaochen turned his head around, he saw an inconceivable scene. There was no underground world behind him. It was pitch black and he could not see anything clearly. Xiaochen was astonished. He was flabbergasted as he muttered, "How can this be? I clearly just came out from there. How did it disappear in an instant?" Xiaochen could not believe what he saw. He rushed forward frantically. The pitch-black hole did not take him long before he bumped into the wall. Other than soil, there was nothing else. Could it be that everything I experienced in the past month was fake? Xiaochen scratched his head and said in confusion, "Everything was just a dream." Xiaochen took out the flowing light marigold from the universe ring. Only then did he slowly calm down. He still had his energy and the medial-grade spirit stones in his ring had not decreased. Chapter 207. This meant that that world definitely existed. Xiaochen thought about it carefully. What was the difference between the first time he came here and now? There had to be a reason for the current situation. After a while, a light flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. He said, "When I first came here, there was no spiritual energy in my body. Now, my body is filled with spiritual energy. That is the biggest difference. That underground world should be a small world created by a senior. Only those who reached the sage realm and became one with the world could enter. Or perhaps, only ordinary people without spiritual energy could enter. Furthermore, it was very likely that this was the small world created by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founding ancestor, the Saber Emperor. Now, Xiao Chen had stumbled into it by chance. If he had not lost all his essence, if he had not been swept here by the underground river, he would not have been able to reach this place. There were many reasons for this. This was probably the so-called fortuitous encounter. Thinking about it, it was a pity. Originally, Xiao Chen was prepared to explore the entire underground world when he had the chance. It looked like he could not enter before he became a martial sage. Xiao Chen shook his head and recollected his thoughts. Since he had already come out, there was no need to think about this problem. What he had to think about now was how to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiao Chen arrived at the underground river, he slowly stopped at the riverbank where he had climbed up in a sorry state. Everything that had happened that day was still vivid in his mind. His essence had disappeared, his internal injuries were severe, his stamina was weak, and the undercurrents were all very dangerous. In the end, he had encountered all of them. However, the conviction in his heart did not extinguish. He had climbed up in the end. He still had many important things to do. He could not die so early. He had not rescued Ao Jiao from the lunar shadow saber. He had not dealt with the noble clans in the Dongming province. He had not figured out why he was chased out of the Shao clan. There were too many enemies that he had not defeated yet. He had not even opened the door to becoming a cultivator. On the path of cultivation, it would be a pity if he died just like that. Looking at his reflection in the water, Xiao Chen thought of something. He had to change his appearance. Otherwise, no one would recognize him. Xiao Chen's face suddenly turned blurry as soon as he used the shape-shifting technique. He recalled Yi Chen's appearance in his mind, and the bones in his face began to move rapidly. On the surface of the water, Yi Chen's rather ordinary face appeared. It completely changed Xiao Chen's sharp and unrestrained temperament. Xiao Chen looked at the surface of the water and smiled in satisfaction. He leaped up and stood on the surface of the water. He went against the current and walked on the waves. If he wanted to go back, there was no other way aside from going back. The only way Xiao Chen could think of was to return to the place where the Demon King was suppressed. Once he found Yuan, he would be able to leave. The tip of Xiao Chen's feet tapped lightly on the surface of the water as if he was running on flat ground. He dashed forward at an extremely fast speed. After a while, a mountain wall appeared in front of Xiao Chen, and the river under his feet flowed down from the mountain wall. Thump! Since the river could flow down, it meant that there was a path ahead. Xiao Chen stopped cultivating and dove to the bottom of the river. Then, he swam against the undercurrent. After swimming for a long time, Xiao Chen felt the mountain wall above him disappear. He floated up again and walked on the surface of the water. After walking for a long time, he discovered that the river under his feet was just a tributary. The further he walked, the more astonished Xiao Chen was. There were many tributaries in this underground river, they were dense and wide. Along the way, Xiao Chen had already come across more than 10 tributaries. Some places even had 4 tributaries. The water flowed downwards. Fortunately, there was only one main tributary upstream. As long as Xiao Chen kept going upstream, he would eventually find the cave where the Demon King was suppressed. 2 days later, Xiao Chen was in a river. Before he surfaced, he felt a familiar feeling. This was because the rotten smell of the dried corpse in the river had yet to dissipate. Have I finally found my way back? The moment Xiao Chen surfaced, he saw Yuan sitting at a wooden table on the shore, smiling at him. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He did not expect to run into this person the moment he came up. He used his essence to disperse all the water droplets on his body. Immediately, hot air surrounded Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen stepped on the water surface and slowly walked out of the fog. When he arrived in front of Yi Wen, the water vapor on his body had already evaporated. His clothes and hair were extremely dry. When Yi Wen saw all this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He poured a cup of wine and handed it to Xiao Chen. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like you had a fortuitous encounter. Not only did your cultivation not get crippled, it even improved greatly. I can no longer see through you." Xiao Chen received the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. When he saw Yi Wen, he originally thought he had a lot to say. However, when he saw Yi Wen so calm, he did not know what to say. "How is Biyun Peak Song K now?" After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen asked the question he was most concerned about. Yi Wen drank by himself and drank another cup of wine. He said casually, "I crippled one of his arms, but he is still a peak master. However, don't worry, ancestral martial ancestor Shen already warned him. If you go out, he will not dare to cause trouble for you. You crippled one of his arms." Xiao Chen looked at Yi Wen in astonishment. It was not that he did not think Yi Wen did not have the strength to do so. It was just that he did not expect Yi Wen to offend a peak master for him. Furthermore, looking at Yi Wen's calm manner, it was as though he did not care about it at all. It was as though this was a small matter and there was no need for him to care about it. Yi Wen stood up and said, "Let's go, there is no need to make a fuss about nothing. I'll bring you out." Yi Wen slowly put away the wine cups on the table. After he spoke, he took the lead and walked out. He looked at Xiao Chen behind him and said, "You are really lucky. That girl, Lu Ryue, even came down personally to look for you not long ago. Elder sister Ryue came to look for me." Xiao Chen was startled. He said, "Then what did you say to her? Did you tell her the truth? Am I stupid? Do you think I do not know her character? If I told her the truth, she would immediately go to Biyun Peak and risk her life," Yi Wen said indifferently. Xiao Chen was rendered speechless by Yi Wen's words. Not long after, Yi Wen asked again, "What is your relationship with Leng Liusu?" "Leng Liusu? There shouldn't be any relationship. I am not familiar with her," Xiao Chen said suspiciously. He did not know why Yi Wen would ask such a question. Yi Wen said, "That is strange. She used her identity as the young pavilion master and went through the elders' assembly to send people to look for you a few times. Leng Liusu also came to look for him." Xiao Chen could not understand what was going on. He wanted to ask Yi Wen what was going on. However, when he saw Yi Wen's expression, he swallowed his words. Yi Wen brought Xiao Chen along and led him to a small transportation formation. When the people guarding the formation saw Yi Wen, they said respectfully, "Elder Yi, are you here to send someone off?" Yi Wen nodded and said to Xiao Chen, "Go up. Once you go up, you will be able to leave this damned place. I have already helped you settle your mission. Just go and hand it in." Before Xiao Chen stepped onto the transportation formation, he turned around and asked, "Did you not pay any price for chopping off Song K's arm?" After all, Song K was a peak master. Xiao Chen could not understand how Yi Wen could be so calm. Yi Wen smiled gently, "The price is that I have to stay in this place for another 10 years. Now that I see that you are so lively, I feel that it is not worth it. Alright, stop speaking nonsense. Scram. Pooh." Yi Wen suddenly kicked out and kicked Xiao Chen's butt. Xiao Chen fell forward and landed in front of the transportation formation. A light appeared on the ground. Countless talisman scripts flashed and Xiao Chen's body disappeared with a ashwa sound. Everything was hazy and pitch black. Xiao Chen felt that his body seemed to be stretched infinitely. After that, spots of light appeared. After a while, he regained control of his body. Where is this? Xiao Chen looked at his surroundings and discovered that he was in a small room. There were no traces of formations on the floor. This should be a one-way transportation formation. Xiao Chen gently pushed open the door and walked out. He happened to see the counter in the Hall of Contributions. When the old man behind the counter saw Xiao Chen, he was mildly startled. The old man waved his hand and the wooden token at Xiao Chen's waist quickly flew into his hand. It turned out that he had returned to the Hall of Contributions. The old man looked at the number on the wooden token and smiled gently at Xiao Chen. Yi Chen, congratulations on completing your mission. These are your contribution points. The old man took out some black copper coins from under the counter and handed them to Xiao Chen. After counting them, Yuan rated you as outstanding. There is a total of 1,000 contribution points. Xiao Chen received the black copper coins. There was a total of 10 of them. They were completely black, round on the outside and square on the inside. They contained a strange aura that could not be faked. The old man continued to explain. Contribution points had a total of 3 colors. The white ones represented 1 contribution point, the red ones represented 1 contribution point, and the black ones represented 100 contribution points. Xiao Chen had lived in the underground world for close to 2 months. At this moment, he was in a rush to return to Qingyun Peak and report his safety to Lu Riyue. Hence, he did not have the patience to listen to the old man's words and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, don't leave yet. This is your first time completing a high-level mission. There is something I have to tell you, the old man called out to Xiao Chen and walked out. The old man revealed a faint smile on his aged face. Young man, don't be too anxious. This matter is the best reward for you. Xiao Chen did not understand. He slowly calmed down and followed the old man. The old man led Xiao Chen to the back of the first floor of the Hall of Contributions. Along the way, many people saw the old man personally leading the way for Xiao Chen. They all started to guess Xiao Chen's identity. The managing elder of the Hall of Contributions is actually personally leading the way for someone. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Even the true inheritors do not receive such treatment. I have never seen him before either. What is his background? Could he be even more noble than the true inheritors? It's him. Look at the identity token on his waist. He is that disciple from Qingyun Peak. He is Yi Chen, someone with sharp eyes in the crowd immediately said when he saw the silver identity token on Xiao Chen's waist. Currently, there were only 2 men in Qingyun Peak. One was Lu Suifeng, and the other was Yi Chen. Everyone knew Lu Suifeng. Since he was not Lu Suifeng, then Yi Chen's identity was obvious. So, it really is him. He disappeared for 2 months and actually appeared again. The people from Wanren Peak have been searching for him for a long time. Chapter 208. I heard that the second strongest core disciple of Wanren Peak, Quick Saber Lin Feng, has already said that as long as he appears, he will look for him to settle the score. I saw a few Wanren Peak disciples leave earlier. They should be going to inform Lin Feng. There will be a good show to watch later. When Xiao Chen heard all this, he did not pay too much attention to it. As long as it was not a senior making a move, he was confident that he could deal with any core disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The so-called hindrance was just to increase his combat experience. However, Xiao Chen did not expect this old man's identity to be so deep. He was not as ordinary as he looked. The old man's expression was like an ancient well, there were no ripples at all. After they arrived at a large hall, he said indifferently, "We have arrived. This is the ranking hall. You can find your seat up there." The area of the large hall was very wide. There were 10 wooden walls in the middle. There was a group of people surrounding each wooden wall. They were either shaking their heads and sighing, or they had an impassioned expression. Everyone had a different expression. The old man brought Xiaoqin to the wooden wall at the very back. When the crowd saw the old man, they immediately opened up a path. Xiaoqin also discovered that the cultivators gathered in front of this wooden wall all had dispirited expressions. There is a total of 5,000 inner disciples in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The number has always been fixed. These 5,000 disciples are all ranked. The one you are looking at is the bottom 500 inner disciples. After the ranking war at the end of the year, the last 500 disciples will be stripped of their inner disciple status, the old man explained to Xiaoqin. So that's how it is. No wonder the inner disciples gathered here all had ugly expressions. It turns out that the elimination system of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was so strict. Every year, they would eliminate 500 disciples. Xiaoqin looked at the wooden wall. There were 10 rows of wooden walls. Each row had 100 small wooden tablets. Every wooden tablet represented the identity of an inner disciple. On it was written the person's name, cultivation realm, peak, and other basic information. Xiaoqin looked around for a while and found his own wooden tablet. It was very eye-catching. It was ranked last in the 10th row. That was the last of the 5,000 inner disciples in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. On it was written, Qingyun Pixi Qin, Inferior Grade Martial Grand Master. The outer sect deacon of the Hall of Contributions took down the wooden plaque representing Xiaoqin. All the wooden plaques on the wooden wall started to move like a jigsaw puzzle. Everyone's name on the wooden wall started to move back by one rank. The old man held Xiaoqin's wooden tablet and walked to the wooden tablet in front. He placed Xiaoqin's wooden tablet in the 10th row. In an instant, Xiaoqin's rank rose by 500. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. They had never seen anyone raise their rank by 500 before. This isn't fair. I've been working so hard to complete the sex missions and accumulate my strength. Yet, I can't even advance by 10 ranks in a month. How could he advance by 500? There was no change in the old man's expression. Tian, Sect Master, Tian, Chin, and Chin, Chin, and the. There was no change in the old man's expression. He slowly turned around and looked at the crowd. The noisy chatter immediately stopped. It was incomparably quiet. If you are in the bottom 500 and complete a high-level sect mission for the first time and obtain an outstanding evaluation, you can also break away from the bottom 500. Only now did the crowd remember that the ranking hall did have such a rule. However, they were not able to accept high-level missions. The ones they could accept were all extremely dangerous high-level missions. It would be very difficult for them to obtain an outstanding evaluation. Thus, for a very long time, no one in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion used such a method to raise their ranking. That was why everyone was excited. Xiaoqin did not care about all this. To him, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was just a relay station. After he learned listening to the sword and communicating with it, he would leave. He did not have any plans to stay here for long. The Tianmu continent was very big. Xiaoqin had set his sights on the entire continent long ago. Perhaps the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was a very strong power in the Great Qin nation. However, when compared to the entire continent, or even the entire world, outside of the Tianmu continent was the boundless sea. After crossing the boundless sea, he heard that there were countless islands. There were also countless experts there. Thinking about it this way, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was nothing. Thus, Xiaoqin did not care much about his status as an inner disciple. Alright, I still have things to do, so I will take my leave first. As for the other rules, you will slowly come to understand them in the future, the old man said indifferently. After that, the old man gave Xiaoqin a meaningful look. He said, finally, I will give you some words of advice. Young man, don't be too sharp. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't set your sights too far. For the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to exist, it is not as simple as you think. The so-called geniuses are the cheapest things here. Don't keep your heart suspended in the air. Sink down and merge with it. Take a good look at this peak, it is far more exciting than you imagine. Xiaochen revealed an extremely shocked expression. This old man had only taken a quick glance, and it seemed like he had seen through Xiaochen's thoughts. The old man's words caused Xiaochen to enter deep thought. Don't keep your heart suspended in the air. Sink down and merge with it. Is he saying that I am arrogant? Never mind, I will take a look first. Since I am already here, Xiaochen did not intend to leave immediately. He strode forward and arrived at the first wooden wall. That was the ranking of the top 500 disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The wooden wall was the same as the other wooden walls. There were 10 rows of 50 people in each row. However, the background behind it was different. There was a faint layer of gold paint on it. It looked like a glory roll. However, being in the top 500 was also worthy of this glory. When one saw their name on it, they would feel proud. Survival of the fittest. This was a very good competitive system. It was able to retain the most outstanding talents. Not bad, Xiaochen admired this ranking system. When he looked up, the first 10 names were as red as blood. They were very eye-catching among the black words. What made Xiaochen feel strange was that these 10 people were not core disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaochen did not know which peak they belonged to or what their cultivation realm was. There was only one name on the information board. The rest were all unknown. It was very mysterious. Could it be that the strongest disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion are not the true inheritors? Xiaochen thought to himself. He carefully counted to the back. He only saw the first true inheritor's name after 50. The true inheritor of Wanren Peak, Wang Qinian, was an inferior grade martial saint. Unexpectedly, he was only in the 50s. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen decided to look at the ranking of the so-called Quick Saber, Lin Feng. As he continued looking down, Xiaochen saw Lin Feng's name in the 3rd row. Wanren Peak Core Disciple, Superior Grade Martial Saint. Wanren Peak's 2nd strongest core disciple, but he was only in the 100th rank. How exactly is the ranking on the wooden board divided? Why does it feel like it is not accurate? Xiaochen started to doubt himself. Yi Chen. Just as Xiaochen was deep in thought, someone called out his name from behind. When he turned his head to look, he discovered it was Ma Chen, who had gone to the spirit mine with him on a mission. When Ma Chen saw Xiaochen turn around, he quickly walked over. He said in pleasant surprise, "It really is you. Junior brother Yi Chen, I have not seen you for a month. I thought something happened to you." When Xiaochen saw this, he felt somewhat apologetic. He explained that he had no choice but to knock him out. He did not have any malicious intent. Ma Chen waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say it, I understand. Speaking of which, your background is not small. Even the young pavilion master personally sent people to look for you." Xiaochen felt it was strange, so he asked, "You know about this as well? Does anyone else know?" Ma Chen shook his head and said, "There should not be anyone else who knows. I only came up half a month ago. I do not know what happened in the spirit mine. It has been under lockdown for a long time." The two of them chatted for a while. Xiaochen understood a little about what happened after he left from Ma Chen. The things that happened in the spirit mine were not spread out. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was as peaceful as it was in the past. No one outside knew that the shocking change that happened a month ago could turn into something that could threaten the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaochen remembered that Ma Chen had been here longer than him. He should know what was going on with the ranking. So he asked about his doubts. Ma Chen smiled and said, "This is very normal. The true inheritors of the 7 peaks are all passed down by the bloodline of the Peak Master. It is not a matter of talent. Sometimes, a true inheritor is not even as strong as an ordinary inner disciple. Xiao Chen was astonished. Would anyone be willing to become a Peak Master? If a Peak Master was not even as strong as a core elder, it was hard for Xiao Chen to imagine how such a person would be able to manage such a large peak. They would not. After all, such people are the minority. Furthermore, every peak has their own methods of passing down their cultivation. Before the old Peak Master died, he could pass down his cultivation to his descendants, Ma Chen continued to explain. As for the top 10 people, they are the strongest 10. They spend most of their time training outside and rarely return. So it is normal that we do not know their cultivation. I have seen the ranking competition at the end of last year. These 10 people are very strong, they definitely live up to their reputation. A few of them are able to defeat opponents of a higher cultivation realm. Furthermore, their cultivation methods are different from the orthodox inner disciples. They are all aiming for the divine saber camp. So that was the case. No wonder the old man told Xiao Chen that geniuses were the cheapest thing in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If the top 20 were all the people that Ma Chen mentioned, then the old man's words were not exaggerated. What kind of genius could be more talented than someone who could defeat opponents of a higher cultivation realm? After Ma Chen answered Xiao Chen's question, he told him about the changes in the rankings. Aside from doing some refinement missions, one could also challenge an opponent in the same row as them. That was to say, one could challenge an inner disciple who was ranked 49 above them. Everyone had a chance to challenge them once a month. The person being challenged could choose not to accept the challenge. However, on the 15th of every month, if someone challenged you, you had to accept the challenge. Otherwise, you would automatically forfeit and be automatically defeated. Of course, the most crucial thing was the ranking competition at the end of the year. At that time, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion would engage in a grand battle among the inner disciples. The points obtained in the battle were the most important factors in determining one's ranking. Of course, one's previous ranking was also very important. The points obtained were the same. However, if one's ranking was too far behind, it would be useless. Chapter 209. Ma Chen's explanation was very detailed. Xiao Chen understood the moment he heard it. Now, he somewhat understood the meaning of the old man's words. The so-called sink in and blend in should be for him to participate in this competitive game. Xiao Chen thought for a while, I can accept other people's challenges. However, I will not take the initiative to challenge myself, I do not have the time. After all, I am no longer in the bottom 500. As long as I hold my ground, I will not have to worry about being kicked out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the end of the year. It was getting late, Xiao Chen was in a rush to return to Qinyun Peak. He did not continue chatting with Ma Chen. After he took his leave, he immediately left the Hall of Contributions. The heaven viewing platform was as bustling as when he arrived. It was bustling with activity, there was a huge flow of people. Just as Xiao Chen stepped out of the Hall of Contributions, he felt a few killing chi directed at him. He could not help but stop. On the path leading to the Hall of Contributions, a group of people slowly walked over. They were wearing the uniform of Wanren Peak. Their faces were covered in frost, and their gazes were cold. When they were 10 meters in front of Xiao Chen, they stopped. Xiao Chen saw Yang Qi's figure in the crowd. He looked at Xiao Chen coldly and whispered something into the ear of a person beside him. That person had a squarish face, he looked very ordinary. However, a bright light flashed in his eyes occasionally, causing people to tremble in fear. He was an inferior grade martial saint. There is indeed a good show to watch. That is Wanren Peak's quick saber master, Lin Feng. He is ranked 106th on the Heavenly Saber Pavilion strength ranking list. He is the second-ranked core disciple of Wanren Peak. He already said that he wanted to help Yang Qi get back at him. Looks like this Yi Qin will not be able to escape easily today. It is hard to say. Since Yi Qin could defeat Yang Qi that day, he might be able to defeat Lin Feng today. Furthermore, Yi Qin is now a superior grade martial Grand Master. I think their top core disciple, Luo Kidi, will have to come. If what you said was 2 months ago, it might be possible. However, Lin Feng is now an inferior grade martial saint. Martial saint and martial Grand Master are two completely different realms, the difference is too great. 2 months ago, Yi Qin might not have stood a chance. Lin Feng is known as the #1 swift saber of Wanren Peak, and his reputation is not undeserved. At most, he would have lost slightly more elegantly. Now, I reckon that Yi Qin would not be able to block even one move. Lin Feng's appearance had immediately attracted the attention of all the elite disciples who were surrounding the achievement palace. They all wanted to see what was going on. Xiao Chen's facial expression didn't change. His heart was as calm as still water, there wasn't a single ripple in his heart. He was looking at Lin Feng without the slightest fear. Lin Feng took a few steps forwards and arrived in front of Xiao Qin. He then said in an ice-cold tone, 2 months ago, were you the one who injured many of my disciples? That's right. Xiao Qin said calmly. Lin Feng slowly put his right hand on the hilt of his blade. His qi was unceasingly condensing. He was fixedly staring at Xiao Qin and said, I will give you a chance to explain yourself. If I am not satisfied with your explanation, I will make them suffer 10 times over. There's no need to explain when your skills are inferior. As Xiao Qin spoke, he took a step forward without anyone noticing. Gotcha! When Xiao Qin finished speaking, Lin Feng unsheathed his long blade. A cold light appeared. The crowd could only see a blurry shadow of the blade. They couldn't even see the blade clearly. Bang! However, something unexpected happened. Originally, they thought that Xiao Qin would be struck by the lightning-fast blade and his blood would flow like a river. He would be defeated immediately. But the reality was that Lin Feng vomited a mouthful of blood. A crisp sound could be heard from his chest and he fell to the ground. The long blade in his hand swayed and flew out of his hand. Xiao Qin immediately stomped on Lin Feng, who was struggling to stand up. Then, he stomped heavily on Lin Feng, who was struggling to stand up. There was another crunching sound as a few more of Lin Feng's ribs broke. Lin Feng groaned in pain. He pointed his finger at Xiao Qin and said unwillingly, You. The situation had suddenly changed. Lin Feng, who was originally aggressive, was knocked down by Xiao Qin with one punch. The crowd could not even react to what was going on. Everything was too unimaginable. In their eyes, Lin Feng had obviously attacked first. Furthermore, his speed was so fast that the naked eye could not see it. But why was he the first to be hit? Xiao Qin, quickly let go of him. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. When Yang Qi saw Lin Feng fall to the ground, he became very anxious. He quickly led the other core disciples of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak and surrounded Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin smiled indifferently. He hooked his right foot and kicked Lin Feng's body away like a sandbag. Yang Qi hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch Lin Feng. However, the strength behind Lin Feng's kick was far beyond his imagination. After the people of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak caught Lin Feng, Xiao Qin had already used the blue dragon cloud soaring technique and disappeared without a trace. In a distant pavilion, 2 young disciples wearing the uniform of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak were quietly watching the scene in the Hall of Contributions. One of them shook his head and said, Junior brother Lin lost too unjustly. If he did not give that person a chance to speak and went up, he would have executed the startling wind saber technique. With his current cultivation level, he would have defeated that person in 10 moves. The other person smiled indifferently, a loss is a loss. There is nothing much to say. Lin Feng is a proud person. It is good for him to suffer some setbacks. Junior brother Luo, what do you think of Yi Qin? So these two people were the true inheritor of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, Wang Qinian, and the number one core disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, Luo Kedi. Luo Kedi thought for a while and said, rational, calm, and good at grasping his opponent's weakness. The strength of his physical body is extremely terrifying. That punch earlier should have contained 4,000 kilograms of force. However, the strength of his physical body is mediocre. The higher his cultivation level, the smaller the advantage he has. He is not a match for us, so there is no need to worry too much about it. Wang Qinian smiled gently and said, this person is much stronger than we imagined. If you fought with him, you would only have a 50% chance of winning if you did not use your best moves. Why do you say that? Wang Qinian said indifferently, you only paid attention to the speed and strength of his punch. You did not see anything else. That is where he is brilliant. When he answered Lin Feng's question, he took 2 steps forward. This distance was the furthest the tip of Lin Feng's saber could reach after he drew it. Furthermore, he did not attack after he finished speaking. He used sound and speed to create an illusion. It gave people the impression that after he spoke, he and Lin Feng attacked at the same time. Actually, he had already attacked when he said the last 2 words. As for Lin Feng, he only attacked after he heard the sound. Therefore, it is not that Yi Qin is faster than Lin Feng but that he attacked first. Luo Kedi felt that his mind was in a mess. After thinking carefully for a while, he revealed a doubtful expression and said, that is impossible. How can the speed of sound be faster than what the naked eye can see? No matter how fast he is, even if he surpasses the speed of sound, it is impossible for him to surpass the speed of light. What the naked eye can see is that he attacked first. These words were very tongue-twisting and could easily make people dizzy. Actually, it was not difficult to explain. Within a short distance, when a person made a punching motion, the sound and movement would definitely be heard at the same time. However, if this person's speed surpassed the speed of sound, people would see an extremely strange scene. The opponent would only be able to hear the sound slowly after he was sent flying far away. The faster you were, the slower it would be for others to hear the sound. However, no matter what, your actions would be seen immediately. Hence, Luo Kedi felt that Wang Qinian's words were contradictory. How could Xiao Chen go against common sense and let others hear the sound first before seeing the action? Wang Qinian smiled faintly and said, the sound you heard might not have come from his mouth. You mean? His voice was transmitted into people's ears using other methods. Luo Kedi seemed to have understood something as he looked at Wang Qinian in shock. Wang Qinian nodded and said, that's right. However, it was not transmitted into the ears but directly into the brain. This is because when he said the last 2 words, his lips did not move at all. This is a kind of use of soul energy. I once saw an expert using soul energy in the ancient desolate land. That person was even more powerful than Yi Qin. Not only could he imitate sounds, he could even imprint images into the mind of others. Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen looked at the familiar peak and could not help but sigh in his heart. It had only been 2 months since he last came, but he actually started to miss it. Looking into the distance, there was a group of people standing at the foot of the mountain, looking into the distance. Xiao Chen's vision was very good. He discovered Lu Riyue, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Meng standing there. Brother Yi, you are finally back. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Qin, he went forward and hammered Xiao Qin. Big brother Yi. Are you alright? Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng welcomed him with smiles. Xiao Qin greeted them one by one. When he saw everyone's enthusiastic expressions, he felt a warmth in his heart. Lu Riyue revealed a faint smile on her charming face. She stood quietly at the side. After consuming the beauty-nourishing pill that Xiaochen gave her, she looked even more beautiful than before. No one dared to look her in the eye. Lu Ryue's aura was withdrawn. Compared to the past, it was less sharp. However, it was even more unfathomable. After absorbing the essence of heaven and earth that Ao Jiao gave her, she was only a step away from Martial King. Elder sister Ryue, I made you worry. Xiaochen walked over and said sincerely. Lu Ryue had personally gone down to the mine for him. No matter what, he had to thank her. Lu Ryue carefully sized up Xiaochen. After a while, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She asked, "Are you a superior grade martial grandmaster?" When Lu Suifeng heard this, he could not help but be startled. He carefully sized up Xiaochen. He felt that his aura was flourishing, and he could not see through him. Before Xiaochen went to do the mission, he was only a peak inferior grade martial grandmaster. In just 2 months, he had become a superior grade martial grandmaster. This speed was not inferior to a cultivator with an inherited heavenly vein martial spirit. When Lu Ryue saw Xiaochen nod his head in acknowledgement, she said, "That's great. In half a month, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be holding the core disciple exam. It looks like you will be able to make it in time. Rest for a while first. Tomorrow, I will officially teach you listening to the sword and communicating with it." After Lu Ryue spoke, she turned around and left. She did not ask much about what happened to Xiaochen underground. Xiaochen also heaved a sigh of relief. It would be troublesome to explain his fortuitous encounter in the underground. If Lu Ryue asked, he would not know how to answer. Chapter 210. Who? A white figure quickly rushed to the foot of the mountain peak. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. The white figure was Bai. This little fellow was very playful. After it left with Xiao Meng, it rarely returned. It ran all over Qingyun Peak. Xiaochen knew that it liked to stay in the forest. Furthermore, the mission was dangerous, so he left it behind. When Bai saw Xiaochen's figure, it was very excited. Its snow-white fur gave off a faint glow under the sunlight. Its body swayed as it pounced over. Pu Tong. Originally, Bai wanted to jump onto Xiaochen's body. However, when it was only half a meter away from Xiaochen, it fell with a pu tong sound. After it got up, it was still in a daze. Its little head shook left and right. It did not understand what was going on. Xiaochen was greatly astonished. He walked forward and picked it up. Instantly, the fragrance of wine wafted over. He could not help but say in astonishment, "What a strong wine smell." Could it be that it drank wine? Xiao Meng walked over awkwardly and said, "Elder brother Yi Qin, after you left, Bai accidentally drank Xiao Yang's wine. After that, it became addicted to it. It often gets drunk. No matter where the wine is hidden, its nose can smell it." Xiao Yang also walked over and said embarrassedly, "Elder brother Yi Qin, I am really sorry. I was already very wary of it. However, its nose is too sensitive. I don't even dare to drink anymore." It even ran to the top of the mountain to ask for wine from the elders. Xiaochen sweated in his heart. It really drank wine. Furthermore, it got drunk. After not seeing it for 2 months, Bai actually developed such a bad habit. Never mind, I will keep an eye on it for the next 2 days. Furthermore, drinking wine is not a bad thing. Xiaochen could only blame Bai for being mischievous. Furthermore, a rank 6 spirit beast was equivalent to a martial king. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng were just ordinary people. It was normal for them to not be able to keep an eye on it. Bai seemed to know that it had made a mistake. It drooped its ears and did not dare to move around in Xiaochen's embrace. Xiaochen smiled helplessly and placed it in the spirit blood jade. Seeing Lu Suifeng at the side, Xiaochen thought of something. He took out 5 black contribution coins and handed them to Lu Suifeng. Suifeng, when you go to Jade Maiden Peak tomorrow, help me return them to Marshal Grand Uncle Shin. Lu Suifeng waved his hand and did not take the contribution coins that Xiaochen handed over. He smiled and said, "My sister already helped you repay the debt you owe the Hall of Contributions. She knew that you owed the Hall of Contributions because you wanted to refine the beauty-nourishing pill. She even scolded me." Xiaochen put away the contribution coins. As he watched Lu Ryue disappear into the mountain peak, his gratitude towards her increased. At night, stars filled the sky and the moon hung high in the branches. Xiaochen went to his own courtyard and took out the flowing light marigold tree, which gave off a golden light. The flowing light marigold on the treetop gave off a dense fragrance. Its spiritual energy was overwhelming. The flowing light marigold had a total of 5 petals. There was not much difference between eating 1 and eating 5. Everyone only had one chance to increase their comprehension ability. How much they could increase actually depended on luck. Who knew, after eating it, they might be able to open up their spiritual acupoints and obtain a photographic memory. They might even be able to learn any martial technique after seeing it once. Although everything was possible, the flowing light marigold was an immortal grade spirit herb. After consuming it, it could increase a cultivator's comprehension ability by at least 20%. The effects were very obvious. Of the 5 petals, he would eat 1 and find an opportunity to give the other 2 to Lu Ryue and her brother. Xiao Yang and his brother did not have martial spirits, so they would not be considered. As for the remaining 2, Xiaochen could give 1 to Bai. As for the last one, he would give it to cousin Yuan. In the future, when they met again, he would give it to her. After allocating the 5 petals of the flowing light marigold in his heart, Xiaochen plucked a golden petal and placed it in his mouth, chewing it gently. A dense and refreshing fragrance filled his entire mouth. The petal turned into an ice-cold liquid and flowed into the meridians of his body. After a while, it permeated into all the pores of Xiaochen's body. An indescribable carefree feeling spread throughout his body, making him feel carefree and relaxed. Xiaochen closed his eyes and immersed himself in this comfortable feeling, forgetting himself. After a while, his mind seemed to explode. Countless information poured in. Battle Sage Origins, Changing Character Formula, Clear Wind Chop, Dragon Seizing Hand, Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Flight on Wings, Rushing Thunder Chop. All the martial techniques that Xiaochen had learned appeared in his mind. Some of the problems that he could not figure out in the past suddenly became clear. He was suddenly enlightened. Xiaochen's thoughts were incomparably clear. He was able to draw inferences about other things from one instance. The changes of the various martial techniques in battle were all sorted out. Xiaochen opened his eyes. His eyes were clear like an ancient well, deep and tranquil, making it hard for others to understand. Clear Wind Chop, Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiaochen shouted and a cool breeze blew in the courtyard. The leaves on the ground were picked up by the cool breeze, dancing in the air continuously, making shwa 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 sounds. The high-level technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Blue Dragon Tail Whip, was executed at the same time as the secret technique of Qingyun Peak, the Clear Wind Chop. Xiaochen's figure moved in an elegant arc in the air. Who? Something strange happened. Xiaochen, who was hidden in the cool breeze, suddenly disappeared. The saber light and the human figure disappeared in an instant. Nothing could be seen. Only the cool breeze and the rustling of leaves remained in the huge courtyard. It was incomparably quiet. Xie. Xiaochen landed in front of Xiaochen. The lunar shadow saber in his hand returned to its scabbard with a huang-dang sound. He revealed a joyful expression. I have finally practiced the Clear Wind Chop to great perfection. Right after Xiaochen spoke, the cool breeze behind him suddenly stopped. The leaves in the air rustled and fell. Every leaf was divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and then into countless fragments. Xiaochen was not sure how much his comprehension ability had increased. However, he felt that compared to before, his comprehension ability had increased by at least 50%, which was half. After Xiaochen consumed the flowing light flower, he immediately comprehended the clear wind chop, which was only one step away from the spirit gate. He even managed to combine it with the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiaochen raised the clear wind chop to an unimaginable level. Not only did it reach the state where one could only see the cool breeze but not the saber, even one's figure was hidden in the wind. Even Lu Riyue and Yuan had not reached such a state. As for whether there was anyone else in history who had reached such a state, Xiaochen did not know. While he was in a daze, Xiaochen felt that he was in a very strange state. His mind was very agile. This did not seem to be a simple increase in comprehension ability. Rather, it was a state that could only be encountered and not sought. It was similar to the comprehension he had in Evil Wind Valley. At this moment, he felt that no matter what martial technique he practiced, he would be able to make a breakthrough immediately. This feeling was very miraculous. It could only be sensed but not described. It should be a strange effect brought about by the flowing light flower. Xiaochen felt that the duration of this state was decreasing rapidly. After a period of time, it would definitely disappear. Xiaochen's thoughts raced. This opportunity would not come again. What he needed to consider now was which martial technique he should upgrade in this limited time. Rushing Thunder Chop. No way, I have already comprehended the Rushing Thunder Chop to a very high level. Furthermore, I am very familiar with it. Even if I do not have this opportunity, a breakthrough in the future is just around the corner. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. No way, this is a movement technique. I have already practiced it to small perfection. If I want to raise it to medial perfection, I will have to rely on my own cultivation. After I become a martial saint, I should be able to reach medial perfection. Battle Sage Origins Changing Character Formula. No way, this cultivation technique is too strange. Until now, I have only comprehended a small portion of it. I should need a fortuitous encounter to make a breakthrough. If I use this opportunity on this, it would be too unfortunate if I fail. Sword Technique, Flight on Wings. This is even worse. This is a martial technique imitated by the changing character formula. I have not practiced it before, it is not worth it. Time was tight, Xiaochen thought about it but he did not know how to make a decision. Suddenly, he thought of a martial technique, Great Dragon Tiger Fist. He revealed a smile and said, I will practice the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. I have no idea what the second move, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon, is. Furthermore, this cultivation technique has great potential. If I can make use of this opportunity to comprehend it, my combat prowess will immediately increase. After he made up his mind, Xiaochen stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground with the scabbard. He circulated his energy and got into a stance, starting to practice the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. A ferocious tiger image appeared behind Xiaochen. His entire body was like a ferocious tiger. His chi and blood burned, the king of beasts descending. The king's aura of 100 beasts surged out into the surroundings from Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen let out a long roar, it was deafening like rolling thunder. A small tree in the courtyard broke with a ka-ca sound from this roar. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. Xiaochen bent his body and took a heavy step forward with his right foot. His entire body flew forward and punched out ferociously. The tiger image behind him let out another long roar. Xiaochen felt an explosive force in his right hand. When he punched the air, it gave off a resounding explosion. The air was blasted apart by this punch, and ripples spread out. Dust particles that could not be seen by the naked eye kept exploding in the air. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. I I did not expect that under such a wondrous state, the might of my ferocious tiger leaving the mountain's punch would increase significantly. After this punch, Xiaochen circulated his energy for the next crouching tiger hidden dragon fist. Immediately, some strange information appeared in his mind. It was unknown where this information came from, but it suddenly imprinted itself in Xiaochen's mind. It was all an explanation of the crouching tiger hidden dragon. Xiaochen closed his eyes and did his best to absorb this information. After a while, he opened his eyes. A strange light flashed in his unchanging eyes. So, this was the meaning of the crouching tiger hidden dragon. The second move of the great dragon tiger fist was not used for offense. Instead, it was an extremely strong and firm defensive move. It required the practitioner to materialize the aura of a dragon and tiger. With the dragon and tiger on the body, one's aura would be withdrawn and would not be able to unleash it. With the strength of the dragon and tiger, one would be able to withstand the 5 mountains, and rivers. At the same time, it would store up energy for the next move, the dragon hissing tiger roar. If Xiaochen did not practice this move to great perfection, he would never be able to practice the next move. His left hand turned into a dragon, piercing through the sky. His right hand turned into a tiger, 100 beasts surged. With the dragon and tiger on the body, the mountains and rivers did not fear. Xiaochen's heart was clear. Relying on this wondrous state, he materialized the aura of a dragon and tiger on his arms. His entire person became extremely calm. The surrounding air seemed to condense without any fluctuations. Chapter 2:11. Kill. Xiaochen stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He crossed his arms in front of him. Instantly, a tiger and a dragon intersected, merging with Xiaochen's body. A faint golden glow appeared on his body. A tiger and a dragon moved around the surface of his body. Xiaochen withdrew his aura, waiting to unleash it. A horrifying force was accumulating. Xiaochen felt all the muscles in his body swell up. There was a strong force that seemed like it would gush out at any moment. However, this horrifying force was not unleashed in the end. It slowly disappeared. Xiaochen knew why he had not successfully executed the dragon hissing tiger roar in this wondrous state. It was because this great dragon tiger fist used the dragon and tiger body sculpting art as its foundation. If he had not cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the 4th layer, the dragon roar piercing the heavens, he would not be able to materialize the true might of the azure dragon. In order to balance the might of the azure dragon, the ferocious tiger could only lower its own aura. Thus, the crouching tiger hidden dragon would not be able to reach great perfection. Shwa. After Xiaochen executed the crouching tiger hidden dragon, that wondrous state immediately disappeared. He thought to himself, what a pity. If I had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the 4th layer, I would not have been able to do so. If I had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the 4th layer, I might have been able to completely comprehend the great dragon tiger fist in one go. Although the state disappeared, the comprehension ability that the flowing light flower gave him did not decrease. It would accompany Xiaochen for the rest of his life, giving him boundless benefits. Xiaochen plucked another flowing light flower petal and released Bai from the spirit blood jade. At this moment, Bai had already sobered up. It looked angrily at Xiaochen, blaming Xiaochen for locking it up. Xiaochen took out a golden petal and wanted to give it to Bai to eat. Who knew that the little fellow would ignore him no matter what he said, as though it was really angry. Don't be angry, little fellow. Here's something good to eat. After you eat it, I will not lock you up again. Xiaochen was like a wolf grandmother tempting it with a smile. Bai lay on the ground and pretended not to hear what Xiaochen said. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. This fellow really couldn't do anything about it. For the sake of this flowing light marigold flower, the scarlet-crowned snake had waited bitterly for God knows how many years. On the other hand, the flowing light flower had a much stronger effect on spirit beasts than on humans. Under certain circumstances, it could even allow spirit beasts to transform in advance. Therefore, the flowing light flower must be given to Bai. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. Xiaochen walked over and called out a few more times. The little guy just lay on the ground and pretended to be dead, ignoring him. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he could only use his trump card. He took out a bottle of Liushang Pavilion's wine from his universe ring. Squatting on the ground, Zhang Xian opened the bottle cap and shook it a few times. A rich aroma of wine immediately drifted out. Boom! A white figure flashed before Xiaochen's eyes. It was like a white specter. Strangely, it could not move at all. It pounced towards the wine bottle in Xiaochen's hand. Fortunately, Xiaochen was prepared. With a schwa sound, he switched the wine bottle to his other hand. Otherwise, it might really be snatched away by Bai's sudden leap. You have really become a little drunkard. Eat this flower petal first, then I will give you the wine. Otherwise, there is no way, Xiaochen said as he patted Bai's head. Bai looked at Xiaochen with a wronged expression. Its cute eyes were misty, it looked very pitiful. It stood up straight and used its white claws to hook onto the wine bottle in Xiaochen's hand. When Xiaochen saw how pitiful it was, his heart softened. He said, I'm afraid of you. You are really a little ancestor. I can't hit you or scold you. I even have to provide you with good food and drinks. Bai gulped down a big mouthful of wine. Its little face revealed a blush. Then, it suddenly snatched away the flowing light flower petal in Xiaochen's hand. It made a face at Xiaochen and slipped away. Xiaochen revealed a smile. He used his spiritual sense to chase after it. When he discovered that it had not gone far, he relaxed. After leaving Mo City, Bai had been following him everywhere. There were a few times when they met with danger, and Bai had saved him more than once. Xiaochen had long forgotten his purpose in capturing Bai. Now, in his eyes, Bai was no longer a pet but his best companion. Although Bai cultivated the mysterious 9 Heavenly Revolution transformation and grew very quickly, its current combat prowess was no weaker than a regular martial saint's. However, Xiaochen had never thought of asking it to help him in battle. There were a few times when Bai wanted to run out and help him. However, he blocked it in the mixed blood cloud, not letting it out. It was fine as long as it could live happily. If it got injured in battle or got into an accident, it would be too late for regrets. Early the next morning, the first ray of sunlight from the east shone through the window and onto Xiaochen's face. Xiaochen opened his eyes and let out a drawn-out breath. He slowly got up and stretched his body. After a night of cultivation, he was filled with vigor. He was full of energy, qi, and spirit. He was filled with energy. After washing up, Xiaochen rushed to the dueling grounds of Qingyun Peak. Lu Ryue had already agreed to teach him listening to the sword and communicating with it. Xiaochen finally had a clear idea of his purpose in coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He could not help but be filled with anticipation. He quickened his pace. Pooh! Just as Xiaochen walked out of the courtyard, a white figure leaped out. Its glossy body reflected a faint glow. It nimbly jumped onto Xiaochen's shoulder. To Xiaochen, Xiao Bai's petite body was almost negligible. It did not put any pressure on him at all when it sat on his shoulder. Xiaochen did not know what difference the flowing light flower made to Bai. He was curious. He could not help but gently pull Bai from his shoulder into his embrace and observe it carefully. Bai's eyes flickered with an intelligent glow. When Xiaochen looked into its eyes, he felt that it was more intelligent than usual. He could see a trace of shyness in the depths of its eyes. Shyness. I must have seen wrongly. It does not make sense for such a human-like gaze to appear in Bai's eyes. Xiaochen composed himself and looked again. That shyness had already disappeared. Xiaochen smiled faintly. He had indeed seen wrongly. Xiaochen placed my back on his shoulder. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Qingyun Peak's dueling plaza. It was unknown when Lu Riyue had arrived. She was currently guiding Lu Suifeng in martial techniques. The expression on her face was very stern, and there was some disappointment in her eyes. You failed the exam last year. Your bone age is already 19. If you fail again, you will never be able to become a core disciple. Don't go to Jade Maiden Peak for now. I have already helped you apply for leave, Lu Riyue said with a sullen expression. Lu Suifeng said with a bitter expression, that can't be. Sis, I have an appointment with Miss Xinyun in the afternoon. We are going to do a mission together. Dong! Lu Riyue smacked Lu Suifeng's forehead violently. You are useless. She is already a core disciple of Jade Maiden Peak. She might even be a true inheritor. Look at you. You are still acting like trash. In this Tianwu continent, if you do not have strong strength, how can you protect the people you love? You are not even as strong as a girl and you still have the cheek to chase after her. I feel ashamed for you. Lu Suifeng rubbed his head and said, Sis, you can't say that. Then wouldn't a strong and ferocious woman like you have to spend the rest of your life alone? You are asking for a beating. Lu Suifeng nimbly dodged to the side and continued, Haha, sis, I am not wrong. Look at the great Qin nation, which man can defeat you? It would be difficult to find one. You still dare to talk back. You will stay in Qingyun Peak until the end of the month. Lu Riyue glared at Lu Suifeng and said fiercely. When she heard Xiaochen's footsteps, Lu Riyue could not be bothered with Lu Suifeng. When Lu Riyue saw a bai on Xiaochen's shoulder, her eyes lit up. She quickly walked over and felt it was strange. She said, This little fellow, why does it seem like he has more spiritual energy than yesterday? Xiao Bai seemed to understand Lu Riyue's words. A happy expression appeared on her face as she blinked at Lu Riyue a few times. After a while, he cheered and jumped down energetically. He grabbed onto Xiaochen's leg and shook it continuously. Xiaochen knew what it meant. He took out a bottle of wine from the universe ring. Bai held the wine and immediately ran to the side happily. Lu Riyue revealed a rare warm smile on her face. She said, This little fellow will be fine after drinking too much, right? Xiaochen joked, Let him be, he is fine after drinking a little. As long as he doesn't go crazy, he will be fine. Lu Riyue withdrew her smile. She did not forget what she was here for today. She said, Come with me. Knowing what Lu Riyue was going to teach him, Xiaochen felt excited in his heart. He quickly followed. Lu Riyue brought Xiaochen to a weapon rack and stopped. There were all sorts of sabers on the weapon rack. Lu Riyue drew the small saber in her hand with a huang dang sound. The entire weapon rack could not help but shake. All the sabers on the weapon rack flew into the air with a ka-cie sound. Dang! Dang! Lu Riyue shouted softly and all the sabers stabbed into the ground 2 meters deep. They were incomparably neat and densely packed around the two of them. There were at least 500 weapons around them. Xiaochen was startled. This gentle and quiet communicating with spirit was truly impressive. When fighting with others, if one could control their opponent's weapon, they would already have won half the battle. Before the battle even started, they would already be halfway to victory. After losing their weapons, unless they were people who practiced close combat, their combat prowess would be greatly reduced. Lu Riyue stood across from Xiaochen. She had a calm expression on her face as she sheathed her saber. She said indifferently, listening to the sword and communicating with spirit is split into 4 realms. From the lowest to the highest, they are listening to the sword, controlling the sword, sword heart, and communicating with the spirit. Up until now, I have only reached the stage of controlling the sword. The technique I just executed is what I can achieve after I reach great perfection in controlling the sword. Xiao Chen listened carefully. When he saw Lu Rue stop, he asked, "Actually, I have a question. Why is listening to the sword and communicating with spirit called listening to the sword and not listening to the saber and communicating with spirit? Why is it known for the sword?" Lu Rue explained, "The saber did not exist in the beginning. A long time ago, there was only one type of weapon in the continent, the sword. There were all sorts of swords. The saber was derived from the shape of the sword. Listening to the sword and communicating with spirit was originally a state of the sword. This state could be applied to the saber. After people got used to it, they were too lazy to change it.